Brothers and sisters in faith and in humanity, what's awesome? Peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. My name is Muslim Gamer TV, and I start this stream like anything else I would start in the name of God and with thanks to Him. This stream is of my gameplay of Overwatch after a long hiatus that, I don't know, maybe lasted for a couple of years or so. I just revised a bit of information, maybe a lot of information about the game. I read a few uh, articles and stuff about things about the update. I watched many videos about the new metas and so on, and I also did a bit of practicing in competitive, including placing this specific account in high bronze, just very, very, very beginning, the very start of silver, without throwing or anything like that. I simply just, played many heroes. I flexed many heroes. Some of them I was a bit new to them. Just did a bit of practicing in a custom match, and then jumped into the game. So yeah, all the rust from quitting for 2 years, plus being new to some of the heroes and the mechanics, all this helped me place it in bronze and high bronze without ever throwing or doing anything toxic. I played as seriously as I could. And I thought of using this as an alternative account, and I thought of using it instead of just playing off stream all the time and climbing off stream. I thought of showcasing my journey. Of course, I don't know what's I don't know what's coming in the future, but my hope is that I can place this account in Grandmasters. Is the journey going to be short? No, it's not going to be short. But is it going to be boring? Heck no. Hopefully, it's going to be great. And yeah, the journey is basically as the title of the stream, or if you're watching this on YouTube one day, because I archive most of my streams on my YouTube channel with the same name, Muslim Gamer TV. As the title says, this is about going from bronze to grandmasters with average skills, as you will probably see, but great communication. So great comms, mind and spirit. What does that mean? It means it means enhancing your chances of winning by good communication and by having a positive mindset, and by also controlling your emotions, trying not to tilt when you're losing, treating losses as practice, and so on. As you'll see, I'll start explaining quite a few things as I play the game. This stream and the series, it's not, the game is not necessarily for mature audiences. Let me actually see Overwatch rating. Yeah, it's 12 plus, so Overwatch is for 12 years plus, at least in the Western countries. For a practicing Muslim audience, a bit of discretion, I guess, or you might want to check the details yourself if any teenagers are playing the game and stuff. And yeah, that sound was basically me dropping water all over the desk. I'll handle this shortly. Yeah, I've got, because this is the very first stream in the series, I usually have a certain introduction. It's a bit long, and I hope you bear with me because it's just got disclaimers and stuff, and it's quite important. I will do my best to, at least for the regulars, I'll do my best to not say this long introduction every single time. But the things I already mentioned about the stream and the game and stuff, this is just because it's the first video of the series. So I just want to give you a background about what's about all the relevant things when it comes to the placement and the journey itself and stuff. But my usual introduction for most of my streams, regardless of games, because my previous streams don't really have to do with Overwatch. I say that if any of what's to come on this stream would not please God, then it may be partially on me. Still, there are things that I might not have been aware of and over which I have no control, like what some game developers may include in their games, what other players say or do in multiplayer and cooperative games, and what the stream audience may say in chat, which should show in the bottom right corner of the stream. All of this is out of my control. Unless the chat messages are too many within a few seconds, I eventually respond to almost all polite chat messages. Still, I'm sometimes distracted by the game itself, so I ask you to please be patient if I don't respond immediately. My usual disclaimer, I am Muslim, but I do not represent Islam as a belief system or Muslims in general. I only represent myself. And unless clearly and specifically stated, or I'm talking about verifiable facts, historical or scientific, my opinions are my own, and especially my mistakes are my own. I currently do not constantly talk or provide commentary while streaming, so you may sometimes get hours of silent gaming from me, but occasionally on my streams, inspired by something that happens in-game or by your messages, I talk about various subjects like religion, science, health, and of course games. And I try to make my talks informative or at least beneficial somehow. If you choose to watch my streaming or archived streams, then I hope I've prepared you very clearly for what you may expect. If you like the sound of all this, I would appreciate a follow from you here on Twitch and a subscription on my YouTube channel, where I permanently archive most of my streams. There's also a Patreon link in the About tab of my Twitch channel and a donations link if you would like to support this stream. And I look forward to chatting with you sometime on stream. Thank you. Now, I would say let's jump to some hopefully fun gaming, but I gotta dry that part of my desk at least. So I will, yeah, just to show you before I start. So this is my current rating in the open queue. I think, is this like silver? Yeah, it's probably early. Is it? I can't even remember. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, at least as you can see here, this is in the damage. This is like definitely kind of mid-ish bronze, and this is like high bronze for support and tank. So yeah, it's it's going to be obviously, yeah, the journey is going to be from bronze, hopefully, to GM. Regardless of the time it takes, because as I said, I just wanted to kind of showcase this journey, because a lot of people are stuck. I guess there are people that have been stuck in gold for years. There are others, like few, I guess, I don't know, maybe fewer. Yeah, definitely fewer are stuck in silver and bronze for years. You can read posts like that on Reddit every now and then. So yeah, and some of these people, they blame their teammates, and others blame their own skills. Others actually have awareness. They say, you know, I don't really have, you know, the most insane fragging skills in the world and stuff. So yeah, I'll show you. Obviously, even if I use a priority, I've got like 29 priority passes here. So because I flexed a lot while in the placement, as I mentioned a while ago. So yeah, I do have quite a few priority passes. So yeah, I might be using this and kind of, you know, I'll show you that I don't have insane fragging skills or anything like that, but I can climb eventually. Does that mean, you know, I'll climb fast, or I won't get like, you know, lost streaks? No, of course not. You know, everybody gets lost streaks. There are people who actually went all the way up to top 500 in one season, and the following season they literally dropped all the way to diamond. You know, I know, you know, not many stories, but I know a few stories like that. So yeah, it does happen, but the point is not about how many losses. There is this saying. A lot of people heard about it. Some people don't believe in it, and others do, but they forget about it. Even the people who believe in the saying, they forget about it. And the saying goes something like, "It's not about the destination; it's about the journey." A lot of people know this. They've heard of it. It sounds fancy to some. It sounds fluffy to others. Like, you know, it's not really pragmatic or realistic for some people. But it's really true. And it's not true in the sense that the journey is more important than the destination only. It's important. It's correct and invalid in the sense that focusing on the journey itself does help you actually reach the destination. And this is one of the things I'll discuss while on stream, and whenever the opportunity arises, I'll talk about this. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Rez Edits, it's good to hear from you. How's it going, brother? So yeah, as I was saying, that you it's about that this the concept itself, focusing on the journey itself, actually helps you reach the destination faster. Like, if you want to reach the destination faster, just don't keep looking at the destination, literally focus on the journey. And this has been proven over and over again, in sports, psychology, experiments, psychological experiments, and things like that. So, and this is where the part of the title comes in, gets in the picture. Mind and spirit. That you have to have the right mindset, and you also have to control your emotions, and you also have to try to be positive, and you have to try to spread positivity. So you gotta ignore. I'll be accountable, of course, because I'm preaching. I'm preaching all these things. And Overwatch is a game that has a lot of toxic people, and a lot of toxic people have actually mastered, literally. I've seen them. I've actually seen them. They have literally mastered the art of toxicity. It's an art. It's really, it really is an art. I'm not even kidding or trying to be sarcastic. I'm very serious. Toxicity is an art, in the sense that you can be toxic in a specific way to other people to really trigger them, like triggering others. Triggering others is a sociopathic, toxic art. Believe it or not, it really is. Some people really have mastered. They've kept doing it over again until they've mastered it, and they started to enjoy it. They actually enjoy triggering others. When you react to their toxicity, or when they try to trigger you or annoy you, they actually get a rush. They find it pleasurable. I know it sounds weird. It sounds like psychopathic or something, but it really is. Like, psychopaths probably go for the physical level of this antisocial behavior, but sociopaths like that, or basically toxic people who have become, in a way, kind of like sociopaths, they literally get a rush. They get giggles and stuff like that. They find satisfaction in triggering other people or causing other people negative emotions in the game. And why would they do this? Well, they want others to share their misery. They are feeling miserable, probably about their own life, not their game, not just that they're stuck. The problem is as I said, they're feeling something bad in their life, and they're just they're playing the game, as many of us do. They try to escape as a form of escapism. They're trying to escape their negative emotions in real life by just forgetting about them and playing a game. But the problem is, they get into the game with their emotional baggage, with their problems. So they basically start to become angry with the game. They're trying to look for external factors. It's not about me. I'm not the reason that I'm losing matches. I'm not the reason that I am in a rut in my life, or my life is miserable. My life is miserable because of other factors. These other people, because of family, because of friends, because of my ex. Just they do this in real life, and they also do the same thing in the game. I'm losing, not because of my skills, not because of my behavior, not because of my toxicity, not because of my sabotage, literally game sabotage by, being toxic to other people and tilting my own teammates. No. That's not why I'm losing. I'm losing because my teammates are, have crap skills. They are unskilled, and my teammates don't heal me, or my tanks don't do their job, or my DPS or my damage dealers aren't doing enough kills as a mercy or as a support or healer character, and so on and so forth. They are always looking for other reasons outside themselves. They don't take responsibility. They're at least their own share. I mean, it's a team game, isn't it? You are 6 people. Whether you're playing Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone, in a team, not a solo game, but you're playing in a duo or trio, or in a team of 4 or whatever. Or you're playing Overwatch in a team of 6, you need to take your share of the responsibility. You gotta, when you lose, you have to say, at least in Overwatch, you have to say, I have 1/6 of the responsibility of losing. You gotta do this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if someone leaves. Literally, even if someone leaves and you're playing 5 against 6, you still have, after a loss, you still have to say, I share 1/6 of the responsibility of this loss. Why? Because yes, I know there are crappy healers out there. There are really crappy, tanks in the bronze area, in the bronze rank. There are a lot of unskilled players. I know, I know. Believe me, there are so many unskilled players. But you can adapt. You can adapt, and this is what I'm gonna try to show, that you can adapt, that you can deal with these problems, and even if you can't get a win, no matter how much you adapt, even if you don't get a win, you can still treat the experience as practice. You can say, this was practice for me. This was something for me to grow, at least emotionally, to control myself, and so on and so forth, So yeah, these are some parts of this journey that I hope that I can show. So this is not one of this is not one of unranked to GM in one sitting by top 500 players. That's not it, because I think as much as we can learn from top 500 players, they still don't show us something that we can relate to, because they have such insane skills that were honed after years and years of practice. And let's face it, not everyone in bronze all the way to gold, maybe even platinum, has the time to, not everyone has this sort of time to put into practice and to hone their skills to that level. But these ranks still have a lot of people who want to climb. They want to go to maybe even masters. Some just want to go to diamond. They're dreaming of going to diamond, and they'll be very happy if they go to diamond. So yeah, and they would like to do this with their current level of skills. Well, and how would they do this? Well, this is, I guess, what this series is trying to achieve, to provide a solution to these people. And the solution, as I said, it will cover, the mindset, it will cover psychology, and how people are self-sabotaging, how literally a lot of people are sabotaging their own performance with their own feelings and the way they are thinking about the game, and the way they are thinking about their teammates, and so on and so forth. That's at least, my hope. I'm reading the rest of the comments. I was just so focused. I apologize for the late response, but I didn't want to break the train, the thought train, so to speak. So yeah. To be honest, it sounds crazy, but I am surprised that it is why in like every game I mute everyone. Yeah. There are actually professional coaches. There are professional Overwatch coaches out there who advise their clients. Like if you pay some of the, not all of them, but if you pay money to a professional Overwatch coach, to get some training, some of them advise you, literally just tell you outright, mute voice. Don't join voice. All the way to, I would say, well, it depends on the coach, of course, but some coaches would say diamond, and some will tell you all the way until masters. Just mute the voice, don't listen, it's not worth it. That's what they tell you. I personally disagree with this, and I think it's kind of clear from the title of my video or stream that I disagree with this. You shouldn't do this, but should you mute and block toxic people? Absolutely, I agree 100%. You should you ignore them? There are also a lot of coaches, a lot of people and coaches will tell you ignore toxicity. For this, I leave it to you. Sometimes it's better to ignore toxicity because it's kind of like feeding the troll. It's this famous saying, don't feed the troll. So yes, exactly. So don't feed the troll. Someone is trolling, someone is being toxic or trolling, don't feed the troll. But this saying applies in having a conversation. So what does don't feed the troll here mean? And I agree with it. Don't feed the troll. I agree with that. But in what context? Never, ever have a conversation with a toxic person or a troll. Ever. Don't have a conversation. Why? Because they will beat you down to their level. They will bring you down to their level ultimately. Because as I said a while ago, they have honed their skill, their skill in toxicity and antisocial behavior. And they know how to trigger people. They gained a lot of experience because they tried it over and over again. And they always fish for your reaction. They always try to find your reaction. Even if they can't hear your voice, they just read your chat or whatever. They want to see in the chat, in your choice of words, are you angry or not? If you're angry, they feel satisfied. They get a rush from it, as I said. So they hone their skill and they will bring you down to their level with their experience and with their honed skill in triggering people. So never ever have a conversation with a toxic person. But can you say something back to them to just kind of show them that what they're doing is toxic? Yeah, that's fine. So you can say one comment, you can say one comment and then mute them or block them, or you can send one phrase in chat and then mute and block them. Never ever have a conversation with a toxic person. It's just never going to lead to any good results. They need to feel ignored. They need ultimately, eventually, at least after you've told them off. You don't have to shout at them, or you don't have to be toxic to them. You don't have to, curse them or call them names or whatever. You can just simply say in a pragmatic, objective way, you know what, man, what you're saying and what you're doing now is very toxic, and it's game sabotage. You're obviously tilted now, and you're making other teammates tilted, or you're basically spreading your toxicity and this sort of tilting state, or the state of being tilted, to other people, and you're making us lose. This is literally, by definition, game sabotage. So I would appreciate it if you stop, but I'm going to ignore you or block you anyway. And then you go ahead indeed and you block them. That's the maximum that I would condone. But it's completely legitimate to just not even go there. You can just, if someone starts to say noobs, or where are the heals? Why aren't you healing me? Not this way. We can respond, kind of in a nice way to this. You can say, I was dead. If you're a support, you say, I was dead, or I keep getting flanked by their Genji or by their Tracer, and nobody's there, nobody's helping me. So how do you expect me to heal you if nobody's helping me? So because a lot of people in low ranks, they don't have the game sense. They don't have the game sense. They don't have the situational awareness to even know that their healers need help. They are tunnel visioned or something like that. And I will tunnel vision. Everybody tunnel visions sometimes. So I'm not saying, only unskilled people or only toxic people get tunnel vision. Everybody gets tunnel vision, but to varying degrees. Of course, top 500 people almost never tunnel vision, and it increases so it's not like it's not clear cut. It's like relative. So as you go down the ranks, the tunnel visioning increases and so on. So yeah, you can respond to things like that. But if someone talks about you, it says calls anyone unskilled, or basically picks on someone falls off the map. Someone is trying to escape, and while escaping they fall off the map, and then someone says, so and so is throwing, so they assume that this person is throwing. That you can respond to this, but I would advise that you block these people after responding, after explaining, they are not throwing, they just made a mistake, man. They were just trying to escape for their life, and they fell off the map. That's not throwing. You don't have to assume such things about people. And then you should block these people, because the person who jumps into assumptions like that is usually in that state, is usually in that sort of negative, toxic state. Because they jump to conclusion, they jump to the worst conclusions about other people. So right now he's accusing someone of throwing because they made one mistake. After a while, if you start losing, they will find other, more and more reasons to blame others for the loss, rather than taking his share or her share of the responsibility, as I said. So yeah, I'm reading your also your comment now, Lex Lavi. Whenever people are being toxic, I tell them, listen, if you're going to keep being toxic, I'm just going to mute you. We can work together or in silence. Absolutely, your choice. Sometimes it's enough for others to realize they're being too much. That's good. That's Lex. Hats my hat off to you, my metaphorical hat off to you. Absolutely, that is a really sort of a calm, objective thing to say, and it can help indeed kind of wake some people up, or get them out of that sort of toxic state. But if you still lose these matches, usually the same people are not going to learn. They treat basically toxic people, they treat the loss as evidence that they were right. That's literally how it goes for them. So yeah, you can tell someone, you're being toxic and you need to stop this, or I just won't, I won't have to take this, and I'll block you or I'll mute you. Some people, yes, stop. But if the match is a loss, they treat that as evidence that they had the right to be toxic, and that they were right, and that, their teammates are, bad, and so on and so forth. So So yeah, I would still, after saying this, I don't know. I would personally say I would recommend that you still block these people. So give them advice, but still mute them. Or maybe you can wait for one more comment. If you feel that they say even one more comment that has any hint of toxicity or negativity, then definitely block them because yeah, as I said, the worse the match gets, the more positive they are that they are right. That it is you, it's not them. It's your problem that the match is a loss. Uh, Reset is, yeah, may I ask how long it has been since you started streaming? Yeah, absolutely. It's not a secret. I started streaming about 3 years ago. Yeah, about 3 years ago. And I kept streaming for, I think, a few months. Then and that was on YouTube, by the way. I started streaming on YouTube. And then I quit, I think, for 6 months. And then I started streaming again for a few months or maybe for a year. And then I quit for 1 year. So this is the reason why I have more than 1,000 followers, for example, on Twitch, but very few viewers. It's because I quit for a whole year, and people move on and stuff like that. If you don't keep being consistent with your streams, people just move on. So yeah, that's the answer. It's kind of. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the topic, what I was saying, I think it applies to League of Legends and many other games for sure, but I'm using what I'm using in the context of Overwatch at least. It is one of the games today that are suffering from um, a lot of issues, I guess. Some of them are from the developers, constantly changing mechanics and stuff like that. So people have to relearn the game in a way every 3 months, and I guess some people got sick of that and they moved on. But yeah, I like it, and I quit for a long time, so I'm not like bored from it at this point. So yeah, I'm doing the stream. Yeah, in Twitch, yeah, Twitch. I think it was 1 year and a half ago. I think something like that, and I kept streaming for maybe 6 months, and then I stopped for a year, for a whole year. Did I say 1 year and a half? Yeah, so I started about 1 year and a half, streamed for about half a year, and then quit for a whole year. Completely got off the grid. So yeah. Yes, yeah, gaming is sometimes the most chill place and sometimes the most toxic ever. I kind of feel like I'm in class at college, but in a good way. I'm going to move on. Sure, sure. Thank you for passing by, Lex. I appreciate it, and thank you for your chat too, for contributing to the chat. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your follow. I truly appreciate it. Pass by anytime. Thanks again. I hope I caught you before you actually moved on. All right, let's actually queue. There are about class in college. There are quite a few professional coaches and training websites and stuff for Overwatch that actually treat the whole thing like college. I On YouTube, there is what was his name? Uh, IO Stux. Yeah, there is IO Stux on YouTube. If you watch some of his videos, they're quite academic. When you listen to some of the things he says, they are quite academic. It's almost exactly like Lex said. You feel like you're sitting in a classroom in university and listening for academic stuff. But he's talking about Overwatch and first person shooter games or games in general. And there are others too that have a few videos like this. I think let me see, one of them, a few videos on the channel called Game Leap Overwatch Pro Guides. And some of them, if you subscribe to the website itself, I'm not affiliated at all, I'm just saying, if you subscribe to the website, they have quite a few videos on psychology and mindset and stuff like that, and they are very important. And I guess this series of streams is trying to kind of prove this. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prove that having a positive mindset and the correct psychological approach to the game and to the climbing can actually help a person climb faster and have more fun and stuff like that. So yeah, and with average skills. Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely, man. Freaking hell. If someone, like all these people, like more than 1,000, followed me a year ago, and of course it took like 6 months or something, and then I disappeared off the face of the earth as far as Twitch is concerned. And now, yeah, and if they get a notification now, yeah, they probably would never remember anything at all. Yeah, people move on even with their memories in today's time. So, one thing I do is, yeah, I just want to show it that quickly. So, yeah, I do. Okay, let me leave the game. So instead of just, I don't know, waiting like this idly, I go to the game browser and I click create, and in the settings, I already have a preset here, this one's called practice. Basically, this preset just it does cancel. So I think I went to heroes and in general, and then in team 2, these are the bots. So yeah, I increase the ability cooldown, I disable melee and ultimate ability. So I disable everything, basically. I disable everything. And then I also go to individual, some of the individual, like for example, Lucio, I go to team 2 and I disable also a lot of his stuff individually. So that's what I did. I went into every hero and just made sure that they don't shoot back. There are, disclaimers. Some professional coaches tell you that this is not good, including iostux, the one I mentioned a while ago. Anyway, but I also add AI, and I add hard ones to team 2, 6 of them. It doesn't matter, I kind of whichever, and I start. And yeah, I also remove the need to reload from my own team. Team 1 doesn't have to reload and stuff like that. And then I get on whichever. So if I wanna practice tracking, I get on soldier, for example. And if I want to practice flicking, I get on McCree. But one hero I've been interested in as a counter to a lot of other heroes is Mei. So yeah, I'm reading your last message, Rez. Thank you for telling me about pro guides. I remember watching their Fortnite, and I stopped playing Fortnite, and I searched so hard. Oh, really? You used to know about this Game Leap. You used to know about them. Interesting. I didn't even know that they have anything about Fortnite. I thought they just. Oh well, maybe this channel is their Overwatch, because this channel is called Game Leap Overwatch Pro Guides. Ah, interesting. So they also have for Fortnite. That's good. Yeah, they're pretty decent, pretty okay. But I think who. I think yeah, CarQ. I also think I like some of CarQ's videos, and I do have a few videos open on my tabs here, so I'm checking. Yeah, that's yeah, and iostux, as I mentioned, iostux. Oh, okay, different one. Okay, well, maybe they do. I mean, they do have a website with subscriptions, so I don't know. Maybe they actually are doing some other games. I'm pretty sure this is a different one. I mean, this specific channel, because it does have Overwatch in its name, but you might be right. Actually, they might have like another a sister website or something, or or a sister channel that belongs to the same network, the same Game Leap network. Where did Roadhog go? I'm getting too many headshots. Some people are gonna think, average skills. No. It is average, guys. Please, there's no pressure here. So yeah, I'll prove. Here it is. See all these. Oh my God! Look at all this spaghetti aim. So yeah, I just don't want you to worry. A few lucky shots and people start thinking, oh, he's lying. He's got pro skills. No. Definitely average. Oh yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I thought. Game Leap have Fortnite as well, probably. And I think they might have also branched. I'm pretty certain at this point they've also branched to Valorant. I'm pretty sure they have a section and a sort of a sister channel probably for Valorant and stuff. I just downloaded Valorant yesterday, but I thought, you know what, I'm not going to. Just gonna play Overwatch a bit more, see how that goes, and maybe I'll try Valorant at some point for the first time. So yeah, this is obviously projectile. The good thing about Mei is that she's a counter to a lot of heroes in the game, especially tanks. Obviously, I mean you freeze them, and then you one-shot them and stuff. So yeah, she's a counter to a lot of heroes in the game, including Ball, Wrecking Ball. She also teaches both tracking, like this is tracking. See, you are tracking here, and flicking. Kind of, well, because of course, if you never ever shoot this way, you're not gonna learn flicking. Like if all you do in game is you try to keep freezing, you play like as a Reaper, kind of close quarters. You just try to freeze everybody and and then headshot them. Then yeah, that's not flicking, obviously. But if you do practice the icicle, then yeah, you're kind of learning not just yeah, so you're kind of learning not just flicking, but also leading. So yeah, she teaches leading because you obviously, this is a projectile, so it takes some time. So you have to lead a little bit. Whenever someone is going in any direction, you gotta lead a little bit. So it's just and of course there is the wall. A lot of things. There's a lot of things like Mei's skill ceiling is very, very high in my opinion, but her skill floor is quite manageable also. As I said at the beginning, average skills and average game sense too, clearly. Oh my god. Why are they capping? We were not. Oh my god, they have 3 people on fire. Maybe I should switch to an easier. Okay. I wonder, should I switch to learn PC quick?
This fight is not over yet.
Best way to learn PC? You mean learn Overwatch on the PC?
Ready to start a blizzard. I need healing. Thank you. This is awesome.
You mean this game, Overwatch? Yeah, you've never played Overwatch? I kept looking for it. I'm such a noob. I'm like, where is it? I want to block it with the wall.
Have gone better.
But yeah, we're not too bad, I guess. With at least, you know, as far as average skills are concerned. Come on. We almost had it. We almost... Oh well. Good try, guys. Good try. Never, no, never played Overwatch. In general, PC in general, I guess what I would recommend is maybe start playing a PvE game, maybe like something like the Division 2, and don't play like multiplayer, just PvE stuff in the Division 2 on the PC, and yeah, find your sensitivity. The mouse sensitivity, the best for you. Definitely watch guides on this. The mouse sensitivity is one of the most important thing. Most good guides will tell you to turn off. Yeah, as I said, average. Most mouse guides will tell you to turn off mouse acceleration in the Windows settings. So yeah, you gotta find definitely a guide for this. This is one of the most important things before playing first-person shooters on the PC. Turn off mouse acceleration in Windows, which is turned on by default. Get back, guys. And then yeah, also find also guides on YouTube, whether for CS:GO, Counter Strike, or any other game really, guides that tell you how to I wanted to separate the mercy, but as I said, average skills. uh, yeah, guys, don't. Yeah, you're most welcome. Yeah, but definitely important thing. Mouse. Treat your mouse as your fragging, your number one fragging tool. Regroup, guys. Yeah. Get back. We gotta regroup. No, Diva, no. So yeah, you definitely when playing shooters in the beginning on the PC, you gotta treat your mouse as your main fragging tool, and make sure that you. Thank you guys anyway. Yeah, you're gonna make sure that you got all the settings correctly at the beginning, and that includes, as I said, turning off mouse acceleration in Windows and finding your best sensitivity, your best personal sensitivity. There is a couple of ways of doing this, and honestly, it's been years since I followed either of the ways. But one of them, they do have like names and stuff like that. Like the one of the ways is kind of easier, like not so complicated. So there is a complicated method, and there is an easier method. The easier one is kind of, it's almost like part of it, of course. I mean, don't take this and do it like literally, but part of the process is putting your mouse in the middle of the mouse, your mouse pad, and you basically you want to turn 360. I think it was 360 degrees. So yeah, apparently moving your mouse from the middle of the mouse pad all the way to the edge should be a 360 degree turn. I think so. Yeah, I mean, don't take this as this is the accurate, method or what have you. I'm just kind of giving you an idea of probably what the method part of what part of the method is about. For me personally, I can get into the game. One thing I do very quickly. So I'm gonna add my presets again, and then add the bots, hard, in team 2, and then start. So my own personal way of sorting out sensitivity very quickly in some of the games is I find any straight line, or ideally a wall. So a line like this can work, but a wall is probably better. Something like this. I mean, ideally there shouldn't be this clutter here, but I'll just do it. This will work just fine. So what I do is I put the mouse cursor, sort of generally speaking, in the general area of the head, all right, of any person. I would be like trying to frag, and then with one easy flick of the mouse, I turn 180. So for example, if I do one easy flick of the mouse and I end up, so it doesn't have to be 180 exactly. I mean, ideally you want to go just slightly here. So not here. This is 180. here it would be like maybe 200 or something like that. But if I do one turn and I end up here, like this is basically one easy flick of the mouse and I end up here, I would say, okay, this is too much sensitivity for me. So I would basically go into the game options, and this is of course this is given that you already have the DPI. So you got to set the DPI of the mouse on something that you like to use on Windows generally, not in games, just in Windows. And then, yeah, as I said, if I do a 180 and I end up, instead of ending up here or here, I end up here, I say, okay, this is too much sensitivity. So I go to the options of the game and in the controls, and then I lower the sensitivity of the mouse, by a certain number or what have you. And then I come back and I do one flick of the mouse. If this one flick of the mouse helps me end up just slightly more than 180, I mean, it's either 180 or more than 180. I would recommend a little bit more than 180. Why? You want to end up like here, yeah, a little bit. Why? Just to kind of give yourself room, so that if you turn 180 and you face an enemy who was behind you like this, and that enemy moves to the side, moves like right here, then you still have a bit of room. My hand can still travel. All right, so one flick of the mouse, yeah, that's not too bad, getting so from here to there, and the opposite, one flick of the mouse from here to here. So yeah, somewhere about here. So from here to here, that's what you want to do. That you can flick the mouse, one easy flick, quick flick of the mouse, and makes you end up here, and the same thing with the opposite direction from here to there. That's how I do it personally. Very, very easy, very straightforward. There are more complicated ways of finding a better sensitivity. Some professionals, or maybe most professionals, they use a much lower sensitivity than what I'm describing here, because if you do one easy flick of the mouse, like barely moving your arm for it, and you end up like you do 180, that's too much sensitivity in the opinion of quite a few professionals. But there are professionals who use actually high sensitivity, so yeah. It's going to be dependent on you. My recommendation is don't use a sensitivity, a DPI for your mouse lower than 1000. So you want to use, there is a certain speed that I can't remember the term for it. I think it's like in hertz, maybe measured in megahertz or something. But yeah, the most gaming mice go all the way up to 1000. The speed of it, the speed of exchanging information between the mouse and the operating system, the speed of it is 1000. So most gaming mice are 1000, and you also want to use a DPI that's at least 1000. If you're using a speed of 1000, then also the DPI should be at least 1000, and then you can go into the game. Like if you really want like a really low sensitivity, then you go into the game and you lower the sensitivity as much as you like with a DPI of 1000. A lot of pros use a DPI of 400, but if you search this on the internet, you will find at least one article telling you that this is inherited. This is not like the DPI of 400 is not because this is a good thing to play on a DPI of 400. Like a lot of pros use a DPI of 400, but they tell you that that's actually not good. At least using the new, now that we have new technologies and better mice, better speeds and stuff like that, it's not good to keep using slow DPIs. So why do a lot of pros use slow DPIs? Because they copied other professionals. It goes all the way from the history of Counter-Strike, basically. A lot of old, like really old Counter-Strike players used to use simple mice, like old mice. The mice that had that DPI, they had like 400. So, and they kept playing like that. And then, people who were wowed by the skill of these professional Counter-Strike players, they would ask them, what are your mouse settings and game settings and sensitivity and so on, so that professionals would answer, my mouse is 400 DPI and my sensitivity is so and so, and so on and so forth. So players started to copy these numbers like religion. Like they would treat these numbers as, scripture sent down from the fragging deities. Because they were so wowed, they revered those professional players so much for their fragging skills and stuff like that. So yeah, so these 400 DPIs are mostly inheritance from very old professional gamers. But using the new technology and stuff that we have today, you might want to basically play at a DPI of a minimum of 1000 to match the speed, which is 1000. And then if you personally want a lower sensitivity, then yeah, you wanna lower the sensitivity in the game here. And I don't recommend that you use this method that I just described to you only. Do look on YouTube, find other methods. There is a method that uses a 360 degree, like all the way, you turn all the way. This is the main method, at least, the main easy method. And there is a more complicated method where you basically put the mouse and you use a ruler. You literally measure the distance on your mouse pad and stuff like that. Some professional gamers actually go as far as to do this. They place the mouse, very accurately in one spot on the mouse pad, and then use a ruler and they measure the traveling distance and stuff like that to find their own personal best sensitivity. So yeah, look at that. This is the most important thing to get before you start gaming. So you have to have a solid basis of a good mouse sensitivity before you start playing first-person shooters on the PC, definitely. And you have to also have a good mouse. A good mouse, ideally, a mouse that has at least 2 buttons on the side under your thumb. Like when you hold the mouse, and then you put your thumb on the side of the mouse, on the side of the mouse, you want at least two buttons. I would recommend more, but most mouse models that have more than 2 buttons on the side are quite big. So it would depend on your hand and on your preference. Definitely shop around. Go to a physical shop, a physical technology shop that sells computers and mice and stuff like that, and hold these mice in your hand. Kind of pretend that you're playing. See like how you feel about the buttons. Can you press these buttons with your thumb easily while also fragging? So can you press a mouse down? Well, I pressed one. So yeah, can you press the mouse down and at the same time shoot without problems? Yeah, all these things. You definitely wanna treat your mouse very seriously, because that will determine your accuracy. Getting headshots. Can you get headshots or not? Can you be a very skilled fragger one day or not? All of this is determined by everything I mentioned: your mouse, your sensitivity, your DPI, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that would be the first step. The next step, in order to kind of practice in a not so stressful environment, maybe play a PvE game. Not something where everyone who's skilled on the PC is going to just destroy you very quickly, and then you feel depressed and incompetent and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not gonna be good. I would recommend something like the Division 2 or something like that. A PvE game, or at least a game that has PvE choices. Okay, there are no shields. So let's maybe soldier. Jazana wa yakum, brother. No worries. So yeah, PvE, definitely you might want to start with PvE and learn how to aim, how to get headshots against NPCs, and then yeah, so yeah. What's his name? Doomfist is a hard counter to soldier. So yeah, against NPCs. Oh yeah. Also, I guess what's the name of that game? Looter looter. It's very famous. I forget weird things sometimes, man. It also has kind of cartoonish graphics. Maybe you can remind me. It's a shooter looter. PvE, pure PvE. Anyway, yeah. So something like that. Basically, a PvE shooter. Definitely start with that. Don't start with Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Battle Royale, Warzone. yeah, don't start with these games unless you are very knowledgeable. Unless you are very knowledgeable about these games, like if you play the Fortnite or Warzone a lot on the console, so you know the maps and stuff like that, which is called game sense. Like you have excellent game sense in one of these multiplayer games or battle royale games. Perhaps you can get on the PC and play them. Yeah, in this case, yeah, it's okay because you have a lot of game sense already. You have a lot of experience in this game already. Even though you might not be super accurate in your aiming at the beginning, your experience will help you a lot. So yeah, either that or as I said, a PvE shooter, so that you. Okay. Ah.
Wait for me.
Junkrat almost has his ultimate. Ah. Such a.
This fight is not over yet.
Yeah, regroup, guys, regroup. Don't feed them. Right, make sure we're 6 and then we go. And follow our tanks. Tanks, please lead the way. Good call, Doom, thank you. I got my Mei out. Well played, guys. Thank you. I'm the weak link, guys. I'm the weak link with my noob May playing. 98%. But of course, if I were better, if I had, you know, above average skills, we could have probably won that, because I was so close to my ult. So I could have like gotten like more headshots and stuff like that. But yeah, as I said, average skills. But I'm trying, you know, as you heard me, I am trying to make shot calls, so good comms. Trying to stay positive, even if we lose. I say thank you, you know, to the people who play with me. You know, why would you thank? You know, why would you be nice to the people who are leaving? You know, you're probably not gonna play with them again. Well, no. Guess what? You probably will play with them again, especially if you're still playing. If you keep playing, you will bump into some of these people again. If they meet you again, they will remember you. Oh, this is the May that was nice to us and stuff, you know, or like she was like, they were shot calling and so yeah, they will be tempted to listen to you. And of course, because as I said, I quit the game for a long time. I haven't played May that much. I'm forgetting my wall. Like, I'm not using my wall strategically. So as I said, average skills definitely. But you know, the idea is to actually show that, you know, I'm such a noob with average skills. So I get a few headshots, but I'm still a noob, you know. But you can still climb. That's the idea, at least. How? Well, by having a good mindset, having good spirits. Yes, please group up, guys. So yeah, I've got this macro message that you read. I say, please join voice, and you know, then mute and block individual toxicity. Thank you anyway, guys. Good try. So yeah. So yeah, this guy is one of the people who blame others, and is also toxic. So there is a way, like, I mean, you can blame other people, but at least be polite about it and stuff like that. How do I, yeah. I wonder. So yeah, I'm going low. I'm going lower, as you can see, not higher. Okay, let's flex, see what comes up. Okay, maybe I can collect a few more priority passes this way. Yeah, but I don't want to forget to. Oh, I can't. Squelch chat. Did I endorse? I think I endorsed her. Sorry. Yeah, look at these. So nice. Oh my god. So this guy, we want to avoid as teammate. I already have 3 players. Oh my god. But okay, let's instead. I can't. So yeah. I here is the message. So this is an example of having a positive mindset and trying to spread it. Please join voice for urgent shot calls. Then mute and block any individual toxicity or irrelevance. And avoid tilting, climb faster, and have fun by treating losses as practice and watching the replays. Thank you. So yeah. And this guy, we want to block this guy. And we want to also report him for abusive chat. So definitely do this, because the more people get reported this way, they will eventually either leave the game because they will feel unwelcome. Oh my god, what am I? Yes. So yeah, report them and block them. And but I was so happy with the people who were nice. Oh my god. There were some nice people. So these are the people that you want to play with more, even if they are not so great at the game. Even if they're not so great at the game. I gotta position myself a bit better, probably. Ah, sorry. Get away. So I can heal. Oh my god. And you know why I slept the building? Because I was torn. My mind is like, I need to sleep the Ryan, and then but I need to heal Zarya. So I ended up shooting in the middle between the Zarya and the regroup, guys, regroup. Yeah, Ryan, good call. Don't move in. You're a good Ryan. Yeah, you can see definitely a noob healer. Absolutely. Look at me. Look at me going in front of my tank, playing a DPS. But yeah, I got greedy. To my credit, that was greed, not noobiness. Yeah, bad sleep there. I'm panicking a lot as a healer. It feels like I have to save lives and stuff. So I'm doing all these stupid things. Yeah, regroup, guys. Don't push. Regroup. Wait. All right, let's go. Yeah, that was also bad positioning for me, as any skilled player would be able to tell that. I came here, so I exposed myself. But yeah, I am panicking. I'm rusty. My god. Well played, guys. Thank you. Yeah, and whenever there is a chance for me to say well played, I say it. You know, definitely encourage your teammates. Like when people do things, be excited. You like I'm playing as Anna. If I'm playing as DPS or a tank, yeah. And I see an Anna like and my Anna, like in my team, my Anna sleeps an ultimating Reaper, for example. I go like, oh my god, that was an awesome sleep, Anna. You know, I kind of maybe there's a little bit of exaggeration, but they deserve it. Like imagine someone in silver, like a silver or bronze or even gold Anna, you know, shooting the perfect sleep against an ultimating, anyone who's ultimating really. Definitely they deserve the praise. It's awesome, you know, considering the elo that they are in. So yeah, and they are also support. Ah man, yeah. Obviously, I was targeted. I was trying to find some cover. Oh my god, and Anna, and I'm completely just tunnel visioned on saving, you know, the people who had all these icons above their head. They needed healing. So yeah, I wasn't like even aware of that I'm being shot by an Anna. Okay, follow our Ryan. Whenever Ryan says something, do it. All right, regroup. Give them the point. Doesn't matter. Regroup. Oh my god. It's okay. Give them the point. I don't know how many are they. Spread out. Awesome, awesome playing, guys. Thank you so much. Karma, karma police. That's pretty rad. Ah, okay, healers, healers. Not because I was playing as a healer. I just like to. I just like to. I like to thank healers as often as I can. Yeah, and even if they are bad, I like to, you know, I like to kind of be easy on them. So if someone like blames them or whatever, you know, I try to defend, like stand up for the healers and stuff like that, especially the healers. You know, maybe the tanks, like they do have a bit of responsibility. If they choose to tank, then they should be, you know, they should take responsibility for tanking. So I'm not like I'm not so easy on the tanks. Of course, I definitely am always, I always say, avoid toxicity. Don't be toxic to anyone. You know, try to be nice. But yeah, I mean, what I mean is that I defend healers a bit more, you know, passionately. All right, so we got two of these. We got these two guys. They definitely need a shield. So either Ryan or Zarya. I'll take Zarya.
Remarkable to find a bastion in such good operating condition. Who is responsible for your upkeep?
So yeah, as I was saying, you know, tanks do have a responsibility, so they should be up to that responsibility. They oh my god, I checked our okay, they have a bastion too, guys, so we gotta break their shields fast. We gotta pick, we should push. I don't know why that bastion isn't behind me. Bastion is down, push. Did you see me? Oh my god! I just threw it. I can't even talk about it. I literally shot a shield up in the sky. You know how hilarious how much of a noob can you get? I was checking something,
Reinhardt.
and then I just happened to press the button at the same time.
Bastion again.
Regroup, guys. Please regroup. Don't feed. Don't let them stagger.
Back up.
And then let's all jump on the bastion as soon as our ball starts disrupting.
Nice, he's dead.
Ah, okay.
Go.
Mercy.
On. I'm gonna play hog for this guy. I have ult though.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
I mean, I could switch to Ryan. People
Come
all,
high ground.
but I just hate just standing there, not doing anything. I prefer being able to shoot.
Come down. No,
Bastion.
Bastion.
Yeah, inside the building, in front of the car.
I see the job to do. My ultimate is ready. My ultimate is ready. 60 seconds remaining.
Don't feed, guys. Don't feed.
I must rejoin my team.
Regroup, guys. Okay, just seconds and we'll be there. We can do this.
Someone just has to touch. Touch.
Establishing defense point.
Ah, well.
Score 1-0. Switching sides.
We can maybe cheese this too. Like double shield, bastion.
Select
Yeah, I'll go run.
Yeah, we kind of fed them a little bit. We weren't like regrouping early enough. So guys, after every death, we have to make sure that if we're outnumbered, we don't push. We just try to poke, you know, get a pick. If we get a pick, we become 5 against 5. We can push then. But yeah, we gotta play kind of smart, and we can do this.
I'll be busy soon enough.
attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Damage output increase.
Bastion, you wanna set up here because of the flank. If they flank, I mean, I know high ground is good, but they can also come from behind here. All right, the high ground it is. I'll stay here, okay? Orisa stays down so that they can't contest.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
Down below us.
Yeah, I got it. Orisa down. Give Ryan, continue giving shield to our Bastion, please. I got it down here.
Where'd he go?
Where is he? Yeah.
He's up on the block.
Bastion, don't stay without a shield. I don't know where you are. Watch out for Ryan's dash or push, whatever it is.
Ryan, the right one.
Inside the building, yeah.
Installing updates.
Any heals? Any heals? That dunk was massive.
Diva almost dead. My god, we were so close, man. 60 seconds. Maybe I shouldn't have switched off Orisa, I don't know. Who do we have? Okay, I still have the Bastion, so might as well give him a shield. I don't know where Bastion was. Is he playing without a shield?
Yo, team, where are you?
What is the Ryan doing and what? Man.
Archiving combat data.
Oh well, I was wondering why is it? Oh, he was standing in front of the Bastion, but he could have just moved a little bit to the front to. Thank you guys. He could have just moved a bit to the front to kind of, you know, stop the payload, because I knew the payload is like every meter counts, so I wanted to stop it, like stand in front of it. Yeah. But yeah, it's okay. This is just one mistake, you know. I'm not trying to suggest that, you know, the loss was because the Ryan didn't move forward. I was just I'm talking about something very specific here, you know, just a little move that I was wondering, and at the same time, you know, I'm kind of thinking out loud. Could, you know, is it like I made the did I like make a mistake by pushing? I don't know, but I know that someone, tanks, you know, had to stand in front of the payload, stop it from moving, because every meter counts. And I couldn't, you know, I couldn't do it at the beginning because of the dragon, of course. I had to move left. Then as soon as I was able to move to the right, I did it. But yeah, definitely one of the things I'm so average in is kind of keeping track of the deaths, you know, the kill feed and stuff like that, to tell if we have a healer or not. This sort of situational awareness, and I have to definitely tab a bit more often, check the, you know, who's dead, who's alive, all that jazz. But yeah, as you can see, I'm quite transparent about my average Overwatch skills and game sense. I do like make shot calls, so that's where, you know, the positive sort of positive comms come in, and I do my best to make the shot calls relevant and informative. So, you know, I wouldn't say I need healing, for example. You know, I would refer to myself in the third person, say Orisa needs healing, our Orisa needs healing, or, you know, Ryan needs healing, and so on. I try to coordinate. I try to remind people to regroup, for example. These things definitely help, you know. They're not always going to help. You know, they're not always going to be the reason that you win, but they can. Like, they can. And if you keep doing it over and over again, you will eventually climb. At least that's, you know, that's my expectation, at least from what I know about the game. Because it is a team game. Of course, a few. I don't even want to say some here. I'm gonna say a few people can carry. Like, a few people can play, you know, without really caring about what others are doing, and they can win and carry. But those are like basically top 500 people who have, you know, like the best players in the world, the people who have been playing the game for years, regularly, so they don't, you know, they didn't get rusty. They practice a lot, they have a lot of knowledge, and so on and so forth. Yeah, because the gap between, you know, these top players in the world and people in bronze, silver, gold is so astronomical that they literally, you know, carry their whole team. But you can't always do this. At least when you get to gold, you will see, and this is like proven on stream. You can see top 500 players playing at the gold level, at the platinum level, and they literally lose matches. And why, you know, why did they lose these specific matches? So it is because it's a team game. You know, even if you're a top 500 player, you're gonna reach a certain point, and that certain point is like gold, roughly speaking, where you sometimes just can't carry the match against certain teams. You know, teams that are well coordinated, they you know, they time their ults, you know, and so on. So as you can see, I removed reloading because it's a separate sort of thing. What I do, I sort of believe in, and sort of What I believe in is that it is valid to train specific elements at a time. Mechanical. This is obviously mechanical. This has nothing to do with game sense and stuff like that. Some professional coaches and professional players, they don't like this sort of practice or warm up because basically they argue that it gives you teaches you bad habits because it's unrealistic. And they're right, this is unrealistic. They're not shooting back at you. So basically they say, you're not under pressure, so you're not learning to shoot under pressure, so you're learning bad habits. However, the counter argument to this is that you can also practice and learn the game or improve at the game one element at a time. What does this mean? It means basically dividing the huge game with all its different parts into nugget-sized bits, little small pieces that you can digest one piece at a time, so to speak. So this is obviously a metaphor here. What am I talking about? You basically divide the game, all its elements, all the skills, all the different skills and game sense requirements into its individual parts, one part at a time. All right, and you basically get better at that individual part. Like if you still feel like there is room for improvement, and as you can clearly see, my skills, my aiming skills are average. I miss a lot. There's a huge room for improvement when it comes to my tracking and my accuracy. So yeah, I'm still training this. What am I training? I'm training one thing specifically. I'm not training my game sense right now. I'm not training my reloading. I'm not trying to get my subconscious used to the magazine size of soldier. So for example, a professional coach, who basically doesn't agree with this sort of practice might tell you or might say, well, right now you're not reloading, so you're getting used to infinite ammo. You're right. You're getting used to infinite ammo. You're not getting your subconscious used to the correct magazine size of your gun as soldier. And that is correct, yes. But who said that I want to train my subconscious right now, at least, to get used to the magazine size of of soldier's gun, for example? That's not what I'm trying to practice. That's not what I'm trying to get better at. I'm trying to get better at tracking, specifically in Overwatch. So it is valid in this context. It is valid to just not, to cancel reloading. Why is this? Because reloading is a waste of time in this context. In the context of practicing tracking, reloading is a waste of time. I don't need to wait for my gun to reload in order to practice tracking. I'm just practicing tracking. So I'm focusing on this aspect at a time, just by itself. What about tracking under pressure? I'm going to say, so like if someone says, if a professional coach says, but you're not practicing tracking under pressure, I will say, yeah, I'll practice that, when its time comes. Basically, when I feel like my tracking has improved when I'm not under pressure so much that I became basically consistent with my no pressure tracking, then I can start practicing, shooting under pressure. And I can also do this in sort of stages. So basically, I can lower the damage of the bots, for example. I can lower the damage of the bots and yeah, get sort of. Yeah, guys, quickly, don't let them rush us. Fall back. Come on, come on. Defend Orisa so that she can make it. Someone needs to take the high ground. Who can do this? Who do we have? I think two of us, one tank and one DPS. I'll support you. Right flank. We've got a. We've got a Farah to the right. I didn't shadow on time. Farah still to the right.
Focus support.
This time, I'll finish the job. Move out.
Fire at will. I still have use for you. I'm going for the goal.
What? I didn't. I definitely have to change. I definitely have to change this key. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh.
Much better.
Please move behind the barrier.
Don't push, guys. We don't need to push. They took one bar already, so let's not take risks.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, I'm just laughing at the not even a bronze medal as DPS and as Reaper. But to my credit, I was telling people to get back to the objective. So yeah, as you heard me saying, I said, we don't need to push. They already have one bar. I'll try. I don't know. It depends. Okay, let me see if they. I mean, I know it's kind of unconventional, but wait. If they didn't have a. They didn't have a. They didn't have. What tanks did they have? They had Zarya. Ah, and Diva. But my guess is that they might actually use a.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
They might use a shield because it's a choke point. Let's see, I'll try this one.
Walks among you.
So yeah, I was basically telling people don't push. They already have one bar. We don't need to push. Just make sure they don't cap anything to get back to the objective. And I was staying on the objective. So while some others were like getting greedy, getting outside the building, trying to get kills outside, I said there's no need for that.
This was not my time.
All right, don't push, don't push. We lost the tank. Don't feed them, guys. Don't feed them, guys. Come on. Wait for our tank, please. Please, let's do this. We can do this. If we just regroup. Follow our Rhine, please. Unless you're a flanker. Wow, that was awesome, guys. Thank you. So yeah, there you go. No medals. Well, 5 bronze, 5 objective kills, and you still win. And if you noticed, bronze. Bronzos. That's 30% is decent. It's not bad for a bronze mercy. Come on, guys. That's good teammate, man. 30%. It's pretty decent. So yeah, yeah. As I was saying, as DPS. Not even bronze kills, but bronze objective kills, and still got. This is like the second win in a row. And if you noticed, the Roadhog was pushing. we lost our Ryan, and the Roadhog was pushing. Uh, but I kind of reminded them, and I think he was on comms, even though he wasn't talking. And I'm the only one talking. It's Franz. It's Franz after all. I'm the only one talking. But yeah, so I reminded the everybody, don't push. We lost the tank. Wait, regroup, and they listened. At least some of them listened a little bit. They resisted pushing, and if you noticed, right after that, we won. We actually made a push, all of us together. And I said, follow our Ryan unless you're a flanker. Some people listened, some people didn't. But yeah, flanking people, it's fine. Of course, they don't have to follow our Ryan. And I took high ground. I distracted the Anna, kind of made her sleep me. I kind of acted as a distraction. So yeah, someone killed the Widow and the Anna, but I was trying to find get a sneaky kill on healers, and I was gonna jump, of course, all of this probably. I think the Anna saved my life basically, because yeah, I made a bad move of jumping in without before checking correctly where the healers are, where the backline is and stuff like that. So yeah, very, very rusty, guys. Very rusty. But that's the point, isn't it? That's the point. That's the whole point. Show you average skills, average game sense. Maybe maybe at this point below average game sense. But you can still win matches, and you can still be nice to people and stuff like that. So yeah, there's no need to be toxic. There's no need to blame other teammates for losing. I was talking about that match. I can't remember the name of the map, but yeah, when we had to push that car, the payload, and and I was wondering why. Why the Ryan didn't come in and kind of help me stop the payload and stuff, and I forgot to continue what I was saying. So my talking has nothing to do with blaming the Ryan for the loss. I take full responsibility, and I keep saying I'm such a noob. I also point out my game sense mistakes. I kind of show you my game sense mistakes. So I'm showing you. I mean, you can see mechanical mistakes are easy to spot. You can see, oh, this guy is not getting enough headshots, and it's not like he's like missing. Maybe you can say he's missing too much with Reaper. I was even missing some shots with Reaper and stuff like that. So you can judge. You don't need me to comment on mechanical skills. You can see for yourself. That average mechanical skills, but when it comes to game sense mistakes, I think this is what a lot of people in bronze and silver basically need a lot of coaching on. I'm not the coach, just before anyone thinks, I'm saying that they need coaching, so they should find someone to maybe watch their replays, not me, someone who's like maybe the GM or someone willing. I mean, it depends on your budget, of course, but people who really wanna climb, I would definitely recommend. I mean, if you can afford it, save 100 euros or something, and just use that 100 euros, or I mean, if you're in the US, $100 of course, and use that 100 in getting some coaching sessions, and divide them. Don't get them all in like 1 week or 1 month even. Divide them across 3 months. I would say 3 months. And yeah, so basically someone who can watch your replays and kind of answer your questions about your own gameplay. So yeah, someone in GM. I mean, if you, you can get a professional coach for a few hours actually for $100, definitely a few hours. But if you can't afford that, you can probably find someone in GM who is like kind of legit in a way. And they can also coach you for less, so maybe a few hours for 50 euros, or even just, I don't know, maybe 3 hours for 15 euros, like 5 euros or $5 an hour or something like that. If someone is in GM only and not a professional coach, I think quite a few GMs would be willing to do that. but but you should definitely see some reviews, like, you know, see some people who have used that person's services before, and you can sort of endorse them, you know, like they give good advice and stuff like that. Definitely, because the issue, my friends, as I was telling ResEdit, my friend who passes by my stream a lot here, ResEdit, a while ago, you gotta, if you're playing on the PC, you definitely gotta check out what's going on with your mouse settings. So you gotta make sure that you turn off mouse acceleration in Windows. Check that on in Google. So Google it, like how to disable mouse acceleration in Windows, and then you also have to find out basically. Also, like, get in Google search, how do I find my best mouse sensitivity for first-person shooters or for FPSs. Search something like that in Google. You will find quite a few videos and articles about different methods of finding your best sensitivity. But I also described a while ago my own easy, basic, very basic way. And that's, you know, standing beside a wall and turn 180. Make sure that you can turn 180 with an easy flick of the mouse, sort of not too short, not a short flick, and not too long either. Sort of a medium flick of the mouse. You should be able to turn, you know. So yeah, like this medium flick of the mouse, you should be able to turn just slightly above 180, something like 200 or yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's it. An easy flick of the mouse. That's, you know, my method. But I am aware of, like, more complex methods and stuff like that. But you can use a simple one or a complex one, is up to you. But definitely find a good sensitivity, and make sure mouse acceleration is off. Practice like I'm doing here, because, and don't worry about, you know, if anyone tells you this will teach you bad habits or whatever. I would say, you know, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you are aware, as long as you're consciously, while you're practicing, while you're doing this practice, you are consciously reminding yourself, this is not wholesome practice. All right, I am aware. I know, like, while I'm practicing right now, I know that this is not realistic. I know consciously, you know, I already told myself that this is not realistic. Why is it not realistic? Because they're not shooting at you. I disabled the shooting. You're not under pressure. I can just stand here. Nothing is going to happen to me. I'm not under pressure. I'm calm. And in a way, this is intentional. I don't wanna get a seizure or a headache. Because I tried, by the way. I tried playing by reducing the damage, and, you know, letting them shoot me, but reducing the damage, or making myself invulnerable, or making my character only receive headshots. I tried that. It's just too hectic, and, you know, as I said, some people might get seizures from the experience, and it's just not worth it. This is like, you know, kind of relaxed, calming. This is fine for me. But of course, a free-for-all match would be better, even better, because it's a lot more realistic. But I would say that's like later on, like at a stage, at a more advanced stage, you can maybe see about playing more free-for-alls and stuff like that. But I think, in my humble opinion, it's completely valid to practice that way at the beginning.
Los Muertos is a cancer on this city.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
So yeah, it is completely valid, in my humble opinion, to practice that way at the beginning. Also, practice soldier. If you want to play soldier, practice him against the wall that way. You don't have to. I don't know. I mean, I heard this. I guess people who are playing the game, or they already know this. But in case you didn't, you don't have to burst fire anymore. You can just keep holding the mouse button down, L and B. But you gotta control the recoil. So move it up, move it downwards. They lost the DPS. We can push a little bit. Yeah, that was bad positioning from me. Definitely. That's my mistake completely. I mean, you don't need me to remind you that, but it's just bad positioning. I need to try to get high ground maybe later on a little bit, depending on whether they have someone up. Oh my god. Maybe I can try to flank, see if that's possible. And make sure. Mercy, mercy, mercy one. Inside the building. To the right. Regroup, guys. Don't feed, please. Regroup. We're still missing people. Don't push. Please don't push. Yes, completely wasted the ult. Reaper left in the building. Mercy down, mercy down. Push. Come on, guys, please push, please push. It doesn't matter. Mercy is down, push. Even if you get a few kills, we have the advantage, the spawn advantage. Baby Dpis out. Mercy, mercy, right? Almost dead, almost dead. Come on. Spread out, spread out. So yeah, I sometimes try hard, just, you know, I want to win, but at the same time I do try to remind myself, because I'm not perfect, you know, I sometimes forget. I try to remind myself of what I say here. Please join voice for urgent shot calls, then mute and block any individual toxicity or irrelevance, and avoid tilting. Climb faster and have fun by treating losses as practice and watching the replays. Thank you. So yeah, I always try to remind myself this, that the ultimate goal is not winning. The ultimate goal is to have fun and to have positive communication and to learn and improve and get better, learn from your mistakes. And one of the best ways of doing this is to watch your own replays. So you don't have to just pay someone like a professional coach to review your VODs for you. You can guys, we might want to get back a little bit to avoid the flanks from the right side here, these stairs. Where is the Ryan? I need to stand behind the Ryan. Reaper on the right. Almost dead. Nice one, McCree. I can use a shield, guys. Otherwise, there's no use for Bastion. We lost the healer. Guys, don't push, please. We lost the tank too. There's a Reaper somewhere. That junk, man. That junk. Well played, junk. Well played. Thank you, guys. Good try. So yeah, you lost, but you know you can still thank the people and say good try. It was a good try. It wasn't such a bad try. I mean, yeah, it could have been better. Yes, I know it could have been better, but you know it was still. There are some good things in it. You know, there were a few good things in it. At least you know what was good. The best thing about it is nobody was toxic. That was good. That was really, really good. So you can still, you know, say good. Yeah, see, endorsement received, sportsmanship. You can get also these endorsements when you show good sportsmanship. And good sportsmanship is taking losses positively and thanking your teammates for the time, you know, they played with you. They didn't, you honestly, you really have things, you can think that way, that you have things to thank your teammates for. Even when you lose, what, you know, why don't you, you know, you don't have to blame your teammates, you can still thank them. Well, because they played with you, they didn't throw, they didn't leave. You know how toxic it is in the low elos. People leave all the time. People literally throw. Like, you know, Lucius start to wall right inside the spawn room. They don't want to go out, heal anyone, do anything. Anna's sometimes even like I don't like to ever pick on healers, but only once I've ever seen an Anna that was flanking, basically perma flanking. You know, Anna all the time flanking, picking duels with DPS and nano boosting a Mercy. You know, a Mercy who hasn't shot at all in the match, and she wasn't like even ultimating or anything. So they were like obviously throwing, and I only saw that once in my whole life, like a healer doing something like that. So yeah, you get these people. You get, you know, leavers, people who leave the match even before it's lost. And the thing is, people need to realize it's not won or lost until it's won or lost. So it's not lost until you see the word defeat on your screen, and it's not won until you see the word victory on your screen. That's when a match is lost or won, when you see victory or defeat. Before this point, a match is never lost or defeat, never. This is a fact, and if you talk to top 500 players, they will tell you the same exact thing. You know, anything can happen literally in this game. It's just this game sometimes has it's one of the nice things about the game, and one of the reasons, even though a lot of people have quit the game and switched to other games at this point, you know, there are still people who keep playing it. It's because I guess it's part of it. It's got so complex. The game is so complex. It's got a lot of different mechanics of things working together. It's got you know, these ultimates that work together in unique ways. So yeah, anything can happen in the last 10 seconds or the last 5 seconds. So you literally never know. So you don't have to leave, but yeah, you get these toxic people, basically people who leave even before before the match is lost or won or anything like that. And once I can tell you, like my own observation, and it was recent, by the way, like one of the matches after placement and stuff. We had a match that looked like we were gonna lose. Okay, it looked like it in the first round. So one of my teammates left, you know, obviously a leaver. And guess what happened in round 2? We capped. So basically it was a push. It was one of those matches, you know, push the payload. The enemy obviously got 3 points, you know, and that's, you know, and they kind of got it a bit easy, at least. That's how it looked like. So they got 3 points, so it was 3-0, and they got it a bit, you know, a bit quickly. So that's why the leaver left. But then guess what happened in round 2? In round 2, a few people changed heroes. I think I might have changed heroes too. And we literally we capped the first 2 points fairly not like super fast or anything, but fairly quickly. We capped the first 2 points, and we kept moving towards the third point. We didn't cap the third point, but we came so close. We were literally like 20 meters away, I think, something like that. 20 meters away from the third point. So imagine if that dude didn't leave. You know, they would have seen the game being completely turned around, just because some of us, you know, changed heroes and stuff like that in the second round because we were attacking. So people, you know, do these weird things. They leave before the match is won or lost. And, you know, you don't need to do that, because as I said, this game is full of surprises sometimes. But yeah, you get these people, but you can still, so because you get these people, I guess if it wasn't for the darkness, we would not have known what the light is, isn't it? You know, so in a way, these levers, you know, are kind of, these levers and toxic people, they are doing us a small service occasionally. Luckily, it's not like every match. I've been playing quite a few matches now at the bronze level, and nobody left, and only one person was toxic and, you know, being calling others noobs or what have you. So yeah. But so when it happens occasionally, when someone leaves occasionally, or when sometimes someone is being toxic, you know, these people in a way are kind of giving you a service to your brain, at least as long as you know, ignore it and block them afterwards. And that service is that they are showing you what the darkness is so you can appreciate the light. So when you lose a match, you can still thank your teammates. And someone might wonder, thank them for what? Well, thank them for not leaving. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, say these words, oh, thank you guys for not leaving, or thank you guys for trying, you know. Well, actually, try. That's a good thing to say. Thank you guys, good try. That's what I said. I said good try. Thank you guys, good try. So, yeah, thank them for trying. Thank them, you know, without saying this out loud, but in your brain, you know, if you're wondering, you know, what do I thank my teammates for when I lose a match, in your brain, tell them, you can tell your brain that I'm thanking them for not leaving and for trying, for doing their best, even if they're unskilled like me. You know, as you can see, I'm not so skilled, but I tried. I did my best. I sometimes even try hard because I want to win. Some part of me wants to win, but at the same time, is winning the ultimate goal? No. That's, you know, I used to be like that, by the way, in the past. You know, winning was like the ultimate goal. I would try so hard, you know. I was like, and I would get so like 2 years ago or something like that, when I used to play Overwatch, I used to get like the average kills per minute of you know, top tier players, grandmasters and stuff like that, about 35 kills per minute, at least on, not on McCree for example, but I used to get that on Reaper for example. You know, I would get matches at the I think, I can't remember now, silver or gold, but yeah, silver or gold level, I would get matches with more than 70% kill participation on my Reaper. And I remember at least one match, I got 81% kill participation. And a few, as I said, more than 70. And many matches, more than 50% kill participation. On my Soldier and on my Reaper, but especially on my Reaper. I would do that. And I would be trying so hard in these matches, and I would, like, you know, kind of think to myself, well, you know, I'm at Dpis, I'm doing my job, getting these, you know, that insane, you know, insane percentage of kill, you know, or kills, and I still can't win. I would lose these matches, you know. So I would blame my teammates. I would say, you know, my teammates weren't doing their job, or, you know, they weren't trying hard enough. So yeah, I used to be like that, but I was never toxic. Even during these days, I was never toxic except to toxic players. Like right now, I'm at a point where I try to just, you know, as I said, just say one sentence to, you know, let them know that they're being toxic and they're not being and their behavior is not appreciated. But then I would, you know, block and ignore them or mute them. So that's what I, you know, do nowadays. So yeah, but in the past, as I said, I would sometimes be toxic to toxic players. I would feed the troll, you know. So yeah, I wasn't always like that. I would like this. Winning was like the ultimate goal, was so important for me at some point and stuff like that. And I would get so angry and so frustrated. Not just angry. The more, you know, I would like occasionally get angry, like not so often, like occasionally. But what I would feel very often is frustration. I would feel so frustrated that, you know, I'm trying so hard, I'm getting this insane percentage of kills, but I still lose, you know. And I'm like, well, what am I doing wrong? And I would keep wondering, and then I would obviously, if as Dpis you're getting more than 70% of the kills, you kind of feel like, okay, it's definitely my team. So yeah, I've been there. I know what it is like to feel that sort of frustration, that sort of negativity, and I'm telling you, it's not worth it, man. This is a game. It's a game. We're supposed to be playing it for fun, and you know, that's what it literally is. It's a game. It's about pure fun. And if you're not having fun, you need to stop what you're doing. I'm not saying stop playing the game. I'm saying stop doing what you're doing. And what is it that you're doing? Well, one of the wrong things that a lot of people do is they play for the ultimate goal of winning. That's the ultimate goal. You know, that's the main reason. Sometimes that's even the only reason. Yeah, they might be having fun. You know, somewhere in the back of their mind, they're playing for fun. But guess what? If they don't win, there is literally zero fun there. So in a way, I mean, how can we describe the situation? If someone is playing supposedly for fun, but if they lose, they have zero fun. You know, what are we supposed to conclude from this? Well, there is really one conclusion, and the conclusion is they're really not playing for fun. They're playing to win. So, only winning is fun for them. So yeah, and I would definitely recommend that if you're playing with this mindset, I would definitely recommend that you stop doing what you're doing. You stop playing with that mindset, and you change your mindset. You tell yourself that I'm not playing to win. I'm playing to have fun and to improve, to learn from my mistakes. And as I said a while ago, watching your replays, analyzing your replays very carefully really helps you with this. Really helps you, with your need to improve. And I'm also planning to have good communication, to meet interesting people, to meet other people, like-minded people. I want to meet other people who think positively like this, who don't get tilted when they lose, even if they have a losing streak. Everybody has losing streaks, guys, including top 500 players. And as I said a while ago, there are a few, not many of them, but there are quite a few stories of top 500 players dropping all the way to diamond in one season. I promise you, one season they drop from top 500 all the way to diamond, sometimes even low diamond. Imagine this. How does this make sense? And I'm not saying that's after they got rusty, after they quit the game and got rusty. No, like literally the previous season they were top 500, and then this season, I'm not saying like right now, today, this as of the date of the stream, but just imagine it, like, I don't know, season whatever, season 18, season 20, it doesn't matter. All right, so in like season 19 they were like top 500, and then literally season 20 they dropped to low diamond. So yeah, it happens to everybody. These insane, crazy loss streaks happen to everybody, including top 500. So why worry about it, or why blame yourself or your teammates or anyone, really? It's just a game. And it's not just it's not only like a sort of a game with maybe fixed rules or whatever. No, it's a game with RNG, with random number generators, and it's a game with a very, very secret matchmaking algorithm. We don't know all the little intricacies of it. Of course, a lot of the professional players and some of the top 500 players, especially the ones who don't want to get on the wrong side with Blizzard, they will tell you that the matchmaking system is semi-perfect. Or at least they won't say it's perfect. That's a bit far-fetched. They would say it's usually. I guess that's one word they will use. They would say it's usually correct in the matchmaking system, and the ranking system are usually correct. Now, do they really, deep down inside, do they really believe that? Well, I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I know what people are thinking and feeling deep down inside. But I do know that any famous streamer or top player or professional Overwatch player, they will be extremely limited to what they can share in public, because obviously they don't want to upset Blizzard. They don't want to upset Activision Blizzard. So yeah, they might be saying that the matchmaking system or the ranking system is usually accurate, but who knows? I mean, you gotta look at some of the top 500 players when they smurf, for example. When they smurf, you gotta ask yourself this question: why do top 500 players sometimes, when they play their placement matches on new accounts, they place in gold sometimes? Why would a top 500, and I'm not talking about the stories of top CSGO, Counter-Strike fraggers in the world switching to Overwatch and getting placed in platinum or gold or what have you, because the reasoning here is, that CSGO professional player treated Overwatch like a fragging game, like it's just a fragging game, but Overwatch is not just a fragging game. I mean, it's got Winston. When I say fragging, I mean, aiming, flicking and tracking and all that jazz, all that first-person shooter jazz. All right. So yeah, Overwatch is not just about fragging. You got Winston. Winston doesn't need to aim, for example, and yet you have top 500 Winstons. You see Winston in professional Overwatch League. All right. So yeah, Overwatch is not just a fragging game. It's a team game. It's got ultimates. It's got abilities. It's got cooldowns and so on and so forth. So yeah, if a top, Counter-Strike player plays the game and they get placed in gold or platinum or whatever, okay, it's kind of understood why. It's because they don't understand the game. They thought that Overwatch is just about accurate aiming or something like that, and so they didn't like really study the maps. They didn't develop their uh, their they didn't st-
Your support has arrived.
all right, so adult stuff in chat, but I'm going to ignore it. Widow in the building straight ahead.
Let's get you back in the fight. Heroes never die.
Yeah, I'm focusing. So as you can see from me going quiet, I'm focusing. I'm trying hard because I do want to win.
Heroes never die. Let's get you back in the fight.
Zarya behind to the right. And when I use shot calls like behind right, you know, before someone wonders behind what, well, it's behind the payload, obviously, behind this thing here. So you can make shot calls like that, you know, and people should basically guess that that's what you're talking about. Uh, so yeah, I'm trying to punish Mercy for making these mistakes. Hopefully she will learn with time. But they are, I mean, I died, but it's not a mistake, by the way. Like, you know, to die as DPS to take down a Mercy, especially a Mercy, not like just any healer, because if it's the other healer, then the other healer can, I mean, if it's the other healer, then Mercy can res them. But if it's Mercy, then yeah, absolutely, it's completely legit to die just to take her down, because it's a good trade. A DPS for 1 hour DPS for their healer, good trade. Thank you, Hanzu. Thank you, Mercy. Yeah, awesome playing, guys. Thank you very much. My God, this this Atish dude is just toxic. It's like, but he's not toxic enough for me to block him just yet. His life.
Walks among you.
Let's shoot for a new high score.
Attackers incoming within 30 seconds.
So yeah, in this round, I played 100, as you saw, I played 100%, almost 100% brawl. Just you know, I stuck with my team. I also stuck with the payload, and yeah, and just playing brawl. You can sometimes, of course, you know, teleport behind enemy lines, especially when you've got the. I just didn't find the need to teleport for my ultimate, and I felt like I was being more useful supporting my team, just kind of putting the fear of Reaper and tanks in the enemy's hearts, like I'm doing here. I'm also playing the. I'm also stopping the objective. Okay, I should stop what I'm doing. Okay, we gotta pull back. We gotta pull back. Guys, don't die, don't die, and don't push. We're still missing people. We just lost our Hanzo. Yeah, I did this intentionally. Like instead of escaping or hiding, I actually went in that direction to sacrifice myself, because I knew our healer was to my right or behind me, and I wanted to bait him. I was hoping he would take, kind of take me instead of the healers. I don't know if I succeeded, but I tried. And I knew that I didn't have shadow walk, whatever it's called.
Heroes never die.
Yeah, I know. I bought it out. I completely bought it out. Well played, Orisa. She played me out. I think she heard me teleporting, and just like a noob, I decided to use it while falling down instead of taking my time and making sure they are not looking at me. He's up, by the way.
This is my curse.
Got our. Do we have a? Tanks, stand in front of the payload, please. Even if you have to die on it. We could have let the baby diva walk around a bit to stagger, but my bad. I killed her. So yeah, if it's only one left, we should let them leave them alive and then kill them after a while. Oh my god! Did Orisa pull me? What happened? Yeah. Orisa, I think Orisa pulled me, and I just. Oh man. I tried, guys. I killed the freaking drunk. Oh.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Yeah, I definitely need to also calm my nerves. I'm trying so hard. Like, I felt like when I saw that when Reaper died after the ultimate, and I saw that objective moving in, no one standing in front of it. I was like, no, I got this. I got this knot in my stomach. It's like, no, I want to win. So yeah, definitely need to calm my nerves. Yeah, I am a little bit competitive, I guess, and that's why I want to climb. But yeah, I also don't want to make the stream series too long because I don't know. I mean, I would hope. And I would hope that to show that it's doable without like without waiting for years or something. Guys, don't feed them, please. We lost people. Junk. Oh my god.
This is my curse.
They lost the tank. Push. The payload, McCree! McCree behind! Can you hear the horror in my voice? It's like, no!
Repositioning.
Oh my god, I'm such a noob. I should have shadow walked in. Shadow wraithed, whatever it's called, I don't care. Ah. Yeah. All right, how are we going to do this? Yeah, let's cheese it. Yeah, I like the sound of, yeah, okay, perfect. That's it, man. That's it. Nice. Yeah, double shield and Brigitte. This is in our pocket, guys.
I've got you.
Oh my god, can we win this if they don't like move it enough? Right, we should use the natural cover, guys. Please don't tank in a don't tank in an area where if the shield goes down we don't have cover. We should always have walls to stand behind if the shield is destroyed. That's the only tip I can give you right now. Let's do it. See, I'm standing very close to the wall so that if the shields are down I can run. Junk to the right. Dangerous. McCree behind left. Oh my god, these people. This Anna. Is she like a Smurf or something? Good try, guys. Thank you. Oh, okay. I'll take it. partner is so lost. Well, I mean, it's a bit toxic, but it's okay. My confidence isn't shaken, you know. My belief in myself to do this, to finish this, to finish this project is not shaken, you know. Because you know this series is presenting a question: can someone with average mechanical skills and average game sense, you know, climb from bronze to GM with, you know, with the right mindset and emotional approach to the game, and with good comms, you know, trying to communicate with their team, with his team or her team, trying to be positive even when they lose, never flaming anyone, never being toxic. Can you actually do it? And yeah, I would like to prove that you can. You know, obviously the journey from bronze to GM is probably longer than gold or platinum to GM, but in a way it's kind of intentional, because you know I basically want to cover all the tiers, you know. Because if it's from gold to GM, you know, people who are stuck in silver or in bronze might be thinking, well, yeah, okay, it's because you started at gold, you do have higher skills than us. Well, no. No. Yeah, just for the record, I already mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but I'm repeating it. I placed these placements. These placements are genuine. I did not throw. I never ever threw. I never did anything like game sabotage. These are completely genuine placements. All I did was I simply just flexed. I used several characters, but I never chose a weak character. Like, what? Like, I don't know. Symmetra on attack is a bit old now. I mean, Symmetra is kind of, she's been reworked and she's kind of legit in many many situations. I guess maybe Torbjorn. I guess he's still not really valid in, well, attack. What kind of attack? I mean, he's, if you put the turret on the payload behind the shield, that's valid in a way, especially in lower ranks. It actually works. I mean, what is a bad pick? I don't even know. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, a clear bad pick from my perspective is when the whole team is a specific type and you pick a different type of comp. Like, you know, for example, your whole team is like Brawl or Death Ball, and you go for a, no, Genji can work with his team. My God. It's really hard. I think Blizzard did a good job reworking a lot of the heroes. Even Sombra is a very strong against tanks now, especially Ball. My God, I don't even know, man. But yeah, anyway, if there are really bad picks, I didn't go for them. I would pick something that I felt, you know, complements my team, works fairly okay. There is a Hanzo up behind us on the right. Dead, dead.
This time, I'll finish the job. My ultimate is ready.
Very well played, guys. Thank you.
Move out.
It's okay, just regroup. We can do this. We can win this. We just need to take it once. Only once. No, 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 Mercy, don't die, please. Let's regroup behind our tanks. Oh my god. Yeah, that's my bad.
Move out.
Easy, easy. Don't push too hard. We're coming. Mercy and Reaper are coming. Left behind you, tank. Get in, get on point, get on point, get on point. Even if you die on it, get on point. Well, I tried. Man, we could have won this. I'm not sure what the tanks were thinking or doing. So oh man. Yeah, that was definitely I mean, I'm gonna be honest, that was definitely, this specific instant was definitely the tank's mistake, and I made a mistake by dying. I mean, I kept telling people, I mean, but to my credit, I was afraid for the Mercy. I kept saying, I kept saying to the, you know, don't push please. And Mercy kept pushing, so I mean, if it comes to it, I'm just gonna body block her, you know. I'm literally gonna body block the Mercy so she doesn't die. They lost the tank. Push, guys, please. Where are the tanks? I mean, where are the healers too? This was...
I will get my revenge.
Okay, one healer is down, but they're down because, you know, I wasn't getting heals while I'm ultimating. I don't know what this Anna is doing. Is she like Russian or something? Hands are on the right, in the building on the right, just before you get to the objective.
This time, I'll finish the job.
You're boosted, Diva. Push, please. Yeah, my mistake. Bad positioning, not like keeping track of the ultimate, or at least even paying attention that Amoira was just ultimating. But, you know, that... There's a Reaper... I was just about to warn this Anna. I don't know what the healers are doing, just pushing without tanks. I guess, yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'll excuse her or him. They were running because, yeah, we were running out of time, so they do have a good reason to try anyway. My God, look at this gold frame. This might be like, I don't know, these people, I think they might be throwing intentionally to get their accounts, you know, down to bronze so they can, like, I don't know, stomp noobs or whatever they're thinking. So they're not exactly Smurfs. They're not exactly Smurfs. They're just, they might be platinum, something like that, and then they somehow, you know, intentionally throw whatever to get their account low. Yeah, so they can have, like, I don't know, have fun doing flanks and stuff like that on Hanzo and killing noobs and that sort of thing. But yeah, there was in this match there was definitely a mistake from the tanks. They didn't, like, I literally had to shadow Wraith and, you know, get on point to contest, and I was alone. I was literally alone, even though I pushed. The tanks, you know, didn't see this and go like, okay, we should probably help out. They just didn't drop, and we were running out of time. That was definitely Tank's mistake. So this specific one was Tank's mistake. Mercy did a mistake, and kind of, instead of me kind of thinking, okay, it's not my responsibility to, you know, babysit others making mistakes. Instead of thinking that way, I kind of pushed myself behind her, you know, because I was thinking I could body block her as Reaper, even if it means Reaper will die. At least the healer is still there, and especially she's a mercy, so she can maybe res me if she has a shield or something. But yeah, Hanzo was just feeding, literally. So there was this element, kind of a mistake from Mercy and a little bit from Mia too. So we died. We kind of staggered, basically. That was staggering. But yeah, other than these two ones, I definitely made a lot of mistakes. Obviously, lack of game sense, bad positioning. Because ultimately, you can't, even though Reaper isn't exactly, self-sustaining, he relies on a little bit of healing from, as long as he's doing some damage, he does get like a leeching effect. And yeah, maybe you saw me obviously going for health packs every now and then. So yeah, you definitely shouldn't be blaming your healers, for lack of healing. And you can use without spamming. You saw me. I have I need healing bound. Let me show you the options. If anyone, I don't know, some people in bronze and silver, I guess they don't do much research. So yeah, if anyone's wondering, I'm using my mouse is on 2000 DPI. I know this is very high. And sensitivity is 7. This I know this is not so low, but this is what I'm comfortable with in order to make a 180, because I do need to make 180s and stuff like that easily. I don't like making like long flicks with the mouse in order to get a 180. I like it to be kind of smooth, medium, not so short and not so long, kind of a flick of the mouse, an easy flick of the mouse. That's how I can describe. Easy for me personally, so obviously it is personal, but yeah, these are my settings. And as you can see, I've got the communication menu set to a certain key. Don't worry about these keys, the movement keys, RH, yeah, just don't worry about that. I don't use WASD, I use ESDF for movement. Because that's the natural position of the left hand for touch typing. I am a touch typist, so I basically type with all my fingers, all my 9 or 10 fingers, basically, without looking at the keyboard. I don't need to look at the keyboard to basically type, and I use all my fingers to type almost. Because the two thumbs, they kind of interchangeably sometimes. Usually it's my left thumb, but you can also press spacebar with your right thumb, of course. So yeah, anyway, I touch type, and the natural position of the left hand is on the FDSA. So ESDF works for me, to move. Besides, I don't use the QWERTY layout, this QWERTY, at the top left. I don't use this layout. I use a layout called the Workman layout, because it is much better than the QWERTY layout. Of course, just because it's better, I wouldn't advise a lot of people to use it, simply because the whole world is running on QWERTY. So at university, I've got really serious problems at university, because unfortunately it's not like the Workman layout didn't make it to the Windows settings yet. So you can't pick it. You can't pick the layout from Windows settings. You literally have to go online and download it from the website, or what's that programming website? I can't remember now. Forgot a lot of things. Anyway, there's this programming website where people share, code, and they can inject code into each other's programs and stuff like that. That website. So you literally have to download the layout from there and install it as an executable. Install it in Windows. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're a writer. You're gonna write a lot. Unless you're gonna program. You do programming. You do a lot of writing. You're gonna write books or write a lot of papers or whatever on the keyboard. I would recommend, for English writers, at least those who write in English, I would definitely recommend the Workman layout. But do be aware that you might have issues if you're using university computers, public computers. Obviously, you can't install executables on the vast majority of time. You can't install any executables on such computers. So yeah, they're not going to let you, so you might run into problems like that. But if you always have your laptop with you and you don't have to worry about that, I definitely recommend the layout, the Workman layout. You can just Google it and find out why it's so superior to the QWERTY layout. But yeah, so anyway, I've got the communication menu set to one key, and as you can see, the only few keys I have only few keys set separately. So need healing and buffs is, for me, is G, and thanks is Q, and ultimate status is Z. I think that's the default Z. So yeah, these are the ones I use a lot. I mean, need help. I think group up is probably better. People are more familiar with it, at least, even if they don't listen to it too much, or they don't listen to it often enough. But yeah, so definitely, you know, set the key here, ask for heals, but don't spam it unless, you know, you're literally standing in front of the healer and you already used it and they're still not like responsive. Then you can use it again to kind of, you know, really make them notice you, but definitely don't spam it. Definitely use it. You know, don't think, oh, you know, healers know their job, they're just gonna see my bar. And no, sometimes, you know, especially in lower tiers, and this applies to me as a player. You can see, you know, I am missing a lot of game sense. So just like me, the rest of the players in low tiers, they don't have enough game sense, you know, like situational awareness to be able to be able to be aware of everything around them, like to be aware of all their teammates' health bars, of the enemies that are surrounding them, or the locations of the opponents, and their cooldowns, their ultimates, others' ultimates, and so on and so forth. They have to keep track of so many things, and it's just too much for their brain, because not enough elements of the game have entered the subconscious yet, because that's basically how you get game sense. Like you get, like, it's basically how you get instantaneous game sense, the sort of game sense that helps you basically be aware of all these things in just 1 second. Like, you don't need to take more than a second, or even less than a second, to be aware, to literally be aware of all of this. All of what? Basically, to be aware of your cooldowns, of key opponent cooldowns, like for example Anna's nade, Anna's sleep, stuff like that. To be aware of important opponent ultimate counters. For example, if you're a Genji with an Ana and you want a Nano Blade, to be aware of Lucio's sound barrier, or Zenyatta's ultimate, whatever it's called, I forgot. So yeah, to be aware of these counter ultimates, to be aware of your teammates' locations and health bars, and to be aware of your opponent's locations and their health bars. Ideally, to also be tracking ultimates, not just key ultimates like the ones I mentioned, like your ultimate, Anna's ultimate, besides the Zen or the Lucio's ultimates. Not just these ultimates, but also be aware of even more ultimates, you know, other ultimates, to basically be prepared for them, to spread out or balloon, you know, whichever term you want to use. Spread out, ballooning is the same as spreading out, so that, for example, if Junkrat is going to use his ultimate, you don't all die. So how do you do this? You need to spread out, so that you know, no matter what Junkrat does, he's never going to get more than 1 kill. That's how you do it. So you ballooning or spreading out that way. But how, you know, do you do this? Is by, you know, tracking ultimates, watching the kill cam, trying to see, you know, who has what among the enemies in terms of their ultimates and stuff like that. So yeah, being aware of all of these things in just 1 second, that's basically part of game sense. And this is developed by memorizing, by basically becoming so familiar with each element individually, so much, like tracking, like, or basically being aware of one element. So it feels daunting for a lot of low level players at the beginning. It's just too much, you know. How can I be aware of all this? It's impossible. A lot of players in the low level tiers will also feel this way. They will firmly believe in the myth that it's impossible. They will say it's impossible. Nobody can keep track of all this. keep track all your teammates, the teammates that you can see, your teammates' health bars, who is dead and who is alive, if is anyone dead in your teammates, to enemy locations and health bars, ultimates, your ultimates, key ultimates, your teammates' ultimates and other ultimates, so ultimate tracking, cooldowns, your own cooldowns and key cooldowns, especially counter cooldowns. So for example, if you are a Reaper and you want to ultimate, you want to be aware of Anna's sleep dart. Did she use it or not? Yeah, ideally you wanna bait out, or you wanna hear Anna using her sleep dart before you ultimate as Reaper, or kill Anna before you do it. If anyone else can do it, also Brigitte can stun you out of your ultimate as Reaper. A Roadhog can pull you. So being aware of these are not ultimates, these are cooldowns. So being aware of these cooldowns too. So imagine all this data, all of this data, enemy locations, health bars, your teammates' locations and health bars, who is alive and who is dead, key cooldowns, your own cooldowns and others' key cooldowns, your own ultimates and others' key ultimates, including teammates and enemies. All of this. Basically being aware of all of this in just less than a second. A lot of players in the low level tiers will feel this is impossible. No one can do this. I've heard this before. I've read it in posts, forums, and I've heard it, and it's not true. It's simply not true. If you talk to any top 500 player, about this, they will tell you, actually, I do it all the time. And they will just feel surprised that, someone is saying it's impossible. But yeah, low level players think it's impossible to be aware of all this in just less than a second, especially in real time, moment by moment during the match. But top 500 players just do it naturally, and if you ask them like how, most of them won't be able to tell you. They won't be able to tell you how, because they don't think of it consciously. So how? So it's in their subconscious. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's like driving. It's like literally like driving. People at the beginning, when someone is like young and still learning, taking driving lessons, they have to consciously think of the driving. They literally have to think of every move. The way their hands on the steering wheel, all the other parts of the car that they have to manipulate, the stick, the pedals, the dials, any dials or any other buttons in front of them or what have you. So they have to consciously think about all this, and they have to also think about the order. So I have to do this first, and then this, and then that. They consciously have to think of all this, right? But after a few years of driving, they don't think about any of this. Their hands and arms literally move by themselves. Literally. Like they would be, for example, one hand can be drinking coffee or something while the car is stationary, it's not moving, and the other hand is already doing something, manipulating some parts of the car to start, running it and what have you. So yeah, driving becomes completely subconscious at some point. Every single move of your body, your legs, your feet, your arms, your hands, they are all doing these moves, and in the correct order, subconsciously. You don't have to think about it. And that's how it feels to top level players, some grandmasters, and most of the top 500s. It just, processing all this data in less than a second, it's like driving for them. They literally just glance at the they look at the score screen to see who's dead and who's alive, and to also take a look at any ready ultimates, and that's it. That's just split second. In split seconds, they already know who's alive and who's dead, and whose ultimate is ready in their own teammates. And while playing, they can target someone, and they can also notice the kill feed. So if the kill feed flashes, if they see a death in the kill feed, their eyes just kind of in their blind spot, they can see the kill feed has something, there's some information. So they just glance in literally split seconds. They glance at it and they know that's it. They don't need more than split seconds, just one glance to tell who killed who and which team now is missing how many, while they're fighting someone. So they're like fighting someone and they're strafing and they're trying to aim and all that. So how it's because all these different elements have been practiced for hours every day for years. So a lot of it has become subconscious. So how can you start doing this? Basically, you need to take one of these elements at a time. So don't try to do it like, you know, top 500 players or top players are doing it today. It's impossible. You can never do it in one day or from the beginning. You need to divide the whole thing into its individual small parts and practice each part individually. So for example, you can start trying to be conscious of your teammates' locations only, and whoever you're fighting, you know, someone your target. So anyone, so one opponent, and your teammates. You basically constantly during the match you try to tell yourself, I need to remind myself to take a look. Especially if you're Reinhardt or any tank, really any tank who pushes a bit forward, you need to take a look behind you every now and then, check on your teammates, see who's alive and who's not and what have you. And yes, I failed to do this a few times because, you know, as I said, I'm rusty. I'm very, very rusty. It's been a couple of years, maybe more than 2 years since I played. But yes, except for as I said, the placements and a few matches. Besides the placement, just before I started, you know, the previous few days before I started streaming. But yeah, that's the idea. So you decide that you're gonna spend a few days or maybe even a week just focusing on that. You know, your teammates' locations and whoever your target is. Then, the following week, or whenever you feel like you're comfortable with that now, you add the health bars. So I'm going to be aware of my teammates' locations and the health bars, along with my own, of course, health bar and my target. Nobody needs to, you know, basically tell themselves to be aware of their enemy's health bar. It just comes naturally. Everybody, you know, a lot of people say whatever, Genji, so and so one is one. And they usually say one is also, as a lot of videos and, you know, tutorials for beginners or low level players will tell you, one is misused too often. Like a lot of people say Genji is one, and then you look and Genji is not really one. He's half. He's not one. So yeah, one means like one bar, you know, like literally one shot or one shot. So one bar or one shot. That's what, you know, Genji 1, for those who don't know, at least. Genji 1 is like, he you know, the person is trying to say that Genji is only one bar left or is one shot from death. So, you know, just shoot Genji once. But if you say this and that opponent isn't really one bar, you're really it's like game sabotage. You're hurting yourself and you're harming your team's chance of success. Because for example, let's not say Genji. Someone says Reaper is one. All right. If you have a Genji, and that Genji acts immediately on your acts immediately on this information, then stay indoors to make that Pharah useless until we find the counter. Diva, maybe you can help with Pharah. Focus Pharah. At least annoy Pharah if you can. Please keep an eye on our healers. Was it this? Yeah, they have a Sombra. She's gonna be hunting our healers. Well played, guys. Thank you.
Score 1-0.
So yeah, as I was saying.
Ich bin da.
Guys, come on the point. Where is everybody?
This is not your time.
Up, we've got someone on the high ground. Not anymore. We punished the Mercy. Baby Diva. Thank you, guys. Well played. We got ARG, so we won. Wow! 3 gold medals. Okay. No, Mercy gets it. I can't even type a heart, guys. Freaking hell. Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. Positive communication. Trying to be nice and bring the nice things in people. So yeah. it's definitely. I know it sounds fluffy and maybe like unpragmatic, but believe me, I'm a very pragmatic person, generally speaking. I try to be practical. I try to not not rely on anything that is not reliable. And when I say that positive communication, being positive and being nice to people, and at the same time trying to bring the best in people rather than trying to bring the worst, because believe me, we're all human beings. We all have bad and good within us, and we all have the potential to be at least neutral. Like even toxic people, believe it or not, even toxic people. As I said, I'm still, I haven't changed my stance. You need to respond, let them know that they're toxic if you want. That's optional, but it's mandatory to just block them and mute them. Block them, mute them, and try to avoid them if you have space to avoid them in your matches as teammates. And just, yeah, don't interact with them. Never ever have a conversation with a toxic person. But does that necessarily mean that this toxic person is just evil, or they are just bad people? Well, not necessarily, but sometimes yes. I'm not even kidding. There are some. I mean, some people think it's kind of strange, or I don't know, too much, but it's not too much. There are sociopathic people. Psychopaths, for example, exist. The prisons are full of psychopaths, literally psychopaths. People who have psychological issues. And sociopaths, they are not like as bad as psychopaths, but sociopaths do exist. They don't always go to jail. They are not in prison, but because they don't like really murder anyone, or do something like so drastic, so insane, so extreme. But they exist in society. They are all over the place. They are in schools. Like sociopathic people, they are in schools, they are in universities, they are in corporate offices, they are in small companies, they are CEOs and executives, and they are also low-level employees and simple workers, and so on and so forth. There's no specific sort of social or financial status, or academic status for sociopaths. They're everywhere and come from all sorts of backgrounds and what have you. And guess what? They are also gamers. So gamers, do include sociopaths. There are some sociopaths among gamers. So yeah, these people basically, they're never gonna change. They're just like that. They probably, I'm not saying never as a guaranteed way, but I'm just saying that it's what I really mean by never is that it's very unlikely. Very, very few of them ever change. The vast majority of these sociopaths will always be sociopaths, because that's just who they are. It's kind of, I don't know, a disease or whatever you want to call it. I'm not really good at academic or too specific with this, but what I do know is that there are some people out there who do deserve the categorization of psychopaths. Luckily, a lot of them are in prison, and there are a lot of people who deserve the category of sociopaths, and you just need to avoid these people. And most of them, as I said, they will never change. Now, does that mean that all toxic people are sociopaths? Not necessarily. Some are. That's what I'm saying. Some are. Some toxic people that you meet in gaming communities, they're just sociopaths. They're just antisocial people. What does sociopath mean? It means someone who usually gets a rush or gets psychological satisfaction from harming other people psychologically. So basically, a psychopath is someone who has a certain tendency to, or likability, I don't know, they like basically causing physical harm to other people. They feel psychological satisfaction when they cause physical harm to other people. Sociopaths feel psychological satisfaction when they cause psychological harm to other people. So it's basically trigger, like to use more common words in the gaming community, triggering. So it's like when someone says, "Oh, are you triggered, bro?" or why are you so triggered?" and so on. So this triggering, they actually feel satisfied. It satisfies them. It makes them feel good when they trigger other people, when they see other people, when they get other people riled up, angry, upset, any negative emotion. So any negative emotion that they can plant in you, it makes them feel good about themselves. That's kind of one of the elements. I mean, just to simplify the whole thing for a lot of people. So those people do exist. Not all toxic people are sociopaths, but some are. Some toxic people, though, they're just going through a rough time in their life. They're really going through a rough time in their life. They are in a rut, in a psychological rut, and unfortunately, because of lack of knowledge, lack of self-awareness, and lack of knowledge, lack of strength of character, lots of issues, lots of problems, lots of elements like that. Because of this, instead of taking responsibility for the problems in their life, they are looking to blame external factors, or things, anything other than them. All right. So these sorts of people, they tend to do this. They go out there and find something else. Something else. It's not me. It's not my responsibility. No, it's not my problem. It's them. It's her. It's him. It's whatever. It's some sort of external factor, and this sort of goes into a cycle where they feel helpless. And why am I describing all this? I'm describing all this in case you see any of these elements in yourself, any of these problems. If you feel any of these things are sort of manifest in you, or they are within you, then you need to sort it out before this stuff grows into worse and worse issues. And of course, I'm not talking to sociopaths here. I'm talking to just normal people who are going through a tough time, and that tough time turned them into toxic people. Yes, they do watch. Sometimes they do watch videos and streams about getting out of the rut, getting out of the Overwatch rut that they are in. Usually bronze, silver, and they want to climb at least to gold or platinum or something to begin with, and then maybe they'll get more ambitious later on. So they try to find some content. How do I get out of my Overwatch rut? Well, so I'm describing this for these two reasons, so that you can understand why toxic people are toxic, and the two main kinds of toxic people. As I said, some of them are sociopaths who will just never change, and the others, as I said, they're just normal people going through a very tough time, and unfortunately, due to problems, in issues in their character, and also lack of knowledge and lack of self-awareness, they started blaming external factors. They got used to blaming external factors rather than blaming themselves. It could also be remnants or things remaining from childhood, when they were really helpless, when they were like literally helpless, because they were children, completely reliant on their caretakers, and caretakers did wrong things, traumatized them, so they basically grew up getting used to the idea that they are helpless, and whatever is happening to them is because of other external factors, other people, because just like it was the caretakers really mistakes, when they were children and suffering and what have you. It wasn't them. They were just innocent children. It was the caretakers who were really making mistakes with them and traumatized them. They got used to this. So now, even though they are older, maybe late teen years, or even 20s, or even older, 30s, 40s, 50s, it doesn't matter. Overwatch has all sorts of ages playing it. So anyway, regardless of age, they just got so used to it. They got so used to blaming external factors and not taking responsibility. And as I said, this can be remains from childhood. So you don't always have to be too harsh with them, because you don't know if this is actually a sociopath who deserves harsh treatment, and sort of to just tell them that they're unwanted. We don't want them in the community, and we don't want them in our chat. But yeah, it's really difficult to tell sometimes. because obviously toxic people who are just normal people going through a tough time, or they got used to blaming external factors, these people sometimes they want to defend themselves. Their subconscious makes them want, like, if you attack them or if you tell them that they are toxic, let them know that they are toxic, they want to defend themselves. They once again, they don't want to take responsibility. It's like, so they tell them, no, I'm not toxic, I'm just saying the truth. I'm just I'm just describing you. You're a bad player. You're an unskilled player. I'm just saying the truth. So I'm not being toxic. They're obviously defending themselves here. So they're justifying their behavior. So once again, so either they're not doing something wrong, or whatever is wrong in their life is someone else's problem. As I said, not their problem. It's not their mistake, and they don't take responsibility, and they get into this cycle where they can't get out of it. Because when you think about it, if the reason you are in an Overwatch rut, or basically you're not climbing, is not you, it's your teammates, then obviously you don't have to do anything at all, right? You don't need to improve. I mean, if you're not climbing, if you're in bronze and you're not climbing, and the reason that you're not climbing is all your teammates are always bad, you almost never, or like 8 in 10 matches you get match made with bad people, and only 2 matches, when you win 2 matches in every 10, that's when you get like good people. Okay, so in these 8 matches you're just being match made with bad people, then you don't need to improve. Just stay where you are. You don't need to watch videos. You don't need to read any tutorials or posts, good posts, that teach you the game. You don't need to practice mechanical skills. You don't need to watch your replays and see what you did wrong here and there. You don't need to do any of this. So yeah, you can just wait until your teammates get better, or until the algorithm makes you lucky. Here is, luck, quote unquote. So you're waiting for luck. You're waiting to get lucky. All right. So basically it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. These people get into this rut cycle, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that they're always getting bad teammates, and that's why they can't climb. So they keep getting into matches where they project this perception into the match, and they find any clues, anything to prove their self-fulfilling prophecy that they're getting bad teammates. Like what? For example, someone, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, someone is trying to escape, with their life, so they are backtracking, they just lost control of their movement, and instead of running, instead of turning around, looking at the ground and running, they are backpedaling. So they can't see what's behind them, so they fell off the map. So this toxic person sees that in the kill feed, or even sees it in front of him in the game, and goes like, okay, our Dpis throwing, or whatever, whoever, our Baptiste is throwing. Why? Because he jumped off the map. Well, did he really jump off the map? Well, that's what his eyes tell him that he saw, and he doesn't care, even if it's a mistake. Well, what maybe he didn't jump off the map. Maybe he was just backtracking and didn't see, and he made a mistake, and he just fell. Maybe he fell off the map. He didn't jump off the map. He fell off the map by mistake, not intentionally. So what's the response of the toxic person? The response here is, well, he's a bad player. He's blind. He can't see. He doesn't look where he's going. Yeah, you see also the phrasing here, how he phrases it. He's blind. He doesn't look where he's going. It's like in the present tense, So what does that mean? That means that his perception is that this person does that all the time. So he jumps to the worst conclusions. He makes the worst assumptions about other people. Whereas he could have said, or he could have thought, oh, he just made a mistake. He just, he fell off the map. Just that instant, just in that moment, he fell off the map. But for the rest of the match, he doesn't keep falling off the map. He's playing normally, But in his mind, he doesn't want to acknowledge this. The toxic person, he just thinks, oh, he's just jumping off maps, and he's throwing and what have you. Why? Because he is desperate. This toxic person is desperate for proof that his theory and his self-fulfilling prophecy is true. He needs to sort of get that safety that he's not a crazy person, that his theory is correct. All his most of or almost all his teammates are bad, and he needs to find proof for this because he doesn't want to feel like a crazy person. But in reality, it's kind of crazy, to think that you're losing all these matches because of them. Whereas, and because of his toxicity, he becomes a game sabotaging factor. He tilts other people, so he tilts easily, very, very easily. At the first sign of trouble, not even loss, at the first sign of trouble in the match, he tilts. So he tilts very quickly and easily, and then he tends to verbalize, announce this tilting. It's kind of like a few esports players or professional players when they don't necessarily announce their tilting, but they slam their hand on the desk, so all their teammates basically suddenly are aware that their teammate has tilted. So obviously even though that it happens to professional players, obviously, so even and that professional player now is being toxic. Believe it or not, he is being toxic. He doesn't even have to say a word, and he doesn't need to say a word. Just slamming his fist like this and acting so angry right beside his teammates in a professional match, he's being toxic because he is basically spreading his negativity. He's letting his teammates know without uttering a word. He's just letting his teammates know that that I'm angry and I'm tilted. And this sort of negativity spreads very quickly. And at the very least, even if his teammates are very professional or are professional enough to not let this negativity affect them, it will make them feel very awkward. They will feel very, very awkward. So it happens, luckily, not that often even in professional matches, this sort of toxicity and tilting. And it's usually because, as I said, the person is just in this mindset that the professional players are not like that. They're not thinking that their teammates are bad, so they have other reasons. For a professional player, it's usually that what makes them so tilt and are so angry is because they are playing to win. That's the ultimate goal, and I don't blame them, I guess, because in a way it's kind of their living. They're making a living out of this. It's their job to win. But at the same time, I think they kept playing so long with this mentality that the ultimate goal is winning, that they got so used to it that it became just second nature to them. So now if they don't win, they tilt so easily. They can't control their emotions because they got so used to it. And this is why I keep using this macro that I use here. I keep using it with my teams over and over again. Please join voice for urgent shot calls, then mute and block any individual toxicity or irrelevance. And this is the part that is important. And avoid tilting, climb faster, and have fun by treating losses as practice and watching the replays. Of course, I can say more, but messages can be only so long in Overwatch. But to say more, your main goals from playing should be to have fun, learn, improve, practice, and have positive communication with other gamers who have similar interests. I mean, these guys like to play Overwatch. They want, at least, even if they don't they like it, or they're like so angry or tilted or frustrated, they at least want to play, or otherwise they wouldn't be playing. Some part of them wants to play Overwatch, and you want to play Overwatch too. You share something like that. You share, passion or at least a desire to play the same game. So yeah, you have something in common at least. You can be nice to these people and have positive communication with them. But yeah, as I said, the toxic person is in this mindset that it's not his problem, it's his teammates' problem, and he's almost always getting match made with bad teammates and so on. And this has so many, this cascades into so many bad results, really bad results for that person. So the first important result is that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, guess what? If you keep expecting your teammates to be bad, well, guess what? They will be bad. Not necessarily because they are unskilled, but just because your own playing can actually make them bad. You know, the way you play, and then also the way you communicate. Your toxic comments can tilt them and make them feel negative and angry, you know, and so on. And secondly, so first of all, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and secondly, it also affects one's performance. I mean, in a way, if it's not your problem and your teammates are bad, this will affect your when you think about it, this will affect your performance. I mean, if your teammates are bad, then maybe you don't have to try hard enough, you know, like it's lost anyway. Your teammates are so bad and it's lost anyway, so why try? So as you know, you kind of, even if you don't think of it that way, it will affect your performance negatively. It will make your performance bad rather than better. And finally, or you know, it's not necessarily just these three bad results, but the most important, these are the three most important bad results. The third most important bad result is that, as I said earlier, it stops you from improving or practicing or learning or getting better. Why? Because you don't need to. You don't need to. It's not your problem that you're losing. It's your teammates' problem. The wrong thing is not with you. It's with your teammates. So obviously you don't need to improve. You don't need to learn. You don't need to get better. You're fine as you are. It's your teammates that need to get better. It's the matchmaking algorithm that needs to matchmake you with better teammates. You see here? You see the point here? So there's no need to improve. So yeah, you literally get worse and worse. And if you're not improving, you're literally getting worse. Why? Because most of the community with time improves. And I know I've seen this clearly. Basically, people today at the bronze level, like these people, like these matches I'm playing now, 2 years ago, I used to get this level of skill in gold. And this is something that only a player who quit the game can tell you. Like all these top players who keep playing the game and keep smurfing, they wouldn't be able to tell you this, probably. At least at the lower level. I mean, maybe at the higher level, yeah. At the higher level, maybe they can tell you. Yes, I'm pretty sure I saw a few videos like that. Basically, top 500 today is much better than top 500 2 or 3 years ago. So they already know at their level. But what they may not know is that even in the lower elos, in the lower ranks, it's the same thing. Bronze today is playing at the same level that gold played 2 or 3 years ago. That's I see this very clearly. These, from my perspective, from my memory, 2 years ago or something like that, these are not bronze players. These are gold players. You know, when I really think about it. So yeah, the community is getting better. But that toxic person, so because they are not getting better, they're getting worse. Why? Because everybody around them is getting better with time, you know, or not everybody. I don't like to generalize or use these words, every, always, never, you know, I try to minimize at least these words, because it makes, you know, the message more accurate, and it makes your thinking also more objective. So not everybody, but most of the community around them are getting better, while this toxic person isn't getting better, because, as I said, they don't need to get better. It's not their problem that they are losing a lot or they're stuck in a low elo. It's, you know, matchmaking, it's teammates, and so on. So yeah, it's one of the worst things that they can do. And the problem is that these toxic people, they become like a bad apple, and they spread their toxicity around if they are not blocked and muted. And that's why I said it's very important to block and mute these people. Not necessarily because they are bad people, because, as I said, some of them are bad people, sociopath, but some aren't. Some are just normal people going through a really tough time, or who had a really, really rough upbringing, you know, like trauma. They have trauma from their childhood and stuff like that, which is still affecting them until today. And they don't read, they don't like gain knowledge, understanding, in order to understand this and, you know, finally talk to themselves in a better language to treat this, to get out of this problem. To basically say, okay, yeah, maybe my caretakers, my parents, whoever they are, maybe they made mistakes with me when I was young, but I'm old enough now to make my own decisions, you know. So yeah, I mean, how do you start thinking that way? It's by reading and understand, or at least watching educational videos or something like that, you know. It's by teaching yourself that thinking. You have to listen to the people who will tell you to think that way, who will teach you. I'm just giving few examples here, but there are books written about all these things. So yeah, not all of them are bad, but regardless of whether they are sociopaths or they're just normal people who are going through a tough time, or they are people who have trauma from their childhood, it doesn't matter. At this point, this toxic person is simply going to spread their toxicity if they are not isolated. So you need to isolate them from the community. How do you isolate them? You isolate them by blocking and muting them and letting them know. I mean, as I said, it's optional. You can let them know that they're being toxic if you want, just, so that they are reminded that this behavior is not appreciated. But that's optional. What's not optional is blocking and muting them. This is mandatory. You should never ever. And what's not optional is avoiding a conversation with them. That's not optional. You have to do this. And I'm not saying that you have to listen to me or you have to do what I'm saying. I'm just saying that this should be a rule. You don't need me to tell you this rule. This literally just should be a common sense rule, that you never have a conversation ever with a toxic person, because they will bring you down to their level and they will spread their toxicity to you. That's what they need. They need to they need to engage with people who will entertain their toxicity by listening to it. That's what they need. They need someone to validate their toxic existence. And you shouldn't do this. This will harm the community because that toxicity spreads, and it will also harm them because it will give them a good feeling. Basically it will give them a good negative feeling, a good feeling about their toxicity. Basically, that they will feel that their toxicity is being validated, it's being engaged with, and that makes them feel better about their toxicity, and that it kind of validates their toxicity. It basically gives meaning and sort of momentum to the toxicity. It makes the toxicity to keep moving, within them. And we need to do the opposite. For their own good too. We need them to stop being toxic. So that's why I said never engage in a conversation with them. You can say one sentence or one comment to them to let them know that they were being toxic, but you really have to mute and block them after that. Don't even care what they say back, because more often than not, they will trigger you. They will know how to say, they will know what to say to trigger you, because they have experience in the game. All right. So they know, they probably know which character you chose. So they will know, and they have a lot of experience in toxicity and triggering other people. So yeah, more often than not, they will know what to say to make you feel miserable, and or at the very least make you feel very angry. So don't even give them a chance to respond. You just let them know they're being toxic, and you shouldn't be toxic to them. That's really bad for you, for them, and for you too. So don't curse them, don't call them names. Just very, calmly, very objectively, let them know that they're being toxic. Say, what you're doing now is toxic. You shouldn't be saying these things. And you should be nice to people. But I'll leave it at that, and I don't want to talk. And then you can just block and mute them immediately after that. So now I started talking about this, because there was like a little bit of good. You see, a little bit of good conversation here. Even though, Luna was in she's losing. She was in the losing team. That's why, or they, I don't know, he, she, it doesn't matter. They are in the losing team. Luna is this Mercy. I think they changed to Anna a little bit, and then saying crying, missing Arg. Got cold. And Luna saying got cold with 4 limbs. So yeah. So yeah, anyway, some good conversations were going on and stuff, and I engaged with them with the conversation, and it reminded me of what I said at the beginning, that your main and ultimate goals and your focus while playing should never be winning. Your main goals, your focus and your main goals while playing should be to have fun. First of all, because it's a game, to learn new things, to improve, to have a positive communication, and to have a positive or to have good communication with other people, and to practice, or kind of in the order I put the practice first. So to practice, and then finally to have good comms, to have good positive communication with other people, other gamers who have the same interest, who share the interest, who share the desire to play Overwatch, at least, if not they share the passion to play Overwatch with you. Those should be your goals, and that should be your focus from playing. And guess what? If you do this, I promise you, you will climb faster, and you will have a much, much better experience while playing Overwatch, even when you lose, and even when you get toxic people. You will become basically like indestructible, in terms of your psyche, your psychology, your positivity will become indestructible. Nobody can trigger you, given that, as I said, given that you never engage in conversations with toxic people. You let them know if you want, that's optional, but you always mute and block them. Never engage with them. So given that you do this, and you make your focus and goals these that I mentioned, you will just become like this indestructible force of positivity and momentum, not just in having fun and playing the game, but you will also literally climb. Because why are you going to climb? Because you will never be the weak link. And guess what? Psychology can make you a weak link. Being negative, being tilted, like allowing yourself to tilt, will affect your performance. You will perform badly. You will actually get very close to throwing. And some people literally throw. Leaving is throwing. If you leave a match, if you get so tilted, so angry that you leave a match, well, you just threw the match. And I already gave an example a while ago. I said I had a match, one of the matches I played after the placement matches. The other team caught 3 points, and one of our teammates left. And after that teammate left, we played 5 versus 6, and we captured 2 out of the 3 points, and we came so close. We were 20 meters away from capturing the 3rd point, as 5 versus 6. So imagine if we had that 6th person, and that 6th person was never a weakling, never tilted, stayed positive. I believe we could have won. We literally could have won that match, because we could have captured 3 points, and we could have thought about a solid defense, denied them any, capturing anything, and then we could have caught just 1/3 of a point or 1 point, and then we could have won. I believe we could have done it, but we had a thrower. One of us left. They left before the game is lost, so they gave up. They gave up before seeing the defeat screen. They gave up. And that is toxicity. And that is from this toxicity, from playing for the ultimate goal of winning, rather than for playing for fun, learning, improving, practice, and positive communication with other people, with other like-minded people. Getting so attached to this, so obsessed with winning, just it definitely makes you tilt if you don't win, or if you don't smell victory. If you literally just smell defeat, like not like experience defeat, you just smell defeat. So it seems like this might be a defeat. It just makes you tilt. You just smelling that sort of sign of the first sign of defeat can make you tilt if you're so obsessed with winning that way. So yeah, it easily makes you a toxic person. And people who are feeling that way and who think that way, have that sort of mentality, really have to stop. Not just for other people, but for themselves, so they get out of the rut, and so they can start improving, getting better, and climbing, and also more importantly, honestly, more importantly, to have fun, so they can have fun, so they can be playing a game. Because when you really think about it, quote, playing a game, unquote, you're supposed to be playing a game. You're supposed to be doing this for fun. So, why get so obsessed with winning that you actually sabotage your own fun and end up sabotaging your own games? Not just your fun, you sabotage your fun and you sabotage your own game. It becomes a snowball effect, snowballing into, I don't know, into a self-fulfilled prophecy and a cursed cycle, and it spreads within the community. That's one of the worst things that in this issue, is that it spreads within the community too. It's like a virus, it's like COVID-19. It's like you have that virus, of toxicity, of obsession with winning, and you spread it. You spread it to your teammates and to the community with time. So yeah, for your sake and for the sake of everybody around you, you really have to start shifting your mindset from obsession with winning, from focus on winning, from playing for winning, to playing for, as I said, having for fun, for improving, learning, practice, and good comms, good communication. And definitely open your voice, just unlock it and or enable it, join the voice channel, but definitely block and mute toxic people. Never tolerate them, never listen to them. So the first person who shows the first sign of toxicity, definitely mute that person and block them too, so they don't get to also spread their toxicity by text. But just because there are many, or there are few, or there are many of such people in the community or in your games, this doesn't mean that you should just mute, voice indefinitely like that in the lower ranks. That's just not the way to deal with it. That increases toxicity, and it also increases the isolation of the individual community members. And teaching people that Overwatch is not a game is not a team game. It's a game of like in the lower elos. Teaching the community that the game, that Overwatch is a game of individual skill, mechanical skill, and game sense, all the way to diamond. And then maybe it becomes a team game. Maybe it becomes a team game in Masters and above, or at the professional level. That's just toxicity. That is literally toxic. It's like you're basically teaching people that they should isolate themselves. And we have also professional coaches teaching people to mute their, like basically never join voice. Why, coach? Shouldn't I join voice? Because there are some toxic people, and there are like some 13 years old kids that shout at you and stuff like that. Well, okay, yeah, they do exist in Overwatch and in every game in the world, and we can just mute them individually. Why do we have to sacrifice a good thing like communication because there are bad people? You just made them win. They won. They literally won. They spread their toxicity so badly that basically now we have some people in the community convinced that they should be isolated from everybody around them, and they shouldn't listen to anybody at all, and they should just basically never join voice. And you have actually professional players and coaches teaching people this toxicity, this isolationist mentality, that we should play in isolation, and that it's not and that Overwatch is not a team game. It's a game of being carried and carrying. So you either be the carrier or get carried. What kind of mentality is that, man? I mean, how did we come to this? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Just weird things, and especially because they are coming from top level players sometimes. I mean, luckily, most top level players are, more sane than this, but we have that sort of thing. We have that sort of mentality all the way to the top level, as I said. Teaching people that it's not a team game in lower tiers, and don't play with voice. My God. I mean, why are you playing? Why are you playing a team game if that's the sort of mentality that you have in order to climb, in order to get out of the low level tiers and then start to play, you know, the team game and start to communicate, because what? Because low level players aren't worthy of, I don't know, being listened to, or of you talking to them. I don't understand. But yeah, luckily not all pro players are like that, and not all coaches are like this. We do have sane pro players and positive ones who encourage, you know, voice communication, and who tell you that this is a team game, and it is a team game. And these streams that I'm planning to, you know, start doing are trying is, you know, they are partially trying to prove this, that without insane individual skill, or even individual game sense, just with positive thinking, a positive mindset, good comms, and average skills, you can actually climb. That's what I'm hoping to at some point prove. Doesn't look like doesn't look like it'll happen too soon, but I'm not giving up for sure. Anytime soon, at least, I'm not giving up. And regardless of what will happen, I am never giving up on at least the way I'm thinking about all this. You know, for sure. You know, even if I don't make it to GM, it doesn't matter. The things I'm saying, I believe in. I know they are true, and I know that you don't need me or anyone else to make a stream like this, or to make a journey like this, to prove it. No, it's not needed. Of course, this is not just going to be about, you know, a positive mindset, good spirit, good comms, and what have you, because I already showed you that I practice sometimes, at least this way, and I'll practice in different ways in the future, God willing. I'm gonna do it, and also, as I said in this message that I keep using, or, you know, kind of using as a macro in my matches, I'm also going to, because, you know, I want to practice what I preach. So I'm preaching to watch your replays. So I'm going to practice what I preach. And, you know, guess what? I'm a bit tired. I want to end the stream, but just to make the first stream include as many different elements, as many different parts of this journey as possible, I'm actually going to review, you know, not the wins. The best replays to watch are the losses. The losses are the replays that have the most lessons. They are rich with lessons. Wins are good to watch too. They are okay to watch if you really want to, but I definitely would recommend focusing on your losses. Your losses have more lessons, more good things to learn. So this is a long loss. I'm not going to watch it now. This is a short one. Yeah, let's just make it a bit easier, because, you know, problem is not the issue is not like using something too long. It's about learning. So let's see this one.
Welcome to Ready for Battle.
Now, where is the... where is the... I'm trying to find the options. Not these, but there is a...
Ready for battle.
There is... I'll look look for the controls here. Maybe, yeah, yeah, this one. There. So yeah, I like. So basically, you can, if you don't know this, you can face the floor and move forward, and then go back, go upward this way to kind of have an eagle's eye view, and you can turn on. So if you show this, you can turn on these from here, and you can also spectate a specific person using these shortcuts. So here they show you. So if I want to spectate myself, of course I have to make sure that I put this F12 here in the shortcuts. But where am I? Oh, here, partner. So here it is. So if I want to spectate myself, I can press F7. But I like I prefer the eagle's eye view because it kind of shows you positioning and game sense. You can kind of get an idea about, you know, how well you positioned, how is your game sense and stuff like that. So let's see what's going on here. We've got the diva, interestingly enough, being the most back. She's like literally our back line. That's an interesting thing. And we've got the Doomfist here. He's trying to flank. That's fine. But this, you know, just to kind of course, you should be focusing on yourself. But I guess I mentioned this in case you know, someone is playing a flanker. If you're like a flanker, or Doomfist is like a diver. So if you're, whether it's a flanker or a diver, if you're using a flanker or a diver DPS, ideally, I'm tempted to say never really. You should never dive alone. Almost never. Okay, it's not never. I mean, sometimes, of course, you can dive alone. Sometimes when you are fairly certain that you can get the kill and run away, yes, that's when you can dive alone. But vast majority of the time, you should really be waiting for your tank, for your diving tank to dive. We do have a diving tank, you know, which is Diva. So, but our Diva, as you can see, she's the backline right now, interestingly enough. And Orisa is also, yeah, Orisa is quite shy. I mean, there wasn't like any danger. She could have, is there a way to get an arrow? Oh yeah, well, I have to, okay. So yeah, here, for example, she could have, like at the beginning at least, like, well, not just at the beginning, until now, there is really no danger. She has a shield, so she could have dropped here, not like all the way here, I mean, just to be kind of, to have like some sort of a way to get back. She could have dropped here, put a shield. Of course, there is the issue of the flank here, but yeah, put the shield, the good angle, and if it stands here, you have a chance of getting back if the shield breaks or stuff hits the fan, you know. So there is that issue, and the Doom should be waiting for the Diva, and the Diva should really be pushing a bit, you know, at least be beside her own tank, kind of helping. But yeah, other than that, you can see that we, both of us, myself as partner here, as May, and this healer, right from the beginning, you know, we both, like, especially that healer, especially the Lucio. I mean, at the lower levels, a lot of Lucios tend to be quite over aggressive like that. They think that they are invincible, that their speed makes them invincible, but obviously that's just not true, and it's most definitely not true at the higher levels. Like this here, yeah, this here, what this Lucius doing, oh my god, look at this. He's like taking a, like, he's just dancing, you know, he's just dancing, moving here, and yeah, like if they had, like, who is, what kind of, yeah, this is a Junkrat. Oh my god, look at this Lucio. He's just shooting and stuff. If this Anna was like spot on, like, you know, GM Anna, she could have slapped him right now probably, or at least taken like 1/3 of his life or something with a shot, which she almost does. So yeah, I mean, we should definitely not do this. Now for me, let's see, let's be just as harsh and critical on me. So I am boosted, I'm damage boosted by the Mercy. This makes me a bit eager. Can I get a kill early on being damage boosted? And I make the same mistake as the Lucio. See, I'm not using any cover. If they had a, I mean, I don't know their setup or their comp yet. Yeah, for all I know, they could have had a Roadhog. This, instead of a Junkrat, this could have been a Roadhog, and that Roadhog can come here as I move closer and closer. He's a Junkrat, yeah, but I mean, he could have been a Roadhog coming this way. All right, now the Roadhog can see me at a higher level. That's it, I'm done for, literally done for. Roadhog sends a hook, pulls me all the way here, shoots me in the face. As a Mei, I'm not gonna die right away, but Anna is here. She can, one shot from her, she can finish me off. That's it. So Roadhog, hook plus shotgun in the face, Roadhog shotgun in the face, and one shot from Anna, bam, done. Thank you very much. Or even the Sigma, also right in the face. You know, a couple of projectiles in the face, and I'm done for. So yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I guess I felt like a bit overconfident with being damage boosted, but I'm not even being damage boosted anymore, and I'm still there. And our tanks, look at our tanks. So the Lucio is being over aggressive. I'm being super over aggressive. We're both just insanely aggressive, and our tanks are being super passive, strangely passive. I really don't know what the Orisa is doing. You know, not contesting. I mean, I know there is, you know, the control point is not, I fully understand the control point is not unlocked, but it's not about, sorry, I mean, I used the wrong word when I said contesting. I used the wrong word. It's not literal contesting, it is psychological contesting. I mean, yeah, I probably need to explain this. Okay, to explain it, the best way to explain this is assert your dominance, you know. That's how I can explain it. I don't really have any other words for it. Psychological contesting. You are tanks. You need to start contesting, even if you know, contesting unlocks in 16 seconds. You still cannot technically contest. You need to psychologically contest, as in you need to bully the enemy. You need to assert your dominance. You need to get down there, say, I'm a tank, and this, you know, that's what you need to basically be telling the enemies, not with your mouth, but with your actions. So you need to be saying basically, I'm a tank, this is my point. You see what I mean? So this Orisa really needs to get down here. She could, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it in the corner. I mean, a shield in the corner means that she probably can't be shot from anywhere, not even from here, unless the Junkrat jumps here or starts, you know, throwing grenades in the wall that way. Of course, the Junkrat can still throw grenades that way, but if he does that, you know, maybe we can find a solution, see if you know, we can out heal it, or or get back at that point, or maybe we could have flanked. Someone could have gotten the Junkrat so there are no more bombs, so the Orisa can get back down there. But the Orisa definitely needs to put a shield here and stand kind of here, roughly speaking, or she can even put the shield kind of this way to protect herself from this high ground flank and stand here to basically start to say, this is my point and I'm going to contest it. She needs to say this with her actions. And the D.Va definitely, so the D.Va, in this case here, the D.Va should be basically protecting the Orisa from this flank, so she can stay near her Orisa. When the shield breaks, she can DM damage matrix, and basically keeping her eye on this flank in case anyone tries to come here and start shooting down. She can fly up to them, bully them out of this high ground. She can also flank with the Doomfist rather than leaving him alone there, wasting time. They can really pressure the healers and everybody really if they do this together. If they jump or dive the back line, this Ana for example, they could have definitely dived this Ana by themselves, finished her off very quickly, bam, done. And then they could have also right after the Ana, they could have also dived this Junkrat together. That's what I'm saying. So for the Mercy is doing well. She's using cover and damage. Also, nobody needs healing at this point, so she's damage boosting the Orisa. Also very good choice because the Orisa's shots can reach all the way there, but the D.Va, the D.Va can rocket only, but then her shotgun shots won't really be that effective this distance. That's just how I would think about, but obviously I'm verbalizing my thoughts. If I'm watching this silently for myself, not on stream, everything I mentioned to you right now would take probably like 4 or 5 seconds. So basically that's what I would, I'm here, I'm watching, so basically I would like go one by one, it kind of reflect on the Mercy, kind of think to myself, like in my mind, just I don't even have to say it out loud, or I don't have to actually say the words in my mind. I can just think the thought. Mercy is using cover, she's doing well, damage boosting. This D.Va is a bit passive. She should be either with the Doomfist or down here with the Orisa. This Orisa is definitely being very passive. She should be down here with a shield. This Doomfist is taking a risk. If he doesn't have the D.Va with him, he should have probably joined us in a death ball and just helped us, or even joined me or something like that. Two DPS would be more intimidating than just one. And then the Lucio, also crazy stuff. And me, crazy, very, very over aggressive, extremely over aggressive. Don't know what I'm doing, just bizarre. But I tend to be over aggressive, I guess, because I play tanks a lot. So in a way, I might be in the tank mode, sort of the tank mode, and I know Mei has ice block and has wall and stuff like that. So it's kind of making me a little bit. This knowledge in the back of my mind is also making me kind of overconfident, I guess. But yeah, that's even with the ice block, even with the wall. This is very, very bad positioning. Very bad positioning. I should have been here, using this as cover, or even back here with my tanks and just using my icicle, my right click, something like that. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean here I kind of instinctively know that I'm doing something wrong, so I keep like breaking line of sight, using this as cover. So I'm using this cover now to protect myself. I guess in a way I am trying to intimidate them. I'm trying to make them feel like, okay, there's because a lot of players, especially in low elos, in the back of my mind, I also know this, that in low elos, a lot of people are afraid of Mei, because they know, you know, they can get, like, if they get too close to the Mei, she's gonna freeze them and one shot them in the head. That's it, they're done for, with the exception of tanks, of course. But you know, the Junkrat would be kind of worried, I guess. A lot of squishies, all squishies would be kind of worried. So Mei is kind of intimidating, and I guess in the back of my mind I was using that. So I started playing a bit better here, you know, using this wall as cover and just peeking just enough to, you know, try to get a pick or something. I should have definitely been using my icicle, because this can't reach. I mean, I'm half intimidating them. I'm kind of like, hey, Mei is here. Kind of, I'm trying to let them see the. So even if it doesn't touch them, in the back of my mind, I remember I was thinking that even if it doesn't, you know, really hit them, you know, I want them to see the the iconic look of Mei's gun, you know, so that I can intimidate them, so that they keep feeling too afraid to, you know, get and contest. I want to help. So basically, it's like I want to help my, you know, Orisa finally gets down. You know, tanks should be the first to get down and start to contest, as I said, to assert her dominance. You know, this is my point. I'm going to contest it. You know, she has to say this. Or any tank has to say this with their actions. They need to be brave. And push and just, you know, trust their healers to take care of them and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm trying to kind of also be intimidating with Mei here. If I were playing Reaper, I would also probably do the same mistake. It's not very, you know, recommended, but I probably do here. I would prefer to see my Ryan. I would prefer, if we were playing with Ryan, I would prefer to see my Ryan here. If my Ryan is here, I would definitely be, you know, like right here with him all the time, you know, just really putting the fear of Reaper and Ryan in the enemy's heart. Maybe sometimes flanking from here, like this area here, but mostly, at least in these moments when we're still contesting, we still have to contest soon, I would be here. So I guess that's these are some of the thoughts that were going on in my mind, but I would still say this is bad positioning. Maybe I do succeed in intimidating them at this low rank, but you know, you're not going to be that intimidating at diamond and above, really, as Mei. You know, people are going to start being aggressive, and they will start, you know, punishing you, definitely. And if they had a good Roadhog and the rest were like diamond, Mei would have been done for, absolutely, you know, no question about it. So yeah, bad positioning, even if I'm trying to intimidate them or whatever. And here I do notice, here I do notice the trap. So at the beginning I shoot it with the vapor for a while, and then I realized, okay, that's not gonna work, so I icicled it. Let me check. Was there a need for this? Oh yeah. There was a need. My health was low. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I can keep, of course, watching. I mean, I'm curious about this Doomfist. What did he do? How did he come here? But yeah, no time for this. For the rest of, hopefully for the rest of this, you know, replay, I'm gonna try to focus on myself and my own playing and stuff like that, and see how I can avoid some of these mistakes in the future. So here I definitely have to remember that even though I am Mei and I don't need to be at a certain distance in order to freeze enemies, I should probably play it safer than this anyway. So I mean, if needs be, I can probably stand here behind the shield with Orisa and use my icicle. That should intimidate them. As long as I have decent mechanical aim and stuff, I can kind of, you know, intimidate them with the icicle. And then if they come here, then maybe I can push at that point, like try to freeze them. I don't know, I mean, maybe here, but yeah, that's not going to be close enough. Like if the Sigma gets here, drops here, yeah, that's going to be too long. She can't freeze. Here is bad. I mean, there's no difference between here and there much. Maybe there is actually more dangerous because, you know, because of this here. you're like here you're too close to this upper flank here, whereas here you're a bit further away, so there is a chance that you could be missed or something like that. So yeah, both of these areas are bad, and I don't know. I mean, ideally, I would want to see the D.Va here behind the shield supporting her Orisa with constant spam, maybe even kind of keeping an eye on the flanks, and then as soon as the Sigma drops, I would want to see that the D.Va goes, doesn't fly. She shouldn't fly. She should walk and put pressure. Why? So that her flying her boosters would be available if she needs to escape or something. Her boosters would be available rather than flying over there and applying pressure and then her getting in trouble and her boosters are not available. No, she should just walk from behind the shield over here, push the Sigma, and if she did, I would definitely be all over with her. Like, I would just be shoulder to shoulder with my D.Va and really put the fear of Mei in their hearts with her. So yeah, ideally I would have wanted to see some pressure from the tanks, but if it's not my job to compensate. I mean, as DPS, it's not my job to compensate for tank passiveness or for lack of tank aggression. I should play it safe. Your individual life is safe. So basically, a lot of what the hell is this? What was the shortcut? What was the shortcut? Why? Okay. Is it volume? This weird sound. Okay, it's not playing anymore, luckily. So yeah, some players, as I wanted to say, some players would just focus on blaming their tanks. Part of the reason why I'm highlighting some of the mistakes of my other teammates is not to blame them. It's to basically show you that at this level, everybody, especially myself, will make mistakes. All right. So yeah, this Doomfist was alone there without a diving tank like D.Va with him. Now he joined her, so he kind of figured out that he was doing something wrong and he returned. So in a way, he's doing something good here, because he, as I said, he just figured out that he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing. And as I said, the tanks are being a little passive, not aggressive enough, in my opinion. Now the Orisa is doing a little bit better now, and she's doing okay, I guess. If the shield breaks, she can use this as cover, or probably this she can get stuck here. She can use this as cover. She can stand here and then use this area as cover from both, actually, from the flank here and from here. But of course, it's safer to just apply pressure here, make sure they don't flank us, and then use this whole wall as cover from anyone, any opponents here. So as I was saying, I would want to see a little bit more aggression from the tanks, especially when the healers are available and stuff like that, and especially when one of the healers is crazy and over aggressive, and especially when one of their DPS is also applying pressure and that their own tanks haven't dropped yet. Use that chance, their own tanks have not dropped. They are in their own tanks are being intimidated by the Mei. This won't happen on higher levels, but it's happening here. So you need to capitalize on this as a tank. If something like this happens, you need to capitalize on this. Go and help your DPS who's doing this mistake, this silly DPS that's your silly damage dealer that's overconfident or over aggressive. Go and support them. I don't mean make a mistake with them. It's not a mistake in this case, because you can use this here, especially as D.Va. You're fast enough, you can escape. If you can kind of fly all over here, all the way here. That's it, you're protected. You can use this as cover with the damage dealer, and their own tanks aren't, they haven't like really pushed yet, so you can capitalize on this. You should pay attention to these things, that one of your damage dealers is making a mistake, yes, but guess what? They are not paying for their mistake, because this is low rank. This is a low rank. They are not paying for this mistake. They are actually succeeding in intimidating the tanks of the opponents. So hey, let's capitalize on this. Let me so a tank, like a tank with good game sense here would say like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna go support my my damage dealer. I'm going to go capitalize on this and apply even more pressure, intimidate their tanks even more, so that it's not just the Mei that's scaring them, it's the Mei and also the D.Va, or the two together, Mei and anyone else, kind of in numbers, strength in numbers. So yeah, there is that, and I'm saying all this to basically emphasize that at this level everybody will make mistakes. But this doesn't mean that I lost this match because of my tanks or anyone else. I lost this match because I made mistakes. I underperformed. I take responsibility. It is my responsibility that I lost this match. Maybe I'm sharing it with others, yeah, but I don't care about that. I shouldn't be focusing on others' share. I should really be just focusing on my own share of the responsibility. I don't know what my share is. I mean, yes, it's a sixth member team, so you could say theoretically I have 1/6 of the responsibility, but some mistakes are worse than others. So I might have made a mistake that's really heavy, so I could that could increase my share to something more than 1/6 of the share. Maybe it's 1/5, maybe even 1/4, quarter of the share. Who knows? You really have to analyze the match very, very well to really kind of assess your share of the responsibility. But yeah, point is, I made mistakes, a lot of mistakes in the match. Others made mistakes too, and it doesn't matter what others. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what others did. I'm only highlighting it just to as a piece of advice, in case you're in the same situation as tanks at some point, you don't do the same mistakes, and if in case you lose, you don't do these crazy things. All right, partially, but partially I'm saying all this to emphasize that they made mistakes, but it doesn't matter. The loss is my responsibility. Yeah, not my responsibility alone, but it doesn't matter. As like when I really think about the future, it completely doesn't matter what mistakes my teammates did. The only thing that matters for the future is my set of mistakes in this match. That's the only thing that matters. I'm not gonna get anything by focusing on the passiveness of the tanks, or the over aggression of the Doomfist, or trying to dive alone. I'm not gonna gain anything from that. There is absolutely no benefit from me from focusing on these things. The only way I can benefit is by focusing on my own issues and my own problems, the things that I did wrong in this match. And by the way, mistakes are contagious, just like laughs. When someone laughs like really passionately, it's really difficult to not laugh, even though sometimes you don't even know why the person is laughing. It's just because the person is laughing in such a crazy way, or such a funny way, you just find yourself laughing uncontrollably. You can't control it. And similarly, mistakes can be contagious. Like if I'm being over aggressive here, um, as I said, I would want my diva to join me, not to correct my mistake and not to do a mistake herself, no, but just because I am not paying. It's obvious that I've been here for many seconds and I haven't paid for this mistake. So it looks like I'm not gonna pay for this mistake for a while, so why not join me, especially if you're a tank. You're either you're kind of, you're bulky, you can take more, you can take a bit of damage, or you're like diva, you can you can use your DM, you can excuse me, you can escape. So yeah, why not join me? Join me, because it seems like we're not going to pay for this mistake for a while, so let's capitalize on this. We're gaining some space. I'm creating space here. Yes, I'm not killing anyone, but I'm creating space. What kind of space am I creating here? All of this, because this is supposed to belong to the tanks right now. Our own tanks have jumped in, but theirs didn't. Why? Because they're afraid. They're afraid of getting frozen by May. So this space here, I'm creating it right now. I'm basically claiming it and creating it. My teammates can do things here. I can put a wall, for example, to really delay them, but I was waiting for someone to get into trap, and I think I trapped their Zarya, but unfortunately we don't capitalize on this. We'll see as time goes by, but yeah, the only thing that matters for the future are my mistakes, and that's how everybody should be thinking when they're watching this. So yeah, for your own, like when you watch your own replays and stuff, don't really focus on the things. As I said, the only reason I highlighted the others' mistakes is because I want to show you that yes, my teammates made mistakes, but I'm not blaming them for the loss. I'm not saying that I lost because of the tank's passiveness or whatever. I lost because I didn't do my job properly. You see what I mean? So yeah, and this is how everybody should be thinking. Does that when I say I lost because I didn't do my job properly, does that mean that I'm the only reason we lost? No, it doesn't. It just means that I need to take responsibility and forget about other people's share of their own share, because they can think it's their responsibility to think of their own share of of the responsibility of the loss. It's their own business, to think of their own share. I can't change them. I can't control them. They are their own individuals. They make their own decisions. They choose to keep playing mindlessly or watch the replays, and try to improve. They choose, how to play. They choose how to live their life and how to play their game. All right. So I have no control over that. It's irrelevant to me. So the only reason I mentioned it, as I said, is to highlight that yes, others, your teammates will make mistakes, but you need to stop focusing on others' mistakes, because it doesn't matter. What matters is you. And as I said, if you're making mistakes, your mistakes can be contagious. In this case, I would want the diva to join me, but I wouldn't want Lucio to join me. So when I say your mistakes can be contagious, what I mean is that someone like Lucio can join me, because I'm making this mistake here, and it looks like I'm not paying for it. So some others might be tempted. Oh, maybe even the Mercy. If I lost some health, maybe even the Mercy can make a mistake of flying to me. She could fly instead of just healing me. She could fly to me and start healing me. And guess what? If she flies to me to start healing me, because I'm making a mistake, and mistakes are contagious, so she copies me. Well, if I'm here and I'm not dying, but I just need healings, then maybe it's safe, and I'm safe. I haven't died yet, so maybe the Mercy might think, okay, maybe it's safe, so let me fly. And then she flies out of the shield, stands here, starts healing me. These guys here see, oh my god, that's not just the Mei, this is the Mercy. This is an excellent chance. If we can put down this healer, this Mercy, we will have a huge advantage. And all of a sudden, the fear of Mei doesn't affect them enough, because they are greedy. They get greedy. They get, they're sort of, I don't know how the expression is, but it's like their desire for the prize of downing the healer, you know, overwhelms the fear of Mei, and then maybe the tanks would jump in. So maybe, or at least maybe the Zarya would see her, get in, start pushing, and just like mistakes are contagious, bravery is contagious. So you know, the Sigma sees his Zarya getting in, so he goes, okay, I'm gonna join her. And all of a sudden, me and Mercy are under pressure, but they are ignoring me because I'm DPS or because I'm Mei or whatever. And they focus down the Mercy, even if one of them dies, or maybe none of them are gonna die, even if Mei freezes them, because they're tanks. They're not gonna die, just because they're frozen once by Mei, you know. So yeah, especially if they still have shields and stuff like that. So mistakes are contagious. So you know, don't think that you only have 1/6 of the responsibility because it's a 6-member team. No, maybe you have more, because as I said, mistakes are contagious, and you might be making the worst mistakes and encouraging others to copy you. So you could be the weak link without even realizing, you know. So this is why replays are so useful. Replays are amazing, and watching them critically, don't just watch them mindlessly without pausing. No, pause and think to yourself, what am I doing? Is this normal? And you know, what are the prices that my team are paying for my mistakes? And always remind yourself, mistakes are contagious. You might be affecting others to copy you, you know, and make the same mistakes, and thus you could literally be the weak link, or you could literally be the main reason of the loss. So you have a big share of the responsibility without even realizing. The only way to really find out is to watch your replays analytically and critically, not, you know, trying to find others' mistakes, but watch them by trying to find your own mistakes and trying to also understand the consequences of your own mistakes, you know. So now the Zarya finally decides once, I think, now it's as soon as it's time to contest, the Zarya takes the risk of getting down and starting to bully the Mei, well, you know, my character, my hero. And instead of running away, I push back to intimidate. Oh no, I push back in order to isolate her with the wall. And I do make it, it's not like a perfect wall, but it's okay-ish. So the reason I moved closer is because I wanted to, you know, basically correct the angle. I moved closer in order to make this, because I think while I was back here, the wall would have ended here. So I moved closer in order to make sure that, you know, this part of the wall would be here behind the Zarya, and to block the Zarya and trap her. And my hope was that my team would capitalize on this. But what is the D.Va doing? My god. This is bad. This is bad. So the Orisa, the Orisa is definitely a better tank. This is very obvious now. You see? So Zarya starts really bullying the Mei. The Mei puts the wall to isolate her, and Orisa sees that Zarya is isolated. She says, okay, this is a chance to put down one of their tanks. So she joins her Mei and puts down a shield too. But unfortunately, the Junkrat slips through the opening because it's not a perfect wall, and bombs the Orisa all the way up that way. But you know, she did drop a shield at least. But very unfortunately, the D.Va is the D.Va is still back. The D.Va is, well, she's trying to protect with her shield, but does her shield reach? No, doesn't look like it. Look at that. the shield seems to, yeah, here it is. So this is the end. This is the end of the shield. So she's really not doing anything. There is already a shield here by the Orisa. She's not doing anything with the shield. And as soon as the Zarya is isolated this way, this D.Va, I would say she should have burnt her cooldowns, all of them. She should have just flown. She should have just flown all the way to the Zarya and just emptied her rockets in her, like micro missiles, in her face, and then followed up with the shotgun right here, like in her face. Just down that Zarya. Even if she bubbles, burn her bubble down and kill her. That's just and even the Lucio realizes the chance here. So yeah. But my god, he loses half his health again to the freaking Junkrat. And finally the Zarya is like, Zarya's obviously panicking. Oh my god, I'm trapped and they're gonna kill me and gang up on me. But yeah, the Junkrat kind of, I think the Junkrat literally saves his Zarya by bullying our Orisa, the only one who tries to capitalize on the Zarya being isolated. And too late, D.Va finally shoots her rockets, but it's just too late, D.Va. Too late. Yeah. And I finally also start to realize, okay, I need to back down. I finally realized that. So I'm still here. And then yeah, I see I think I see my Orisa flying, and I start to feel the Junkrat's nades all over the place. So yeah, and I see the shield breaking. I say, okay, I really have to back up. They're not intimidated enough now, so I gotta go down. I gotta back up and kind of be with my tanks. Wow. Yeah, this Junkrat is just insane. He just got us both like that. One hit. Insane. But could I have avoided that death? So we have, yeah, I should have really started to, I mean, if I wanted to bully someone, I should have really, but he can one shot me. So I mean, Junkrat is also kind of intimidating in his own right, because he can just primary fire you and then put the pipe in your face and blow it up. And I think it's definitely one shot for a lot of squish. I don't know if this is a one shot for Mei or not, but it is a one shot for all squishies. Oh my god, here it is, isn't it? This is the one. I'm like full health. Oh, now I'm, yeah, I'm getting fire. Yeah, so I was already quarter health, and Lucio's a squishy. Bam, done. We're done for. What I'm thinking is whether I could have avoided that or not. There was a shield. Oh yeah, but the shield broke. I should have started, noticing. Yeah, definitely avoidable. Avoidable by basically realizing that this is not the time to push. Look at me, I'm pushing. Who pushes like that? The Zarya's already gone. Well, she came back. I guess I got desperate. Like, why is this Zarya not dying? I isolated her. In a way I got frustrated, Where is everybody? Why aren't you not focusing down the isolated? Zarya is isolated. You can just burn her down. And I was a bit frustrated, I think, at least subconsciously, that Zarya didn't die. Yeah. But now that the wall is gone, the Ana is in front of me, the Zarya is in front of me. Behind her there's the Junkrat, and behind him is the Sigma, and I'm just pushing. I'm pushing. I'm not like returning. Yeah, I deserve that death. Look at this, man. Just horrible, horrible gameplay. Like, I literally should have, as soon as, yeah. So that was good. I backed up. And I don't know why I returned. Should have backed up, and the shield is broken. I should have noticed the shield is broken. I need to take cover now. There is an Ana, there is Sigma. Zarya didn't die, so yeah, I definitely need to get out of here. And so I should have just ran here. Should have just backtracked all the way here and stood behind cover and start, shooting icicles and stuff like that. Wait, see what they do, see what my tanks do, and so on. But instead of the shield is gone and I push. Look at this. Just stupidity, Yeah. Well, of course I'm gonna die. So as you can see, that's weird over aggression there. And I paid for it well. I'm glad, they made me pay for it at bronze level. So, but it's not going to really stick in my mind. Like the death of your hero affects you on a subconscious level. But you can magnify this effect by watching the replay and talking like I did. Just calling it such a stupid move. Like, who does that? The shield is your Orisa shield is broken. There's 4 enemies in front of you, right in front of your line of sight, and you're pushing to them. I mean, who does that? It's just stupid, It's cringe. Any top level player is just gonna cringe watching that crap, So yeah, you have to talk about your mistakes that way in order to really magnify the effect of them. This is such a bad mistake. It should never be repeated, whether on Mei or any other character, really, And now, how does because remember when I said mistakes are contagious? Because I see now. Yeah, the poor Mercy. Yeah, the poor Mercy wants to stay with the Orisa. She's just trying to find protection. So she does go back. Yeah, she does go back. All right. And then I don't know. I thought she would have come here, or like she would have stayed here at least so that she can. Well, yeah, if she stayed here, she could have been sniped by Ana and stuff like that. It's not possible. She should have definitely stayed here. And I think she goes here now. Yeah. So we die. Yeah, Orisa drops her shield again. Mercy, realizes, okay, the stuff is hitting the fan. And there is also Reaper. There's also Reaper flanking us from the right. And Diva's being over passive again. The Diva should have been playing here with Orisa, right, with beside her tank, kind of strengthen numbers, and then when this Reaper comes here, she can like rocket him and like shotgun him, so that he can't like gain on the healer and stuff. Yeah, and the Reaper gets really close, sus burning down the Orisa, and okay, I see now. So Mercy, I think she probably has a pretty decent game sense, because you see, yeah, she sees the Reaper, who goes back. Good play while still trying to heal her tank. And yeah, and I think she sees the Reaper. She sees the Reaper moving this way, so she doesn't have to see behind walls. She can just, because the Reaper was shooting at her. She was able to see him, and here also she was able to hear the shotgun. And then she sees him going behind his own tank and Junkrat. All right, and then he disappears out of line of sight here at this point. So she knows now. She knows what she's a healer. She's used to this. She knows what he's trying to do. He's trying to flank her, come from here and shoot her from here. Like basically make a pincer out of them, or put them between a pincer. His teammates would be here and he would be there. Nowhere to run. So that's why she, instead of taking kind of protection here, inside from the shooting here, she actually tries to come this way. So yeah, she's running away from the Reaper. Yeah, there's nothing that she could have done really, and gets burnt down by everybody really. Everybody, Zarya, Junkrat, Sigma dies. Tank barely survives. Diva does a decent move in the end, kind of trying to bully. She's trying to kind of intimidate them a little bit from following her almost dead Orisa. It's just a short, see that? So she's full health here. She's trying to help, then escapes, lets her Orisa get back, pushes a little bit, like at least it's almost like subconscious, like she's trying to intimidate them, see if they stop chasing, but they don't. So yeah, and she loses a lot of her health to Bam, panicking with the DM and realizing there's also a Reaper still trying to flank. The Mercy's down, so he continues to flank to pick tries to push him away or like boop him, and then Bam, out of her mech. And yeah, the Zarya is really intent on finishing her off, but saved by now intimidated by both Lucio and Mei together, and she is getting she is frozen. So okay, I'm not going to follow the diva, baby diva. You can have your baby diva. You can have your baby diva. And Doomfist, I haven't seen Doomfist in a while, but at this point I'm not sure I really care. And look at me, it takes me quite a while to realize that I was so focused on Zarya escaping me the second time, but then I know I do hear his shotgun and try to so let's see what's going on. So I'm trying to push him out of the flank. And he does get intimidated a little bit, but now he's returning, and I made the mistake of thinking that he's not gonna return. This is a common mistake also in the lower ranks, and as you can see, I'm making it. Basically, I'm not saying chase. Chase is another very common mistake and a very bad mistake in the lower ranks, when you keep chasing an enemy too much. But alright, so watch this. Alright, so he starts shooting. No, did I not go back enough? Yeah, so I kind of chase him away. Alright, and then I get back. But so the thing is, I get back and I get tunnel visioned on. I see all these shots exchanged, so I can see my Diva and my Orisa are exchanging shots with someone to the left. So I get tunnel visioned on that, and I forget that I was chasing a Reaper, and I think, okay, he's gone, he's not gonna return. But guess what? They return. They're flankers. If they tried to flank once, they're gonna try to flank again, unless you show them that this flank, they're not welcome in this flank, and someone is keeping an eye on it. So I'm not saying that I shouldn't pay attention at all to what's going on to my right, but I should have probably kind of come back here, and instead of facing this way, I should have been facing this way. So I basically backpedaling a little bit, to use this as cover, see what's going on here, try to take some shots there, and while I'm using this as cover, I look here, and sometimes also like quickly flick, take a look here, see what's going on, if this Reaper is going to try to come back again, because that's what they usually tend to do. You can chase them for a little bit, but if you stop chasing them, they see that you haven't made the mistake of overextending and chasing them too much to be punished. Okay, you're back, they say they change their mind about escaping, and they say, okay, then I'm going to chase her, since now she's escaping, now she's backtracking, she's going back. I'm gonna chase her. So that's what he does, and right away he doesn't even wait, especially because he's boosted. He's not, he wasn't even boosted, but he was healed. Yeah, so he was healed. So bam, I can return and try to get this mercy and so on. So yeah, I definitely should have been here, I think, and trying to get some shots while keeping an eye on the flank, because if the Reaper used this flank once and twice, he's gonna use it a third time, and he's gonna keep using it until it seems futile. Like after several times of trying, that's only the time when he would probably start thinking of teleporting there and using this flank. He would try something else, but not after just 2 times or 3 times. It has, he has to feel like unwelcome in this flank maybe 5 times until he gives up on the flank. And here I say spread out. I put, so yeah, I put a wall. Yeah, I put a wall. The reason I put that wall here is to basically it had nothing to do with a tire, to be honest. I put that wall here to give us a break from the left flank, because I didn't want to face the right flank. We have problems in the right flank, I can see, and I heard the junk ultimate. So I said, okay, we need to worry about just 2 things, not 3 things. We can't worry about the Reaper and the tanks on the point and the tire. So I made the shot call here. I said spread out, and I put that wall to just make us worry about the tire and that right flank only. And then kind of instinctively, I can't claim I saw that tire. I just instinctively, I think maybe I heard that it's approaching or something, like the tire sound seems to be approaching me, so I instinctively ice blocked, and it was a very, very good move. I think it was a pretty lucky move, I would say, not skilled. I'm not gonna claim skill here. It's only that wall that I can claim some credit for. Yeah, I can claim some credit for that wall, even though D.Va was just about to rocket the Reaper. But yeah, I thought it was worth it to give us a break from this flank. And ice block at the perfect moment. Oh my god, I think I ate that thing. He wasn't able to kill anyone. That is amazing. Oh my god, that was such a lucky ice block. I saved myself and my teammates with it. Not too bad, I think. I mean, given that I've never played main in any serious way, not even 2 years ago, by the way, so I think that's not bad for like a first. I think that was the first match I played main. Man, that was good. Like I think if I made less mistakes and maybe a couple of my teammates also made less mistakes, we could have easily won this. Yeah, even though I'm using Mei, that's what I'm trying to say, So yeah, that was an awesome ice block. Not too bad. It's good to see, there's luck. There are good moves. Like I made some good moves and I had some good luck there. And now what's going on? Yeah, I don't want to pay too much attention anymore to the others unless something really catches my attention. But other than, yeah, so after that, ice block ends and Reaper is so close. Usually that's what Reapers do when they see the ice block. They say, okay, I can one shot, I can 3-shot that Mei, or it depends on her health, of course, but I might have a chance on killing that Mei because she doesn't have her ice block anymore now. So they come very close. But yeah, but he sees that my teammates are too close, so it's too dangerous to stay there. And I also start to, yeah, I start to I start to threaten him with the freezing, and he does like go all the way back, hug the wall literally. I don't want to get frozen. everyone everyone is just so scared of being, I mean, including myself. That's why I'm playing May, because I know her effect. She is scary, man. I hate being frozen. You know, I think all players instinctively just hate being CC'd, like feeling so helpless. We instinctively hate it so much. So I just hate May. And I thought, you know, maybe I can use that to my advantage, because I'm probably not like an exception. Probably everyone is the same. So yeah, she does have that effect, you know. It's like, oh my god, I don't want to get frozen. He's literally, you can almost see the fear, you know. You can almost see the fear. So here I'm like poking and supporting, but once again, once again I get crazy with my over aggression, even though I'm like missing quite a bit of health. And yeah, I eat another pipe from the Junkrat, and yeah, and the Reaper is ultimating. Of course, ultimate tracking is out of the question at this level. Just forget about it. All you can do is really just watch the kill cam, I guess. Like try to get some information from the kill cam, but there isn't like that much more to do at this level. Yeah, wow. That was an insane ultimate. We gotta see this again. So yeah, we're busy, and the Reaper, couple of shotguns, then yeah, he's not interested. Yeah, look at this. I mean, but of course it's very difficult to, I mean, we were all in, that wasn't, I thought that was from the Sigma. That's the Sigma ultimate. I thought we jumped up because of Junkrat, but that was the Sigma ultimate. Yeah, he prepped yeah, of course. So here, so the Sigma ultimate softened us pretty well. I think my yeah, my ice block was on cooldown still, so I couldn't do anything about it. And you can see, you see what's happening here. I mean, if you see this in game, this is very important. And if you're ever playing in game, you definitely, like, if you're in this guy's place in game, this is very, very significant. What's going on here? What's going on here is that Reaper came down, saw the Doomfist, took a couple of shots at him, got him to less than half his health, okay, and isolated him. And the Doomfist is literally isolated from his team, and you don't need to think about this consciously. Even if you're in bronze, you know this. Your subconscious knows this. Your subconscious knows that most of the team, or almost all the team, all this guy's team are here, and this guy is here. This means this guy is isolated with half his health missing, and I am at full health as Reaper. This is easy kill. This is an easy kill. Absolutely an easy kill for Reaper, especially when Reaper was already here, because Reaper came down. He literally just moved, like I stopped it. I just stopped it a little bit just to see. Look at this. So he was already missing a little bit. Reaper takes quite a bit of his health, one shot, tries to take more, but yeah, but doesn't chase him. And that's the thing. I know he thought, I mean, there was the line of sight was broken for a little bit, but it was broken when Doomfist went here. Reaper knows there is nothing here. There's just a wall, and he's missing less than half his health. So yeah, this is an easy kill for Reaper. But Reaper ignores an easy kill. Completely ignores him. It's like, you don't exist, and he turns. You don't exist, I'm turning, and I'm going this way. You know, why would you think, you know, why would you think Reaper does, you know, would do such a thing? Obviously, he's doing such a thing because there's a juicy number of targets here for his ultimate. So if you're ever in this guy's situation, that's what you need to realize. It's like you're missing half of your health, and Reaper helped, you know, bring you down to to less than half of your health. And instead of chasing you, the Reaper ignores you and moves to some sort of direction towards your teammates. Or it's not some sort of direction, but he ignores you and moves towards your teammates. At this point, I mean, if you hopefully you would be playing with your, you know, your mic and voice on. You definitely at this point you have to warn your teammates. You have to say Reaper is ultimating. That's it. That's all you need to say. Reaper is ultimating, and of course, if you can add Reaper is ultimating to your left, because you know here are your teammates and they are in his, you know, to their left. You don't have to be precise when something is this urgent. You know, you've done your best anyway. I mean, there's no name for this location, so you can say to your left. And of course, Reaper right now is kind of, I mean, he's facing this way. So, but even if Doomfist is facing this way and Reaper is on his right side, he needs Doomfist needs to describe his location in relation to his teammates, not in relation to himself. You know, he can't say he can't, like, Doomfist is facing, for example, is facing this way, Reaper is to his right. He can't say Reaper on the right because Reaper is only on his right. So he would say, he should say Reaper on the left, you know, to your left, ultimating to your left. And then, you know, people would look quickly this way. D.Va would have time to react with her matrix. If she sees him coming, she knows now that he's ultimating. So, but she sees that he hasn't started his dance yet, so she would even if she doesn't have her DM, she would immediately fly in his face, boop him out of the way, and, you know, your other teammates would have heard the call, so they would, you know, run to, or like move away to the right side. And even if D.Va has to sacrifice herself, you know, at least at least one death instead of or a mech death. In D.Va's case, it would be a mech death, even not her own death. Of course, baby D.Va is like nothing pretty much without her mech, but it's still better. It's much better to sacrifice a mech, you know, for an ultimate, for an enemy ultimate, rather than die or have anyone else die, you know. So yeah, there are many things that could have been done. Orisa could have been quick. It could have quickly dropped her shield close, so that, you know, he can't, like if he ultimates before the shield, you know, she's protected with D.Va. D.Va could have flown in his direction. I could have maybe I could have put a wall quickly. Yeah, many things could have been done, but I was in this angle and I was like, I couldn't realize, I didn't realize that we were CC'd. But anyway, you know, we just happened to be CC'd here. But if we weren't CC'd, you know, you could still, if you and you're in this Doomfist's place, you should definitely warn your teammates right away. Yeah, this Reaper ignored me with half of my health missing, and he's going for my teammates. Wow, yeah, he is definitely ultimating. There's no doubt about this. Orisa completely gone. Unfortunately, Mercy comes flying. Does she? Mercy's. Yeah, my God, Mercy's ultimate finishes just at that moment too. Man, that was a lucky. Yeah, Mercy dies first. Lucio dies after. Orisa. My God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. Insane. Absolutely insane. That was an insane ultimate. And I think I died to Zarya. that Reaper just cleaned up, man. Just cleaned us up. And yeah, this is definitely very, very important to comment on for myself and for others, because even if yeah, so we're, for some reason, yeah, it's because I guess, so what I'm trying to say here is that we start fighting here. We start fighting here. We play their game, basically. We literally play their game. Even though we've got a flank here. There's no need. Yeah, it's not like far away or anything. We could just literally just drop here to the right, you know, come here, or even just come here, get inside, just exchange pew 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 pew, you know, just exchange a few threatening shots this way, come here, and bam, you know. We have a Lucio with us, do we? Yeah, we have even a Lucio with us. A Lucio, as soon as we're here, this Lucio could have boosted us with speed, not just, you know, just the maximum speed, you know, turned into speed, maximum speed, just here, start contesting well before. I mean, if we did this, Zarya would have probably, of course, Zarya would have seen, you know, we're moving, so she tries to come, she's gonna try to come see us here, but we're boosted by Lucio. So by the time Zarya is here and Sigma is here, we are already here inside contesting, you know. And then they would have played our game, and then we could have basically rushed, like bum rushed this Mercy. We could have killed her, and the Junkrat. This Junkrat is doing insane damage, and of course the Ana would have been forced to take cover here, and then this Reaper could have tried to poke here, start to take a few shots from a distance, probably get intimidated by some of our shots, and then he would have to get back here and take cover. Or maybe he would have tried to, you know, come here, stand here, try to teleport there, and then come here and jump behind us, for example. That's like, you know, one of the plays he could have made if we started, you know, kind of contesting in this area. And then we would only have, so for a long time, so the Ana can't really do much. There's an Orisa shield, because Orisa would have dropped her shield, so Ana would be forced to just come here and support her tanks by healing. And as I said, this Reaper, you know, he can't really do much. Like if he comes here, he's gonna get too close, and there is a shield, okay. And if he comes here, maybe he can come here, but I would have, you know, some of us would have seen him, me and Diva maybe, icicles, I would have, you know, started icicling him, and Diva maybe also intimidate him, so, you know, he would probably get back here, for example, as I said, and then he would start thinking about flanking. This would have taken him quite some time, you know, to come all the way, whether he makes the flank from there, as I said, from this area, you know, comes all the way here, and then, you know, teleports here and comes here, or he does it the other way that I described now. In both cases, it would have taken him quite some time. So the only two real threats we would have are two tanks. We would be 6. As I said, I do think that we could have killed Mercy quickly, just bum rushed her, and I don't know, the Junkrat, kind of okay. He might have, of course, one of us might have been caught in this one. And he could have, you know, jumped all the way back here, for example, and then started spamming us while getting back. Maybe he wouldn't have died. You know, there is that chance. But if we're just rushed by Lucio, we could have just really just erased the Mercy very quickly, and maybe even also there's a good chance we could have erased the Junkrat quickly. So the only real two threats for quite a while would be these two tanks, while Reaper is trying to flank or find an angle that he can get us from, because he's obviously a flanker. Yeah, we could have had a chance to really, we already have 58%, you know, so we could have had a chance to continue you know, kind of asserting our dominance on the point. So that's just a few thoughts there. But instead of the story that I just told, you know, which could have really worked in our favor, unfortunately, you know, partially because I didn't make that shot call, because I'm like thinking, you know, I'm not under pressure, it's not real time, so I'm thinking, you know, now I'm thinking strategically, calmly. That's why I came up with all this scenario, you know, basically coming here. You know, there's no need to drop down here and keep taking spam from Zarya or anyone else. Really, we could have just dropped from here and flanked from the right side. Instead, you know, as I said, I didn't make that shot call, and it's partially on our tanks, but I take responsibility for not making the shot call of flanking from the right. The Doomfist made the right call, but unfortunately he's alone, so it is the wrong call because he's not being supported by his D.Va. At least if he and the D.Va went together, that would have been the perfect call. They would have literally just grabbed their attention and, you know, spread their kind of, they would have been like the opponents would have been in a pincer, because we would be attacking them from this direction, and then our D.Va and our Doomfist would be attacking them from some sort of direction here, you know, kind of, so here. So they would be attacking from this side, and we are attacking from this side, so they are in a pincer. It would have been a perfect call, but Doomfist alone, nah, definitely no. So yeah, our tanks, unfortunately, as I said, over passive. Orisa even asserted the passiveness by dropping a shield here, which basically sends a signal. This sends a signal to her team that we are defending here, boys. All right, so here's the shield. That's basically what this shield says. This shield says, all right, boys, we are standing here and defending. Now the fight is here, boys. You see, that's what the shield is saying to her teammates. So that was a very bad shield, psychologically speaking, a very bad shield. Yeah, maybe it could have, you know, protected, you know, it could have blocked a few shots, but it's better to actually make your teams take these shots so that they feel, okay, they finally get it. Okay, this choke point is dangerous. We need to move, guys. We need to go some other way. All right. Could have, as I said, we could have dropped here, exchange a few shots, see how that goes. If it's too hot, you know, we could have used these pillars here as cover. Just exchange pew, exchange a few shots until we reach this point, and then we could really just then Orisa could have dropped her shield here. And that would have been a good shield, because it doesn't tell the boys, okay, boys, the fight here, because they know that the fight can't be here because this is open and this is the objective there. So psychologically speaking, they would have simply understood, okay, this shield is for us to be protected while we're going to the objective here to the right. So they would have started moving. You felt safe because of the shield and started moving, you know, all the way to the objective this way here. And as I said, if we have a Lucio, we wouldn't have had to worry about anything. Yeah, they can shoot us. Yeah, take a few shots. It doesn't matter. We are just speeding through this whole area all the way to the objective, and we'll make it before you. So you play our game. We're not going to play yours. But unfortunately, partially due to this, as I said, our tank's passiveness, dropping a shield here, and then as usual, our D.Va also kind of passive. She's still. It's okay to regroup, all right. But yeah, so I'm not saying that standing here and waiting for our D.Va is wrong. This is the right call. We should wait for the D.Va. But what happens next is that, yeah, so this is not waiting for Diva at all. This is just passive play. 5 of us. Our flanker has already tried to, you know, started moving, made a play by himself on the right flank here. So he had the right idea. This Doomfist had the right idea, but unfortunately he's not on the mic. I don't know. I mean, if this guy, you see the point here, guys. You see the benefit of voice communication. This guy is probably is not even in voice chat at all. He's probably one of those people affected by this strange, bizarre advice that's being propagated among the community. You know, play without voice. Probably one of them. He bought into this crap, you know, and he's doing it. If he were in voice, this guy has the right idea. He could have gotten on voice, said, guys, come here, let's flank them. If he said this, I would have completely, because I can see my teammates, you know, we can see each other, so I can see, oh, we've got our Doomfist is there. He's right, guys, let's move. I would have said, that's what I would have said. He's right, guys, come this way, and I would have moved. They would have seen me and moved with me, and then I could have just started seeing, you know, what can we do, how can we move, and then, you know, we could have joined our Doomfist, and all of us together, maybe, as I said, maybe our Orisa could have put a shield here, and all of us together just go to the point, bam, done. But we wasted such precious time. Partially, as I said, partially because our Doomfist doesn't have voice, or, you know, he's not using voice. He's not like shot calling. He's not making such a good shot call, which is, guys, come here, let's flank them. That's all he needed to say, you know. But not in voice, so you're not saying it. So you didn't remind your teammates that there is, you know, there is a way, and there's another way to flank them, instead of just, this is not just the only way, there's this way and there's also this way, but of course they are concentrated here, so we shouldn't use that. But there is this way, it's free. And so partially that's one reason. As I said, as you could see, I'm trying to prove to you all a lot of the things that I've been saying, that voice chat is important, that this is a team game, and voice chat is so important. And you can just you can just mute or block individual toxicity. You don't have to leave voice chat permanently because there are a few toxic people in the community. It's just bizarre, you know. So we partially lost that because of this move here, and partially because, as I said, there's a bit of passiveness from our tanks, and partially because I didn't make the right call, because I'm right now relying on my Doomfist to remind us that there is a way to flank them. I should have remembered. I shouldn't have, you know, I shouldn't need the Doomfist to remind me. I should remember that and make that, you know, shot call myself. Guys, let's go to the right side. Let's flank them from there. I should have just made that call. So it's also on me. So I'm claiming, you know, responsibility. So yeah, there are, you know, issues with the teammates, but I could have adapted. I could have compensated, but I didn't, you know. So it's on me, still on me. So yeah, we're playing their game, you know. A second shield, Orisa drops a second shield there instead of just flanking them from the right side, and they already start to cap. You can hear that sound. They already start to cap. Our Lucio over aggressive again. Meteor strike. Got the Mercy. It's a very good. Yeah, this Doomfist is, yeah, he's good. He's good. Even if he's making mistakes, it's fine. It's really good. The fact that he got a Mercy with his ultimate is enough for me, to be honest. He knows his priorities. So yeah. And yeah, I remember that freaking Junkrat again, unfortunately. Just because I really wanted to freeze the Ana at least. Just that the right at the moment I'm ultimating. And I think I was also thinking of the Zarya. The Reaper is even here. Right at the moment, you know, he pushes me up, so... But yeah, but I do manage to freeze the Ana. Yeah, put her down. Oh, nice. Our diva gets very, very nice bomb there. And then, yeah, Sigma, second ultimate. Takes revenge. Yeah, our diva, our diva once again in the literally in the back line. I mean, I understand that you don't want to be over aggressive or overextend, but come on, you've got the Orisa here. At least join your tank. You know, strengthen numbers. You've got the Mei making the stupid mistake again and being the tank, you know, being the front line instead of the Orisa or something. And you've also got the Doomfist overextending and being over aggressive. I mean, well, he's hiding. Okay, well, he wants to set a trap. Fair enough. Okay, he's not overextending right now, but in a way, I mean, still, he is. No, actually, he is, because this, yeah, this is punishable. Like, you know, a better team, a higher ranked team would punish this easily. So yeah, Ana could sleep him, like right now. She could literally sleep him, and if he slept, let's say she would call it on the mic. You know, Doomfist is slept. You know, nearby or whatever, and bam, they would just pounce on him and finish him. Yeah, once again, way too over aggressive. Of course he dies, of course. Yep. So even at bronze they get to punish him for that. I don't understand, why are we not capping? Why are they... I try to My god, what? Such chaos. Yeah, look, did you see what? So many of us are making this mistake, but oh, Doomfist is taking it too far. I mean, I did make that mistake, but I think I wasn't as crazy as the Lucio and the Doomfist. The Lucio and the Doomfist is just absolutely nuts with the over aggression. And yeah, I mean, I know I'm Mei, I want to freeze someone, but I really should have played behind the shield, supported my Orisa a bit more. And also the diva, I don't know why the diva is here. She is exposed to this flank, and she's also exposing the Mercy, you know, pocketing her to problems. She should be here, the diva, behind, kind of like near the shield or something, using her rockets and DM to push. Alright, to intimidate, cause damage, try to bully someone, try to get a pick, and then when whether she picks someone or not, just fly back when she needs healing, and then she can get healing behind the shield. And then if the mercy drops on her, she drops behind the shield, and her mercy is protected. But yeah, you see the problem here. So yeah, being in this area is exposing herself. The Diva is exposing herself to this flank and also the mercy. You can't really expect perfect flying and jumping mechanics from a bronze mercy. You gotta keep in mind that they're still limited in their mechanical skills with the hero. Yeah, the Reaper, literally the Reaper literally just takes her out of her mech and then also finishes her off. And then this Lucio, this is crazy stuff. He boops him. Okay, that's good. You want to boop a Reaper in order to create distance. As a Lucio, you boop the Reaper to push him away because he's got shotguns. You need to, increase the distance. So you boop him and you go backwards. You move away. You've got projectiles that can travel all the way to the Reaper. You don't need to be close to the Reaper in order after booping him. You need to push him and you go backwards. But what does the Lucio do? He chases the Reaper. He chases the shotgunner without boop, with his boop on cooldown. And of course, oh my god. I mean, if it's not the Reaper, then you've got like you've got like a zillion teammates for the Reaper here to just punish you. Bam, done, of course. Sigma, of course. Bam, done. Ah, man. Just like that, throwing yourself at the enemy. And now we are at a huge disadvantage, of course. Yeah, of course. Ultimates. I had already used my ice block. So, ultimate, bam. Well, yeah, for the second time, the ultimate gets everybody. And instead of running away, the Doomfist fights alone. Well, I guess no. In this case, you don't want to. Wait. Did we? Wait. What? Did we cap? How is this? But it was increasing. When did we cap? They kept increasing. Okay. So they kept increasing. They're still, you can see the red here. Yeah, so the red here, so they are like capping until now for some reason. This is bizarre. I don't even understand how this happened. Okay, they're still capping and they're getting kills. Or am I? Oh, it's them. Oh, this thing is confusing me because the red is like I'm in my mind, the red is the enemy, but we are the red team and they are the blue team. It's not about enemies and okay. So yeah, they cap, of course. Yeah, they cap. Or wait, we are capping. Okay, we're capping. Yeah, we're capping. So we started capping. Yeah, now I'm a bit confused. So they had the edge over us, but then we started capping. And yeah, one more Reaper ultimate, bam. And And yeah, I was trying to fold the Doomfist, but he was making the right move. He was stalling. Yeah, it's my mistake. He was stalling. He was doing his best, using everything he had to stall. He was yeah. No blame on him, man. Thank you. Thank you, Doomfist. You are doing your best, my friend. Oh my god, the diva. I have to see this. I mean, I'm supposed to focus on myself, but I just can't not. Oh my god, are you serious? No. Okay, you know what? I'm going to. Yeah, I have to. I have to. I have to see this like better. Okay, yeah, because that's what I wanted to see. Because I was wondering, why is the diva not flying into the point? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the poor diva. Yeah, she would have definitely flown in if she had it off cooldown. But yeah, it was on cooldown. But yeah, and you got stunned. The Lucius is making the right move here. She comes, but then yeah, then she starts to shoot. I guess not too bad. Gets stunned, and just before the Lucio can really do anything. I don't even think he can do much by himself. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, of course. Still on me, for now at least. Not good. I'm still over aggressive, but I was boosted. I mean, the Mercy chose to boost me, so how psychology kind of like, how would that work psychologically? It's like, I'm boosting, okay, maybe I can get killed. So that's the psychology of it. So in a way, the Mercy is encouraging me to do this, what I'm doing now. I'm trying. I tried to see if I can freeze the Reaper, or at least scare him away. And then we have the controls are a bit, at least for me, a bit a bit strange if I want to go a bit higher. And yeah, as you could see, look at this. See how many of them? You've got the Zen coming down. Well, not now, but Anna, Junkrat, Ball, Sigma, even the Reaper kind of tries to intimidate a bit. And look at us. I'm the only one, pretty much. Mercy, poor Mercy is just, yeah, because I was hiding here. So the poor Mercy came to try to help me. Obviously she's exposing herself to the Reaper now to do this. So my mistake is that's what I was talking about a while ago. That mistakes can be contagious. So I'm making, yeah, there it is. I got pushed by something. I think it's Junkrat or something. And yeah, Mercy tries to get me, tries to help me, save me. So she exposes herself to danger, and then comes back to also help the Doomfist. I definitely managed to, but he Shadow, did he? I almost killed him. My god, look at this! He's less than a bar. Less than a bar. And then comes back. Oh my god, gets healed. Back to full. No punishing at all. Ah, I don't know. What was I doing? Yeah, there's a lot of chaos here. And then finally the Diva decides to do something about capping, but our Sigma is still passive. Our tank is still passive. And that's the you see the problem here for when playing tank. When playing a tank and you're not brave and you don't command space and you don't assert your dominance over your space and over the space that it's your responsibility to claim and sort of assert your dominance on. That's what happens. You don't claim space, others are gonna walk all over you. I appreciate that it can be scary to sort of to die, especially if you're flexing and you sometimes play as healer or even as DPS, certain types of DPS especially, like Ash, McCree, even Soldier. These kinds of DPS, they tend to really play from a distance and use cover, so they don't really want to get down there and in anyone's face. So if you're like playing a lot of these heroes and then you switch to tanks, I think it can be quite difficult to adapt, maybe for some people, but yeah, all I can say is as a tank you need to remember that it's your job to be brave, to get down there in the field and claim space, and help your teammates have some space to play on, and at the same time start claiming the objective. Look at this, the team already got 8%, and this Baby Diva out of her mech. Brigitte tries to do something, but of course if our tanks are not claiming the space, then it's hopeless case. My god, did I actually get caught in the... So I started to play it a lot safer now. I don't know, I think I'm in my positioning. Yeah, I can't, I mean, at least with my current level of knowledge, I don't see much that's wrong with my positioning. There's nothing much I can do as a damage dealer or mage generally. So I am just kind of trying to get any picks. And then yeah, I use my ice block at the perfect moment again. Not too bad. Luckily, the tire only gets our Brigitte. But then yeah, and then the ball slams us and drops his bombs, and my ice block is on cooldown. I'm trying to escape, but I'm actually so tunnel visioned that I literally just eat one of the bombs. Look at this. I'm just so tunnel visioned on so tunnel visioned that I just literally just walk into a mine. Yeah, tunnel visioned on fighting the ball or freezing someone. Bam! I eat the bomb and get finished off by the ball and the discord. So I'm discorded too. So yeah, my positioning here, I can't really, I don't know, I can't really see a problem with it, to be honest. I could have stood here, but that would have been too passive for Mei, because Mei wants to freeze someone. So yeah, this would be too far. Here would have been good for Zenyatta, Soldier, Ashe maybe, like unless she can get some high ground. I mean, I think it looks, even Ashe, I think it would be dangerous for Ashe to try to get here at this point, because if she drops down, I mean, if someone comes up from here, from the enemies come here, and they force her to drop, she's gonna drop right in the middle of enemies. So yeah, even Ashe can't like really get high ground. So Ashe would be here. McCree, yeah, all these heroes basically would play here, but Mei just wants to get a freeze. I mean, yeah, not by eating mines, but yeah, what I'm saying is that her positioning here is, I can't really fault it much. Of course, eating mines is very, very bad, and it's because of tunnel vision. Getting so tunnel vision that you can't even see the mine right in front of you. So yeah, tunnel visioning happens to everybody. But of course, as I said at the beginning of the stream, with varying degrees, like top 500 players very rarely tunnel vision, but then as you go down the ranks, tunnel visioning increases and increases, the frequency increases and increases. So yeah, this is definitely a time to be passive, because you've got like a lot of your teammates are missing. It's okay. Yep. Sigma, D.Va definitely should start returning. Now we've got our Mercy ultimating, and yeah, okay. So the ball pushes them. Yeah, the Mercy should have dropped very quickly when she saw them here. She should definitely have dropped quickly to keep line of sight and stuff like that. She stayed a little bit up too much, and of course, no danger is at all here. So Zen, Anna gonna start paying attention to her. Bam, done. Both of them, kill her, of course. So yeah, Mercy should have dropped to keep staying behind her tanks, basically. So even if you're ultimating, you need to fly down all the way down and get behind your tanks, and this way start facing your tanks this way. And if need be, you fly out of the door, kind of start healing from here, sort of thing. So, and now is the time to be passive. Now is the time to be passive. But Sigma is pushing. Wow. Sigma is pushing, and of course he's paying for it with his life. D.Va is also paying for it. Oh my god. Seriously? I was just saying, this is the time to be passive. This is the time to start running away and be a coward, because you don't have heals, and half, well, two-third of your team are gone. They're not with you. But Sigma actually puts a shield down and jumps down now, with all these people here, all these enemies here, And you don't have anyone beside you? So I was almost gonna die. Yeah, he does die ultimately. And the diva also does die. Because, you know, they're not being passive, over passive, or at least, you know, just backing up at the time when they're supposed to. And yeah, and I think Echo has no place here in this comp. I mean, theoretically, she could have been playing with the diva, but he should have, you know, seen that our diva isn't really diving. Our diva doesn't really dive. Oh, this is, yeah, low laity is the Doomfist. This is the Doomfist. So, you know, as Doomfist, you should have seen that your diva is just not diving with you at all. She doesn't dive. She doesn't, or forget about with you. Our diva isn't diving. Period. You know, it's as simple as that. Our diva is not diving. You should have seen that and realized that, you know, you're not going to get help as a diver. And yes, I know Echo can kind of work in Brawl, but not full time. Like you can't really pick an Echo, you know, to brawl with her. Basically, you can't pick an Echo and say, okay, I'm gonna pick an Echo in order to stay with my death ball behind the shield, you know, and fight, and fight behind the shield with my teammates. That's not why you pick Echo, you know. Even if you can sometimes do that, you know, when the situation dictates it, you know, or the location, the angles might dictate that occasionally, but you play Echo to flank and sometimes dive and stuff. But yeah, in this comp, you're not gonna get much help, so it's better to play what kind of suits not just the comp, but it also suits the playstyle. Like for example, if we rely only on the composition, well, we got a diva, so maybe, you know, diva as a diver can justify a diving DPS damage dealer, yeah. But no, you know, you already played around with this specific diva, and this specific diva is not diving. You know, she's not even in the front lines, so you definitely shouldn't be picking any diver damage dealer, because unless you were like super good on your own, like you're some sort of top tier Genji or a carrying tracer or something like that, then yeah, absolutely go for it. Help your team, carry your team. But if you're not carrying, then yeah, definitely don't go diving alone. It just doesn't work in you know, if you're not carrying. So yeah, so that's what I was talking about. So Echo can do these things like what she just did, you know, kind of brawling with her team. She can do that sometimes. It's definitely useful and valid, but yeah, that's not why you pick Echo. And that's not the main part of what she would do in any match. My God, I'm so distracted by the others. I should really pay attention to the crap that I'm doing. Where am I? All right, so yeah, I do see that the Brigitte is on the right side, and I try, I go to the left intentionally to sort of, get them on both flanks, make them feel unsafe. Luckily, I do escape. Yeah, I escaped that ultimate with my ice block, and trying to pokey, intimidate with the primary fire, and I do take cover. I don't know from what. Interesting. What am I taking cover from? Like, I return, so I poke a little bit and then go here, and then I go here, and then I return. I don't know why I returned and all the way back here. I walk right into his slam. And I'm just tunnel visioned on. Yeah, I'm tunnel visioned on going to the objective, and again I walk into a mine. So yeah, definitely have to keep an ear open for this, his line, area denied. And when he says it, I should definitely start looking under my feet and make sure I'm not stepping on any mines and stuff like that. Destroyed by 2 tanks. Mines. Reaper. Just at this point, they're just farming us. They're practically farming us. Yeah, over. Just got 0 on right from the start. That's the thing. You don't build momentum. You just get walked all over. Like right from the start. Yeah, from here. You didn't build the momentum right from the start of the round. You stayed here. You stayed here passively, with the tanks and stuff like that. Bam, match lost. But I emphasize, I am not saying that the match lost, that the match is lost. A lot of people might, watch this match and think that, or basically they would, their own assessment or judgment would be that we lost this whole match because of the tanks. And part of me, as I said a while ago, yes, I agree that tanks do have a responsibility. I'm willing to be much softer and nicer to healers, even when they are playing badly, than tanks, for example. I did say this a while ago, because healers are usually they're just trying to take care of people. They're trying to heal people, they're trying to save lives. So they have a role that kind of deserves a bit of softness with them. You should be nice to them. I really believe so. I'm not a healer, main or anything. I do heal. I do flex. I use Ana. I think I played. Yeah, you saw me. You saw me in this stream. I played with Ana. I played Ana a little bit, but I'm not a main healer at all. Like my main is damage dealing, followed by tanks. And then healing is in, support, or healing is the last role. It's like my least favorite role. I do it, to flex, to understand the game and stuff like that, to understand other roles. But yeah, it's my least favorite role personally to actually use myself. Um, but but when it comes to other teammates, like I definitely like to be closest to healers in terms of, or like to be most supportive to healers. Uh, it's just, I don't know. It's in my nature, and I think it's kind of it's like left over from World of Warcraft days, because I used to be a main tank in World of Warcraft. So yeah, there's in World of Warcraft, tanks and healers are like so close. They're so important, and they're just naturally, they're just forced to be together and have they have a much closer relationship to each other than any other, like than DPS have to each other, or than DPS have to healers, or DPS have to tanks. Like the relationship between tanks and DPS, DPS and healers, um, it's not the same. Like the closest relationship in World of Warcraft is between tanks and healers. That's just how it works in dungeons, at least, and stuff like that. Of course, in raids, it's like all over the place. It's a bit chaotic, and everybody's getting heals and stuff like that. Of course, main tanks do have a lot of responsibility in raids, but it's just things get kind of so spread out in raids that it's really difficult to see any of those relationships building. But in dungeons, it's one tank and one healer and 3 DPS. So the relationship is just so much more focused, one person with one person, and they're working so closely together. They depend on each other so much too. So yeah. So I think, yeah, from those days I started developing respectful healers, and also just learned to give them special treatment, because they deserve it. Because when you think about it, especially in World of Warcraft specifically, they, with the exception of maybe some what's the word? Not battleground, arena. With the exception of some arena fighting with a disciplined priest, for example, yeah, healers don't do much damage. Like, I can only think of, as I said, a disciplined priest in very, very specific raid situations, and in arenas. They do damage and they heal by doing damage. But other than that, healers are just dedicated healers. They're doing nothing. They're not doing damage. Their main job is just to heal, and that's what they focus on. Kind of like Mercy. Of course, Mercy boosts the damage, like in Overwatch, but she's just always supporting you. Like she's not doing direct damage herself. She's always either boosting your damage or increasing your health, your HP, or something like that. And that's what most healers in World of Warcraft are also doing. So they're not fragging, quote unquote, getting kills or anything like that. They're just taking care of people. And I just, kind of instinctively feel a lot of respect for that. For someone who has the personality to do something like this, to get into a game and just take care of people in that game. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a main healer, so that's why I'm kind of talking about it from the perspective of something that I can't relate to very strongly. I mean, I did heal. I definitely took the role of healer in World of Warcraft, and I did healing in dungeons. I did healing, not in raids. I did healing in dungeons, and I also did healing in Overwatch. Even on this stream, but I'm not a main healer. So I do it for other reasons. I do it to understand the role, to understand the game itself a bit more. Also to get like shorter queue times, to get rewards, like these rewards that you get, for queuing, for flexing, coins, these coins and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing it all. But I know people who are main. There are a lot of people who are main healers. That's the main thing they do, and that's their passion. And I just find it I just find it kind of impressive, also admirable. Yeah, that's the word. I find it admirable that someone actually gets into a game and their passion or what they enjoy doing in the game is to take care of people, to take care of their teammates, keep them alive. That's just, it's almost like heartwarming, endearing. It's endearing and heartwarming. I can't help but feel that way, toward people who are like that. At least so I'm definitely talking about main healers here, not people like me, not people like me who, use healers sometimes for other purposes, for other objectives, to collect coins or to get to know the game, to understand, to empathize with the healing role a bit more. Yeah, definitely different goals here. But yeah, so I'm talking about main support, main healers or main support, people who actually like that sort of thing, and that's their main. Those are the kinds of people I'm talking about. Yeah, it's endearing and admirable, to see it. So that's why I'm softer on the healers, generally speaking. Even if they are not doing a good job or whatever, I tend to just give a blind eye to it and defend them and stand up for them and stuff like that, because they definitely deserve compassion and empathy and a good treatment, for what they do. Especially a healer like Mercy, for example, because yeah, she's just not doing anything other than boosting you. She's always supporting you by something, by doing something. But most of the other healers, they're just like Anna and stuff. They are like offensive, they're aggressive. Anna can be quite like, especially good Annas can be very aggressive, because Farah up in the sky, snipe the heck out of her, as Anna. Reaper ultimating or Hog ultimating, just poke that dude and get him down to sleep, make him pass out. So there's a certain element. Yeah, also the nade, the Ana grenade. The best use for an Ana grenade is an offensive use. You throw it on a group of enemies, and if you can get your Reinhardt in the middle of that group of enemies, that's sweet, perfect. But if you can't, then just throw it in a group of enemies. So yeah, Anna is like aggressive. Not she's not there. She's almost not there to heal you. She's there to cause pain and frustration to the enemy. Bab, has got his burst file rifle. Lucio just basically he's more of a speed booster than healer, to be honest, just a speed bot, and just running like a maniac, jumping, walking on walls and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure a lot of Lucio mains pick Lucio not to heal. They're not interested in healing. They just like speed and walking on walls and stuff like that. Brigitte, she's just a brawler. She's just a what's that word? A gladiator. Yeah. So yeah, Brigitte is just a gladiator. She's not a healer at all. So yeah, Zen. Yeah, absolutely. Zen he's a beast. He is literally just an aggressive. He's the most aggressive healer, because his healing doesn't take time at all. He just drops an orb on you and that's it. Go away. I don't want to hear about you for a while. Just take this orb and get out of my sight. And then he just focuses on discording someone and nuking them down. Literally spam, non-stop spam. So when you think about it, a lot of healers are just aggressive in Overwatch, but Mercy isn't. She's the least aggressive of them all. Of course, she can defend herself with the pistol sometimes. She can rarely, like situationally, be better off pulling out her pistols when she's ultimating and just shooting some people from above. Just it's very situational, though. You're usually better off boosting damage boosting someone who's good at fragging, you know. But yeah, if you have an advantage with your angle from upwards, then you can go for it sometimes. And if you're accurate enough with your shots. But yeah, for the most part, Mercy is just like a proper full-time healer, pretty much, for the most part. But the rest of the healers in Overwatch is aggressive, so yeah, I just naturally find myself more like going softer on healers and being nicer to them. But tanks, yeah, tanks are a different matter. They have a responsibility, man, and they need to take responsibility. They have a like an important responsibility. They win matches. You know, this match here is a good example of it. Tanks win and lose matches. But I'm not trying to say that I lost that match because of the tanks. Someone else might look at this match and that would be their assessment or their judgment. But no, I genuinely am taking responsibility. I'm fully taking responsibility. You know why? Because I could have played much better. I could have died a lot less. I could have hit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What's gonna happen to this Reaper? Let's see. Yeah, it's really good. I didn't intend to. I already finished watching the whole thing, so I didn't intend to pause this thing here. But let's see what's gonna happen here. Yeah, look at this. Seriously? What the hell am I doing? This is just bizarre, man. It's just bizarre that I froze the dude. I don't know. I think I got a headshot. But what am I doing? Yeah, okay. I got a, yeah, all right. I tried to shoot him again, but I missed. You can see this is the icicle. I missed it. And yeah, okay. Yeah, I tried. But the point is, if I worked on my mechanical skills more with May, I could have probably gotten him. Let's take a look at this. All right, so here I freeze him, try to freeze him. Bam! Yeah, I got a headshot, but yeah, got a headshot and I couldn't finish him off. But I think with better skills, if I worked more on my bam, one headshot, and then all right, so one headshot, he's definitely now going like that way. He's like almost gonna die, you know. So you know, you kind of anticipate he's probably gonna go for cover. So yeah, there's no way he's coming this way. This is too. There's no cover here. I mean, he probably instinctively knows that. He instinctively knows that if he moves this way, I can move forward and keep shooting, or freeze him again even. So he's definitely moving this way. So I could have anticipated this, and headshot, like just shot like somewhere around here or so, you know. So yeah, he does move first in this direction, and then changes his mind. And by the way, look at this. I didn't even need a headshot, by the way. You know, I literally didn't need a headshot. But look at me. Look at where my crosshair is. I mean, yes, he did kind of what's the word, like feign. Yeah, he moved first this way and then changed his direction. So I don't know if this is a coincidence or he's a Smurf or what exactly. But no, I doubt. I don't think Smurfs use Reapers anyway. They probably use like McCree or something like that. Something that is effective at a wider range of distances, you know. But yeah, so even so from here he's moving this way, so I can, yeah, okay, I moved this way he changes direction. All right. Okay, so he changes direction, and it's obvious he's gonna keep moving in this direction to take cover because he's almost dead. Look at this. So I should have moved, flicked all the way here at least, and anticipated. So basically I'm waiting for him. So he should have moved all the way here and starting blowing, and then as he meets my crosshair, so I'm like in front of him, and as he meets my crosshair, I stop moving and I then track him. You see what I mean? So I could have done that. I mean, if I had better skill and better sort of emotional control, better focus in moments of during moments of hectic moments and stuff like that. But look at what I do. Look at my crosshair. So yeah, I wasn't accurate enough. If I were accurate enough, I would have downed him with this primary fire, not with the secondary fire or icicle. I didn't need the icicle. I could have literally downed him with the primary fire. But yeah, and I could have also chased him, but I don't know why. I guess I'm trying to play it safe here. Maybe I see his teammates. So I guess actually, yeah, to how do I, yeah, here, yeah, to be more objective about this. Yeah, I've got his, yeah, there's the Junkrat, there is this tank, so yeah, chasing him was, yeah, I actually did well. I mean, lower ranked players, a lot of them get greedy and they get also frustrated. They was like, oh my god, Reaper is literally one, and then they would start running after him and trying to and try to get him. There is a medkit here. Medkit. There is a health pack here. I think he doesn't know where it is. So yeah, he thinks there is a health pack here, probably, or maybe he's just hiding. And then when he sees I don't chase him, he comes back. Weirdly enough, yeah, this is definitely not a Smurf at all, because he already made it here. If he made it here, he would just know. Okay, there's I myself forgot. He would just know. Okay, there is a health pack here. He would come, and it's a mega health pack, a big one. He would just get it, full health, bam, and then he could return safe to the fight. But no, he returns with like 1 HP, probably relying on, maybe he noticed, I don't know if he noticed his Ana or something. But yeah, and the Zen is there. It's not exactly easy to. Yeah, the Zen, bam, heals him up. But yeah, he goes into the fight before he gets healed. Like if this guy isn't a Smurf, he wouldn't have come this way. He would have walked this way, checking the line of sight. He would have come here, kind of used this pillar here as cover from us, just in case, just in case there is an icicle. I mean, just in case I'm more accurate and I could have gotten him with the icicle or something. So he takes cover, and then he goes, he stands here right beside his Ana or beside his Zen. It says, I need healing. And that's if it's not obvious that they already seen, noticed him. But he wouldn't, like with these healers, he probably wouldn't even need to say I need healing. They already see him, bam, already they start healing him. As soon as he starts like gaining his health, he can just start going to the fight and putting more pressure on us. But yeah, what he did is just bizarre. And yeah, and our our echo is discorded. Oh well, but that's that. All right, so yeah, I hope that was a decent example of the process I'm talking about. What you can do in terms of positive community. I tried to fill that first stream with as many examples as possible of what I'm talking about in the title, you know, when I say average skills and great comms, mind and spirit. So I showed you some of the comms, you know, how to can, and I just used the word great because it's a short word. I don't want to make the title too long, but what I actually mean is positive communication, good shot calling, that sort of thing, you know. I don't mean that I say I make, you know, perfect shot calls or great communication all the time. That's not the, yeah, you know, the meaning I'm going for. What I'm saying is just I'm using the, you know, a good word, or sort of a collective word, but what I really mean is positive communication, objective or good shot calls, brief, you know, on point, helpful, that sort of thing. So yeah, and positive communication, trying to be polite, you know, trying to be polite to your teammates, even if you lose, still be polite to them. Why? Why should you be polite to them? Because Overwatch ranks are small worlds, man. And you saw how many times did I queue, solo queue. I literally solo queued and bumped into Luna Lander. You saw how many times, and you saw how many times I also played in the same match. With what's his name? Arg. Yeah, Arg. Our diva. You see how many matches I played? Whether I mean in the same match. So I'm not saying in the same team. Okay. So in the same match means that he could be with me in my team or he could be in the opposite team. How many? I think so many matches, maybe 4 or 5 matches I played with Luna Lander against her and with her, and I also played with Arg against him and with him. So yeah, man. Yeah. Overwatch ranks in the same region are small worlds. So when you're polite with people that you lose with, you know, guess what? When they meet you again for another match, they probably, you're gonna make them smile. Seeing your name is gonna make them smile. Oh, this is the nice person. This is the nice guy. He's really nice. And it will just make them feel better about playing with you right from the start, before anything happens. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know if this is going to be a win or a loss, but they don't care because when they saw your name, they remembered your voice, or they remembered your nice chat messages, your kindness, your politeness with them, and they liked it. And you make them, so you literally start to make them feel nice when they start a match with you. They smile. They are optimistic. That will, I swear, I promise, that will affect their performance. That will make them perform better. Not for you, not because of you. Not that's not exactly the meaning. It's because of the emotional state that, you know, you put them in. You see what I mean? So it's nothing to do with, you know, it's not so they can do you some sort of favor or they appear better in front of you. It has nothing to do with that. It's about the emotional state that your presence helped them, you know, get into. That's just literally it. So I swear, you literally help yourself win matches by positive communication and by being nice and polite to the people that you lose with. You see? And I lost with some of these people. I lost this match with Ark and with Luna. But at the very end, what happened? You see? Arg and Luna. I lost matches with them, right? But look, you know, and she's just talking about, yeah, that loss because she was in the other team, and the first one in the last match. So yeah, I'm saying. So here, yeah, I'm making jokes and stuff like that. there's this toxic person. At least I got partner. And then yeah, you see here, you know, Ark says, but at least I got partner, and Lona says, true, jealous. And then I say forgive me, good healers. I gotta do what I got to do because, you know, I was you know, prioritizing them and stuff. And then she says, Luna, I'm terrible at Anna, it's fine. One trick pony. And then this guy got a good game, and then Sid Rose being toxic again. Oh, I don't know, Rose. This is not the last match, of course, but I think there's some sort of conversation going on here. I think like they are killing each other in the match or something. So that's what it is about. Ah, yeah. I didn't write it in chat. I said it in, yeah, I remember now. I said this in voice because at least I think I read, at least I got partner. Yeah, so I read that, but at least I got partner. So I said, we got ARG, so we won. I said that on voice, on voice chat. We got ARG, so we won. So ARG replied, said, we got you, so we won. So, they're being nice. I'm being nice to them, and they're being nice back and stuff like that. Now, imagine if in the first match, this is the first match with them, okay? So this is Luna here, and this is ARG, okay? That was the first match, I believe, at least with them, all right? Imagine if I just was toxic to them, I was like, oh my god, you're such a crappy tank, and maybe I wouldn't have been lying, okay? Because well, I wouldn't be lying, but I would be exaggerating. It would still kind of be a lie, like technically a lie. You know why? Because you're describing someone as a crappy tank or as a bad tank, all right? But you gotta ask yourself, is performance in one match representative of this person's whole tanking career? Obviously not. Is it representative of all the heroes that this person can use as a tank? Obviously not. I think one of the tanks that I play with twice, he uses Orisa. He uses Orisa in one match, and then switches to Sigma. I think he switches to Reinhardt for a bit, and then Sigma. So he's trying like different tanks and stuff like that. So yeah. So before you describe someone as a bad healer, or you describe someone else as a bad tank, you gotta ask yourself, is the performance of someone in one match representative of that person's whole career in that role? It can't be. It's just not fair. You gotta see their performance in more than one match, like maybe 5 matches, and then maybe you can judge them and see, you can say, okay, yeah, he's not a great tank, or he's not a great healer. Yeah, but you gotta see them, like you gotta see their performance in more than one match to be able to say this. But just judging someone's whole tanking ability or whole support or healing ability based on just one match is just not fair, and it's not accurate, and it's not objective. So imagine if I lost this match, well, I did lose this match. Imagine after losing this match with ARG and Luna, Lander, I would say something like, oh my god, where are the heals? Because I died a few times, yeah, and I showed you that I died because of my mistakes. I made mistakes. That's why I died. Where are the heals? And then or imagine if I flamed them, or I started being rude, like, tanks, why are you such cowards? Get in, man. Claim some space for us. Don't be such cowards. Imagine if I become that way, like talk that way to my tanks. Obviously it's not gonna help. I mean, maybe it will bully one of them into getting down there. But guess what? They're gonna hate it, and they're gonna hate you, and they're just not gonna feel good about the whole match. They're gonna feel negative. Their performance will suffer, and then when I see them in another match, imagine the awkwardness of it. After I lost the match, well, I guess toxic people don't feel awkward about their toxicity. They kind of show it off at some point. But yeah, I mean, for me personally, if I was rude to some of these people, like the ARG or Luna or whatever, for their tanking or for their healing, and then I meet them over and over again through the night for more matchmaking and more matches, it's just gonna be awkward. I was already rude to them, I already dissed them because or I criticize their healing or their tanking in such a bad, rude way already. What do you expect is going to happen in the following matches? It's just going to be an awkward meeting, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, the best case scenario is that we don't talk, and the best case scenario is that when I start shot calling, they mute me. If I start shot calling, even if I'm not rude, I'm trying to be, I'm just making normal shot calls, they would just mute me, because they think I'm such a rude person. So they don't want to even hear my voice, even though I'm saying useful things. I'm saying, making some maybe useful shot calls and what have you. But they just don't like me anymore because I was rude to them, So they mute me. That's what would happen, and that's exactly how toxic people sabotage their own climbing and their own matches. They literally sabotage their matches. They literally move and they literally give momentum to the losing, to the sort of to the direction of defeat. They literally give momentum to the direction of defeat of their matches, all their matches. That's what toxic people do with their actions, by being toxic to other people and stuff like that. And they think that, I don't know what they're thinking. I think I think it's just they're getting some sort of emotional relief. It's like almost like painkillers, taking painkillers, so they feel pain or some sort of negative feeling from being stuck in low elo, or not advancing in the game, just like they're not advancing in real life or something like that. And they want to find an outlet for all these bottled up emotions. So and the best outlet that they can think of is to flame other people and to trigger other people, so that they can basically feel the same misery, and feel negative too, and then they can kind of feel like, okay, they're not alone. I'm not feeling all this misery and all this negativity alone by myself. No, I have some other people also feeling crap just like me. I made them feel crap. So but I kind of feel I feel good. I feel good about that, because at least I'm not alone in my misery. So that's all they do. But then the interesting thing here, or the satire here, is that they're feeling crap, or they are feeling this miserable, because they are not advancing, because they are not climbing. And what they are doing, that painkiller that they're taking, which is being toxic to other people, so that they can make other people feel miserable with them, so that they don't feel alone. All right, this whole thing is actually giving momentum to the same direction. It's moving them more and more into the direction of getting stuck and getting even lower in the ladder rather than climbing. I mean, in their mind, they think they might be happier if they climbed the Overwatch ladder, but the emotional sort of this cathartic process of flaming someone so that they can feel miserable just like them is preventing that wish from happening. It's not a goal. It's obviously not a goal, because if it were a goal, then they would work toward it. But they're not working toward it. They're actually working against it. They're self-sabotaging. They're sabotaging their own matches by being toxic. So it's not a goal. It's just a wish. They wish, they would climb the ladder. But at the same time, so they wish they would climb the ladder, but at the same time, they're shooting themselves in the foot, and they're breaking the whole freaking ladder. They're breaking that ladder itself, so they would never be able to climb it. That's basically what toxic people do, and that's an example of what would happen if I were toxic to these two teammates whom I meet quite a few times afterward, and I lose more matches with, and I also win more matches with. So I do lose matches with them, and I win matches with them. But and the nice thing here is that they won't care anymore. They really won't, because they know Overwatch is a game of losing and winning. We will keep losing and winning. So they won't. Whenever they see me in a match, they're not gonna care if it's a loss or a win. They know just I'm a nice person regardless. I'm chill, whether we lose or we win. I'm chill, and they can also see that I try. I do my best. Because obviously someone who's making shot calls, someone who is warning their teammates about flankers. Watch out, our right Reaper is coming. They know that anyone who does that is someone who cares, someone who's trying to win. So they know that I'm trying to win, and they know that I'm a nice person. So they will do their best, and they will be positive. And when they see my name in a match, they will smile. It will remind them of good positive chats that we had here and there and stuff. And that's the magic of good communication, and that's one of the objective sort of consequences. That's one of the objective consequences of positive communication, which contribute to higher chances of winning and climbing, and a faster climbing rate of the ladder. That you are literally helping yourself and your teammates win with psychology, just by, as I said, by making your teammates feel good, and by making your future teammates feel good right at the beginning of the match. And you know what, also, it's not just about making them feel good too, it's about making them feel comfortable. Seriously, when you think about it, if your teammates play with, if certain teammates play with you and they lose, and they find you chill, you don't mind, you're nice, you're still nice, you say thank you guys, good try, thank you guys, after a loss, they say in their mind, they say, okay, you know what, this guy is chill, it's okay to lose with this guy, he's not going to flame me for my performance if I lose a match with him. So next time they play with me, they will know, oh, this is whatever, this is partner, this is MGTV, he's chill, he's not gonna flame you if you lose. So they will play relaxed, they're not gonna be afraid of anything, so they will play in a relaxed way, they will just be chill themselves, try to have fun, do their best, and creativity is, this mood, this emotional state breeds creativity. So even if they're not mechanically, adept, they're not like, such amazing mechanical aimbots when it comes to their, fragging skills or general mechanical skills in any hero, they will still perform well because of that relaxed state, because of that, sort of chill state, and because of their creativity. They will think creatively. The subconscious will be more involved. There will be more creative play. So basically, they will be unpredictable. They will play a bit more, a bit smartly. So even if they don't have great mechanics, they will be more intelligent because of that relaxed, chill, happy state, emotional state that they started the match with. Just not feeling worried, not feeling that anyone's judging them, because they or not. It's not like anyone, but this specific person, at least, it's enough that they know that they are safe. They know that they can recognize your name, and they say, okay, this specific guy is chill. I lost the match with him before, and he was nice. He didn't mind. So just feeling that way, even though they don't know the others, but they know that at least there is at least one guy who will stand up for them. Probably it seemed like he was a nice guy, and he's chill. So he's probably and he talks and he makes shot calls. So if someone flames me, he's probably gonna talk. He's probably gonna say something because he's a shot caller, and he's a nice person. So he's probably gonna say something, stand up for me or something maybe. So that sort of thing, it makes people feel safe, and that improves their performance because they're not afraid. They're not performing out of fear. They're performing out of calmness and happiness and creativity, as I said. So that's me trying to explain an actual benefit, like a real logical or logical and psychological benefit of being nice to people, even or especially the people that you lose with, how meeting these same people in the future actually boosts your chances of winning when you're nice to them after losing with them. But when you lose with someone and you flame them, there is a chance, and you only have 3 slots in your avoid, so you can't avoid everybody. You can only avoid 3 people at a time. So you're probably gonna bump into them again in the same elo, And if you really left a negative mark, they will remember you. And I do remember back in the day when I used to be affected, by the toxicity of others, and I wasn't in the right mindset. I remember sometimes playing on an alt account. I once played with such a toxic person. They were so toxic, and they were. You remember what the things I was talking about a while ago when I said that they know how to trigger people. They've gained so much experience in toxicity that they are at a point where they just know how to press the right buttons and really trigger other people. And he was like one of those people. Like he really knew how to trigger others, really get in your nerves and really press certain buttons. So yeah, he got me so angry in one of those matches, and I was match made with him. I think he was in the other team or something. Like when he was toxic, he was in the enemy team. I think so. I'm not like really sure, but he was either on my team or in the enemy team, of course. But then what happened is I met him, the same person again, in another match, and this is what I'm talking about. That Overwatch elos are small worlds. You will bump into the same people again, most probably. So yeah, I bumped into the same person again after just 2 matches or something like that. Matchmaking brought us together, and it brought us together in the same team. So I don't know, he seemed upset of losing or something like that. So at the time, I was playing on an alt account, not my main account. So I literally game sabotaged. I just trolled. I don't know. I picked some sort of troll choice, and I said basically I said to him, I actually apologized. I said, I'm sorry guys, I'm really sorry about doing this, but this guy is a toxic so and so, and yeah, and I'm just going to throw, just to kind of get back at him, something like that. I'm not proud of doing that at all, because this is other people's SR too, the other 4 people. So there was me and this toxic person, but there was 4 other people who haven't really done anything much to me. I think, I don't know, at some point maybe they were also toxic, like the other maybe half of the other 4 people were toxic, 2 of them or something were toxic. I'm not sure, but yeah, I vaguely remember that I ended up just apologizing to 2 team members. I said, I'm sorry. Kind of spoke to them by name. I called them by name because they were just silent, or at least they weren't toxic, to me. So yeah, I said I apologize about this, and I wish you good luck. But yeah, I didn't throw completely. Like I didn't start jumping off the map or whatever. I just started kind of throwing. Basically, I picked a troll pick. I think it was like at the time, like if you picked Symmetra. At attack. If you picked Symmetra at attack or Torbjorn at attack, you were just literally trolling. Like today it's not really trolling, because they can be used. Like if you really use them properly, especially in low ranks, they're viable. They're okay. But back in the day, it was just complete trolling. So almost complete trolling. So yeah, I picked, I think, Symmetra or Torbjorn or something, and I started just really being lazy, just playing in a lazy way, not really playing seriously, So yeah, but I wasn't feeding, like I didn't feed. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't do, is I didn't go, like, for example, go and die in front of the enemies or something like that. That's one thing I didn't do. I just I stayed away from the enemies and away from my teammates too, and I just started, I think, doing random stuff or something like that. But yeah, definitely not proud that I was at that point, or I was in a place where I could be triggered so badly. But yeah, he was such a toxic person that I wanted to get back at him, and that was the best way I could think of, But I definitely don't condone such behavior today, and I wouldn't accept this coming from anyone, really, because you are kind of, you are harming four other innocent people's SR. They didn't do anything to you, and by trolling in a match, or by throwing, even semi-throwing a match, you're hurting or harming kind of, the time. You're wasting the time of four other people, not just this one person that you want to punish. So, but just as an example of what can happen, when you leave yourself to a bad mindset, and you don't sort it out before it becomes worse. And that's also an example of what happens when you engage in conversation with toxic people. Don't never ever think that you can be calm just forever with toxic people. Don't think that way. As I said, some of them have acquired amazing experience in triggering other people, because they've been doing it for so long. Some of them have been doing it for years, so they know. So if you and some of them have been playing Overwatch for years, so they acquired experience in the game, and acquired experience in triggering others and trolling others and being toxic to other people. So yeah, they will beat you down with this experience. If you're not, like, also toxic, equally toxic. So absolutely never ever engage in any conversation with these people. You can just, as I said, say one comment to them and then just mute and block them. Because as you saw from the example I shared, they will bring you down to their level, and you might very well stoop to their level, become kind of like them, even if it's for one match. And it's just not good. It's something I feel guilty about until this day, because of the other four people, not because of him, but because of the other four people. That's my only regret, really, that I dragged four other people, innocent people, into this. Yeah. And that's an example of what can happen when you're toxic, when you're really toxic to other people. You're just spreading toxicity in the whole community. And this is an example of someone being toxic. It was me, okay, but forget about me for the time being. It's just X being toxic, super toxic to Y, and Y gets so triggered as a result. So Y wants to take revenge or be toxic to X in return, in a way that really hurts X. But Y doesn't have any way of doing this other than sabotaging one of X's matches. Guess what? Every match has 6 people. So it's not just X and Y. There are 4 other people in that match. So when Y takes revenge and sabotages X's match, he's not just sabotaging X's match, he's also sabotaging 4 other people's match. And these 4 other people, probably some of them really felt bad about the loss, and just frustrated. You see here? You see the cancer that is spreading in the community? How it goes? So one person, one bad apple, triggered another so badly that this other person reacted in an exaggerated way, in an extreme way, and this extreme way affected 4 other innocent people who have absolutely nothing to do with the issue. and these 4 other people can feel so frustrated, and it can cascade. These other people can actually do something else. They might also want to take revenge, but some people don't take revenge from one specific person. They can start randomly taking revenge from the whole community, from everyone who plays Overwatch. Some people are like that. When they can't find someone specific to take revenge from, they just take revenge from the whole world, in a way, or at least in their mind, that's what they think they're doing. So yeah, this toxicity can be a cancer that spreads in the community, spreads from one person to another until it just touches so many people in any community. So yeah, you definitely want to be nice to people, especially the people that you lose matches with, because elos are small worlds, or Overwatch elos are small worlds, and you will most probably bump into those same people again, even if they don't throw or sabotage your games to kind of get back at your toxicity, like the story that I shared. They will at the very least be in such a negative state for having the displeasure of meeting you, if you're toxic to them before, that their performance will really suffer. And and that sort of story that we tell ourselves all the time, that we're not climbing because of other people, will become a self-fulfilled prophecy, basically. So yeah, definitely be nice to everybody, especially the ones that you lose with, and you will gain the rewards. I promise. You will gain rewards in the form of SR, in the form of criming, and in the form of improving in the game. And if you make your goals, as I said earlier, if you make your goals not winning, your ultimate focus and ultimate goals from playing would be, having fun, learning, improving, practice, and positive communication with other people. If you make those your focus and goals, you will also climb faster, and you will have a much better experience playing the game. And in order to be in the right mindset, you gotta take responsibility for the losses. So I did mention some issues in this match here about the tanks and what have you, but I also said that I take my full share of the responsibility. I made a lot of mistakes in this match, and if I were more skilled, mechanically skilled with Mei, I probably could have helped a lot more. Probably could have helped my tanks maybe even be more braver, because in a way maybe my tanks weren't brave enough because they weren't getting enough kills. They weren't getting enough help. They weren't seeing the enemy's health bars dropping fast enough, so I wasn't effective. And in a way I wasn't, because as Mei, I wasn't like really trying to shoot my icicle often enough. I'm just standing here and trying to get picks with my this cold vapor, but it's not really working because most of the enemies are too far away to be affected by it. So I should have kind of switched to using my icicles. Come here, stand here. Should have stood here with near this natural cover. Peeked, took a few shots, even if it's just at the shield or at this tank. And when the shield is gone, or I could have just stood here too. And when the shield is gone, I could have just peeked and caused some damage, and got some headshots. There's also the Hammond, maybe I could have helped my Brigitte. There's Zen there. All of look at this, much better place than here. No cover. Look at this. I'm here, no cover. Of course, I'm trying to stop people from coming up, but still, I should be here. If I want to do this, I should be here behind cover. Peeking and just shooting and then getting back behind cover. And then I can come here. So look at this. Like this here behind cover, you have access to this side You can like deal with Reaper, anyone trying to come up. You can also can pressure them, and you can also go left here, and you literally have a view of everybody, all the enemies from here. So yeah, you see what I'm saying here. Imagine if I played that way instead of just, you know, using my primary here all the time. I could have stood here and used my icicles a lot, you know, gotten a headshot on the Zen, getting a headshot on Anna or Junkrat or something, you know. If I got these headshots, I could have like really pressured them, but they were comfortable. Get a few hot headshots and body shots on this tank, super easy. Like I'm really like so close to them, so my projectile wouldn't be taking that long to travel. So it would have been like these shots would have been so easy to take, you know, body shots, one headshot and a few body shots on this tank here on the Sigma. All the pressure. If I could do this, all that pressure gone, poof, you know, disappeared. You see what I'm saying? Even if he doesn't die, he would have at least, look at this. He's standing there. He's not feeling, you know, any danger, and he has access to our mercy too, you know. Well, she's flying, but you know, whatever. He just feels like there's nothing bothering him. He's not afraid of anything. So yeah, he can stay here, and our tanks are, you know, not really pushing. But as I said, I could have maybe helped. I could have switched. I could have switched from May. Like if I feel like I'm not really effective with the icicle, not like causing enough damage, I could have switched to Reaper, to Soldier, even to Bastion or something, you know, and just used our Sigma's shield sometimes. Just burn down, you know, even if I used Bastion, kind of got into stationary mode without exposing myself to everyone, but just to one healer or something like that. Anyway, maybe not Bastion, but Soldier, McCree, and you know, obviously being mechanically skilled enough at them to cause some damage, to be effective. So yeah, there are many things I could have done, guys. Many things I could have done differently and better, and much better to win this match. Because yeah, maybe the tanks are just passive and not pushing because they are not seeing these health bars, you know. Yeah, these health bars, they're not seeing these health bars decrease fast enough. Maybe. Yeah, and but if I did help, like if I did really cause enough damage, they could have felt braver and, you know, pushed, started, you know, contesting, and it all cascades from there. You know, it snowballs. So one effect leads to the other, and it just snowballs into a victory. That's just how literally how you win matches sometimes, by snowballing. One action leads to the other, and it snowballs into a victory. So yeah, but I didn't roll a small snowball that can get bigger and bigger. I just kept playing May, and I kept doing the same, you know, weird things that I kept doing, not even getting a kill on the Reaper. So absolutely, guys, absolutely my mistake. That loss was my mistake. Not alone, but yeah, but I'm the main focus as far as I'm concerned when trying to, you know, improve or trying to find solutions to climb. I am the main focus. It's my responsibility. And that's all I got for today. Been streaming now for 7 hours and quarter. Wow, I'm definitely tired and sleepy. Gotta get some rest. Thank you guys for those who stayed with me until the end. I really am grateful. I appreciate your views, even if you're lurking. Thank you very much still, and thank you for the comments, edits. I hope I'll see you again very soon, and please wish me luck with this project for the sake of the Overwatch community. You know, I don't expect, you know, too many people to watch it fully, but even if it just becomes a well-known story, you know, or that people basically know about, and they are sure that it's true because, you know, it's it was on stream, and it's I'm going also to permanently archive every episode of this series on YouTube. So it's always going to be there if anyone wants to, like, follow it. So yeah, whenever someone says, ask the question of whether you can climb with average skills and game sense just by having a positive mindset, having control of one's emotions, and having positive communication with other players, all the way from bronze to even GM. Hopefully, if someone asks that, then hopefully this series can be an answer to that question. I hope. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but yeah, my hope is that I finish the series and I achieve the goal in the title. So until the second episode of this series, guys, hopefully tomorrow or something, please stay safe, rational, intelligent, and question almost everything. Thank you.